Warriors Into the Wild by Aaron Hunter. A half-moon glowed on smooth granite boulders, turning them silver. The silence was broken only by the ripple of water from the swift black river and the whisper of the trees in the forest beyond. There was a stirring in the shadows, and from all around dark shapes crept stealthily over the rocks. Unsheathed claws glinted in the moonlight. Wary eyes flashed like amber. And then, as if on a silent signal, the creatures leapt at each other, and suddenly the rocks were alive with wrestling, screeching cats. At the center of the frenzy of fur and claws, a massive dark tabby pinned a bracken-colored tom to the ground and drew up his head triumphantly. "Oakheart!" the tabby growled. "How dare you hunt in our territory? The Sunning Rocks belong to ThunderClan. After tonight, Tiger Claw, this will be just another RiverClan hunting ground," the bracken-colored tom spat back. A warning yowl came from the shore, shrill and anxious. "Look out! More RiverClan warriors are coming!" Tiger Claw turned to see sleek, wet bodies sliding out of the water below the rocks. The drenched RiverClan warriors bounded up silently to the shore and hurled themselves into battle without even stopping to shake the water from their fur. The dark tabby glared down at Oakheart. "You may swim like others, but you and your warriors do not belong in this forest." He drew back his lips and showed his teeth as the cat struggled beneath him. A desperate scream of a ThunderClan she-cat rose above the clamor. A wiry RiverClan tom had pinned the brown warrior flat on her belly. Now he lunged toward her neck with jaws still dripping from his swim across the river. Tiger Claw heard the cry and let go of Oakheart. With a mighty leap, he knocked the enemy warrior away from the she-cat. "Quick, Mousefur, run!" he ordered, before turning on the RiverClan tom who'd threatened her. Mousefur scrambled to her paws, wincing from a deep gash on her shoulder, and raced away. Behind her, Tiger Claw spat with rage as the RiverClan tom sliced open his nose. Blood blinded him for an instant, but he lunged forward regardless and sank his teeth into the hind leg of his enemy. The RiverClan cat squealed and struggled free. "Tiger Claw!" The yowl came from a warrior with a tail as red as fox fur. "This is useless. There are too many RiverClan warriors." "No, Redtail. ThunderClan will never be beaten," Tiger Claw yelled back, leaping to Redtail's side. "This is our territory." Blood was welling around his broad black muzzle, and he shook his head impatiently, scattering scarlet drops onto the rocks. "ThunderClan will honor your courage, Tiger Claw, but we cannot afford to lose any more of our warriors," Redtail urged. "Blue Star would never accept her warriors to fight against these impossible odds. We will have another chance to avenge this defeat." He met Tiger Claw's amber-eyed gaze steadily, then reared away and sprang onto a boulder at the edge of the trees. "Retreat, ThunderClan, retreat!" he yowled. At once his warriors squirmed and struggled away from their opponents, spitting and snarling. They backed toward Redtail. For a heartbeat, the RiverClan cats looked confused. Was this battle so easily won? Then Oakheart yowled a jubilant cry. As soon as they heard him, the RiverClan warriors raised their voices and joined their deputy in caterwauling their victory. Redtail looked down at his warriors. With a flick of his tail, he gave the signal, and the ThunderClan cats dived down to the far side of the Sunning Rocks, then disappeared into the trees. Tiger Claw followed at last. He hesitated at the edge of the forest and glanced back at the blood-stained battlefield. His face was grim, his eyes furious slits. Then he leaped after his clan into the silent forest. In a deserted clearing, an old gray she-cat sat alone, staring up at the clear night sky. All around her in the shadows she could hear the breathing and stirring of sleeping cats. A small tortoise-colored she-cat emerged from a dark corner, her paw steps quick and soundless. The gray cat dipped her head in greeting. "How is Mousefur?" she meowed. "Her wounds are deep, Blue Star," answered the tortoiseshell, settling herself on night-cool grass. "But she is young and strong. She'll heal quickly." "And the others? They'll recover too." Blue Star sighed. "We are lucky not to have lost any of our warriors this time. You're a gifted medicine cat, Spotted Leaf." She tilted her head again and studied the stars. "I am deeply troubled by tonight's defeat. ThunderClan has not been beaten on its own territory since I became leader," she murmured. "These are difficult times for our clan. The season of New Leaf is late, and there have been fewer kits. ThunderClan needs more warriors if it's to survive." "But the year's only beginning," Spotted Leaf pointed out calmly. "There will be more kits when Greenleaf comes." The gray cat twitched her broad shoulders. "Perhaps, but training our young to become warriors takes time, If ThunderClan is to defend its territory, it must have new warriors as soon as possible. Are you asking StarClan for answers? Meowed Spotted Leaf gently, following Blue Star's gaze and staring up at the swath of stars glittering the dark sky. It is at times like this we need words of ancient warriors to help us. Has StarClan spoken to you? Blue Star asked. Not for some moons, Blue Star. Suddenly a shooting star blazed over the treetops. Spotted Leaf's tail twitched and the fur along her spine bristled. Blue Star's ears pricked, but she remained silent as Spotted Leaf continued to gaze upward. After a few moments, Spotted Leaf lowered her head and turned to Blue Star. It was a message from StarClan, she murmured. A distant look came into her eyes. Fire alone can save our clan. Fire? Blue Star echoed. But fire is feared by all the clans. How can it save us? Spotted Leaf shook her head. I do not know, she admitted, but this is the message StarClan has chosen to share with me. The ThunderClan leader fixed her clear blue eyes on the medicine cat. You've never been wrong before, Spotted Leaf, she meowed. If StarClan has spoken, then it must be so. Fire will save our clan. Chapter 1. It was very dark. Rusty could sense that something was near. The young tomcat's eyes opened wide as he scanned the dense undergrowth. This place was unfamiliar, but the strange sense drew him onward, deeper into the shadows. His stomach growled, reminding him of his hunger. He opened his jaws slightly to let the warm smells of the forest reach the scent glands on the roof of his mouth. Musty odors of leaf mold mingled with the tempting aroma of a small furry creature. Suddenly, a flash of gray raced past him. Rusty stopped still, listening. It was hiding in the leaves less than 2 tail lengths away. Rusty knew that it was a mouse. He could feel the rapid pulsing of a tiny heartbeat deep within his ear fur. He swallowed, stifling his rumbling stomach. Soon, his hunger would be satisfied. Slowly, he lowered his body into position, crouching for the attack. He was downwind of the mouse. He knew it was not aware of him. With one final check on his prey's position, Rusty pushed back hard on his haunches and sprang, kicking up leaves on the forest floor as he rose. The mouse dived for cover, heading toward a hole in the ground, but Rusty was already on top of it. He scooped it into the air, hooking the helpless creature with his thorn-sharp claws, flinging it up into a high arc on the leaf-covered ground. The mouse landed dazed, but alive. It tried to run, but Rusty snatched it up again. He tossed the mouse once more, this time a little farther away. The mouse managed to scramble a few paces before Rusty caught up with it. Suddenly a noise roared nearby. Rusty looked around, and as he did so, the mouse was able to pull away from his claws. When Rusty turned back, he saw it dart into the darkness among the tangled roots of a tree. Angry, Rusty gave up the hunt. He spun around, his green eyes glaring, intent on searching out the noise that had cost him his kill. The sound rattled on, becoming more familiar. Rusty blinked open his eyes. The forest had disappeared. He was inside a hot and airless kitchen, curled on his bed. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting shadows on the smooth, hard floor. The noise had been the rattle of hard, dried pellets of food as they were tipped into his dish. Rusty had been dreaming. Lifting his head, he rested his chin on the side of his bed. His collar rubbed uncomfortably around his neck. In his dream, he had felt the fresh air ruffling the soft fur where the collar usually pinched. Rusty rolled onto his back, savoring the dream for a few more moments. He could still smell the mouse. It was the 3rd time since full moon that he'd had the dream, and every time the mouse had escaped his grasp. He licked his lips. From his bed, he could smell the bland odor of his food. His owners always refilled the dish before they went to bed. The dusty smell chased away the warm sense of his dream, but the hunger rumbled on in his stomach, so Rusty stretched the sleep out of his limbs and padded across the kitchen floor to his dinner. The food felt dry and tasteless on his tongue, as usual. Rusty reluctantly swallowed one more mouthful. Then he turned away from the food dish and pushed his way out through the cat flap, hoping that the smell of the garden would bring back the feelings from his dream. Outside, the moon was bright. It was raining lightly. Rusty stalked down to the tidy garden, following the starlit gravel path, feeling the stones cold and sharp beneath his paws. He made his dirt beneath a large bush with glossy green leaves and heavy purple flowers. Their sickly sweet scent cloyed the damp air around him, and he curled his lip to drive the smell out of his nostrils. Afterward, Rusty settled down on top of one of the posts in the fence that marked the limits of his garden, and it was a favorite spot of his, as he could see right into the neighboring gardens, as well into the dense green forest on the other side of the fence. The rain had stopped. Behind him, the close-cropped lawn was bathed in moonlight, but beyond his fence the woods were full of shadows. Rusty stretched his head forward to take a sniff of the damp air. His skin was warm and dry under his thick coat, but he could feel the weight of the raindrops that sprinkled on his ginger fur. He heard his owners giving him one last call from the back door. If he went to them now, they would greet him with gentle words and caress and welcome him into their bed, where he would curl, purring, warm on the crook of the bent knee. But this time Rusty ignored his owners' voices and turned his gaze back into the forest. The crisp smell of the woods had grown fresher after the rain. Suddenly, the fur on his spine prickled. Was something moving out there? Was something watching him? Rusty stared ahead, but it was impossible to see or smell anything in the dark, tree-scented air. He lifted his chin boldly, stood up, and stretched, one paw gripping each corner of the fence post as he straightened his legs and arched his back. He closed his eyes and breathed in the smell of the woods once more. It seemed to promise him something, tempting him onward into the whispering shadows. Tensing his muscles, he crouched for a moment. Then he leaped lightly down into the rough grass on the other side of the fence. As he landed, the bell on his collar rang out through the still night air. "Where are you off to, Rusty?" meowed a familiar voice behind him. Rusty looked up. A young black and white cat was balancing ungracefully on the fence. "Hello, Smudge," Rusty replied. "You're not going into the woods, are you?" Smudge's amber eyes were huge. "Just for a look," Rusty promised, shifting uncomfortably. "You wouldn't get me in there. It's dangerous." Smudge wrinkled his black nose with distaste. "Henry said he went into the woods once." The cat lifted his head and gestured with his nose over the rows of fences towards the garden where Henry lived. "That fat old tabby never went into the woods," Rusty scoffed. "He's hardly been beyond his own garden since his trip to the vet. All he wants to do is eat and sleep." "No, really, he caught a robin there," Smudge insisted. "Well, if he did, then it was before the vet. Now he complains about birds because they disturb his dozing." "Well, anyway," Smudge went on, ignoring the scorn in Rusty's mew, "Henry told me that there are all sorts of dangerous animals out there. Huge wildcats who eat live rabbits for breakfast and sharpen their claws on old bones." "I'm only going to look around," Rusty meowed. "I won't stay long." "Well, don't say I didn't warn you," purred Smudge. The black and white cat turned and plunged off the fence back into his own garden. Rusty sat down in the coarse grass beyond the garden fence. He gave his shoulder a nervous lick and wondered how much of Smudge's gossip was true. Suddenly, the movement of a tiny creature caught his eye. He watched it scuttle under some brambles. Instinct made him drop into a low crouch. With one slow paw after the other, he drew his body forward through the undergrowth, ears pricked, nostrils flared, eyes unblinking, as he moved towards the animal. He could see it clearly now, sitting up among the barbed branches, nibbling on a large seed held between its paws. It was a mouse. Rusty rocked his haunches from side to side, preparing to leap. He held his breath in case his bell rang again. Excitement coursed through him, making his heart pound. This was even better than his dreams. Then a sudden noise of cracking twigs and crunching leaves made him jump. His bell jangled treacherously, and then the mouse darted away into the thickest tangle of the bramble bush. Rusty stood very still and looked around. He could see the white tip of a red bushy tail trailing through a clump of tall ferns up ahead. He smelled a strong, strange scent, definitely a meat-eater, but neither cat nor dog. Distracted, Rusty forgot about the mouse and watched the red tail curiously. He wanted a better look. All of Rusty's senses strained ahead as he prowled forward. Then he detected another noise. It came from behind, but sounded muted and distant. He swiveled his ears backwards to hear it better. Paw steps, he wondered, but he kept his eyes fixed on the strange red fur up ahead and continued to creep onward. It was only when the faint rustling behind him became a loud, fast-approaching leaf crackle that Rusty realized he was in danger. The creature hit him like an explosion, and Rusty was thrown sideways into a clump of nettles. Twisting and yowling, he tried to throw off the attacker that fastened itself onto his back. It was gripping him with incredibly sharp claws. Rusty could feel spiked teeth pricking at his neck. He writhed and squirmed from whisker to tail, but he couldn't free himself. For a second, he felt helpless. Then he froze. Thinking fast, he flipped over onto his back. He knew instinctively how dangerous it was to expose his soft belly, but it was his only chance. He was lucky. The ploy seemed to work. He heard a hoof beneath him as the breath was knocked out of his attacker. Thrashing fiercely, Rusty managed to wriggle free. Without looking back, he sprinted towards his home. Behind him, a rush of paw steps told Rusty his attacker was giving chase. Even though the pain from his scratches stung beneath his fur, Rusty decided he would rather turn and fight than let himself be jumped on again. He skidded to a stop, spun around, and faced his pursuer. It was another kitten, with a thick coat of shaggy fur, strong legs, and a broad face. In a heartbeat, Rusty smelled that it was a tom, and sensed the power in the sturdy shoulders underneath the soft coat. The kitten crashed into Rusty at full pelt. Taken by surprise by Rusty's turnabout, it fell back into a dazed heap. The impact knocked the breath out of Rusty, and he staggered. He quickly found his footing and arched his back, puffing out his orange fur, ready to spring onto the other kitten. But his attacker simply sat up and began to lick a forepaw, all signs of aggression gone. Rusty felt strangely disappointed. Every part of him was tense, ready for battle. "Hi there, kitty pet," meowed the gray tom cheerily. "You put up quite a fight for a tame kitty." Rusty remained on tiptoe for a second, wondering whether to attack anyway. Then he remembered the strength he had felt in this kitten's paws when he had pinned him to the ground. He dropped onto his pads, loosened his muscles, and let his spine unbend. "And I'll fight you again if I have to," he growled. "I'm Gray Paw, by the way," the kitten went on, ignoring Rusty's threat. "I'm training to be a ThunderClan warrior." Rusty remained silent. He didn't understand what this gray what's-it was meowing about, but he sensed that the threat had passed. He hid his confusion by leaning down to lick his ruffled chest. "What's a kitty pet like you doing out in the woods? Don't you know it's dangerous?" asked Gray Paw. "If you're the most dangerous thing that the woods has to offer, I think I can handle it," Rusty bluffed. Gray Paw looked up at him for a moment, narrowing his big yellow eyes. "Oh, and I'm far from the most dangerous. If I were even half a warrior, I'd give an intruder like you some real wounds to think about." Rusty felt a thrill of fear at the ominous words. What did this cat mean by intruder? "Anyway," meowed Gray Paw, using his sharp teeth to tug a clump of grass from between his claws, "I didn't think it was worth hurting you. You're obviously not from one of the other clans." "Other clans?" Rusty echoed, confused. Gray Paw let out an impatient hiss. "You must have heard of the 4 warrior clans that hunt around here. I belong to ThunderClan. The other clans are always trying to steal prey from our territory, especially that Shadow Clan. They're so fierce. They would have ripped you to shreds, no questions asked." Gray Paw paused to spit angrily and continued. "They come and take prey that's rightfully ours. It's the job of the ThunderClan warriors to keep them out of our territory. When I've finished my training, I'll be so dangerous, I'll have the other clans shaking in their flea-bitten skins. They won't dare come near us then." Rusty narrowed his eyes. This must be one of the wildcats Smudge had warned him about, living rough in the woods, hunting and fighting each other for every last scrap of food. Yet Rusty didn't feel scared. In fact, it was hard not to admire this confident kitten. "So you're not a warrior yet?" he asked. "Why, did you think I was?" Gray Paw purred proudly. Then he shook his wide, furry head. "I won't be a real warrior for ages. I have to go through the training first. Kits have to be 6 moons old before they begin training. Tonight is my very first night as an apprentice. Why don't you find yourself an owner with a nice cozy house instead? Your life would be much easier," Rusty meowed. "There are plenty of housefolk who'd take a kitten like you. All you have to do is sit where they can see you and look hungry for a couple of days." "They'd feed me pellets that look like rabbit droppings and soft slop," Gray Paw interrupted. "No way. I can't think of anything worse than being a kitty pet. They're nothing but 2-legged toys, eating stuff that doesn't look like food, making dirt in a box of gravel, sticking their noses outside only when the 2 legs allow them. That's no life. Out here it's wild and it's free. We come and go as we please." He finished his speech with a proud spit, then meowed mischievously. "Until you've tasted a fresh-killed mouse, you haven't lived. Have you ever tasted mouse?" No, Rusty admitted, a little defensively. Not yet. I guess you'll never understand, Greypaw sighed. You weren't born wild. It makes a big difference. You need to be born with warrior blood in your veins, or feel the wind in your whiskers. Kitties born into two-leg nests could never feel the same way. Rusty remembered the way that he had felt in his dream. That's not true, he mewed indignantly. Greypaw did not reply. He suddenly stiffened mid-lick, one paw still raised, and sniffed the air. I can smell cats from my clan, he hissed. You better go. They won't be pleased to find you hunting in our territory. Rusty looked around, wondering how Greypaw knew any cat was approaching. He couldn't smell anything different on the leaf-scented breeze, but his fur stood on end at the note of urgency in Greypaw's voice. Quick, hissed Greypaw. Run! Rusty prepared to spring into the bushes, not knowing which way was safe to jump. He was too late. A voice meowed behind him, firm and menacing. What's going on here? Rusty turned to see a large gray she-cat strolling majestically out from the undergrowth. She was magnificent. White hair streaked her muzzle, an ugly scar parted the fur across her shoulders, but her smooth gray coat shone like silver in the moonlight. Blue Star! Beside Rusty, Greypaw crouched down and narrowed his eyes. He crouched even lower when a second cat, a handsome golden tabby, followed the gray cat into the clearing. You shouldn't be so near Two-Leg Place, Greypaw, growled the golden tabby angrily, narrowing his green eyes. I know, Lionheart. I'm sorry. Greypaw looked down at his paws. Rusty copied Greypaw and crouched low to the forest floor, his ears twitching nervously. These cats had an air of strength he had never seen in any of his guarded friends. Maybe what Smudge had warned him about was true. Who is this? Asked the gray she-cat. Rusty flinched as he turned her gaze on him. Her piercing blue eyes made him feel even more vulnerable. He's no threat, mewed Greypaw quickly. He's not another clan warrior, just a two-leg pet from beyond our territories. Just a two-leg pet? The words inflamed Rusty, but he held his tongue. The warning look in Blue Star's stare told him that she had observed the anger in his eyes, and he looked away. This is Blue Star. She's the leader of my clan, Greypaw hissed to Rusty under his breath. And Lionheart. He's my mentor, which means he's training me to become a warrior. Thank you for the introduction, Greypaw, meowed Lionheart coolly. Blue Star was still staring at Rusty. You fight well for a two-leg pet, she meowed. Rusty and Greypaw exchanged confused glances. How could she know? We've been watching you both, Blue Star went on, as if she had read their thoughts. We wondered how you would deal with an intruder, Greypaw. You attacked him bravely. Greypaw looked pleased at Blue Star's praise. Sit up now, both of you. Blue Star looked at Rusty. You too, kitty pet. He sat up immediately and held Blue Star's gaze evenly as she addressed him. You reacted well to the attack, kitty pet. Greypaw is stronger than you, but you used your wits to defend yourself, and you turned to face him when he chased you. I've not seen a kitty pet do that before. Rusty managed to nod his thanks, taken aback by such unexpected praise. Her next words surprised him even more. I've been wondering how you would perform out here, beyond the Two-Leg Place. We patrol this border frequently, so I've often seen you sitting on your boundary, staring out into the forest. And now, at long last, you've dared to place your paws here. Blue Star stared at Rusty thoughtfully. You do seem to have a natural hunting ability. Sharp eyes. You would have caught that mouse if you had not hesitated so long. Really? Rusty stammered. Lionheart spoke now, his deep meow more respectful but insistent. Blue Star, this is a kitty pet. He should not be hunting in ThunderClan territory. Send him home to his two legs. Rusty prickled at Lionheart's dismissive words. Send me home, he mewed impatiently. Blue Star's words had made him glow with pride. She had noticed him. She had been impressed by him. But I've only come here to hunt for a mouse or two. I'm sure there's enough to go around. Blue Star had turned her head to acknowledge Lionheart's words. Now her gaze snapped back to Rusty. Her blue eyes were blazing with anger. There's never enough food to go around, she spat. If you didn't live such a soft, overfed life, you would know that. Rusty was confused by Blue Star's sudden rage, but one glance at the horrified look on Greypaw's face was enough to tell him that he had spoken too freely. Lionheart stepped to his leader's side. Both warriors loomed over him now. Rusty looked into Blue Star's threatening stare and his pride dissolved. These were not cozy fireside cats he was dealing with. Chapter 2. Well, hissed Blue Star, her face only a mouse length from his now. Lionheart remained silent as she towered over Rusty. He flattened his ears and crouched under the golden warrior's cold stare. His fur prickled uncomfortably. I am no threat to your clan, he mewed, looking down at his trembling paws. You threaten our clan when you take our food, yowled Bluestar. You have plenty of food in your two-leg nest already. You come here only to hunt for sport, but we hunt to survive. The truth of the warrior queen's words pierced Rusty like a black thorn, and suddenly he understood her anger. He stopped trembling, sat up, and straightened his ears. He raised his eyes to meet hers. I had not thought of it that way before. I'm sorry, he mewed solemnly. I will not hunt here again. Bluestar let her hackles fall and signaled to Lionheart to step back. You're an unusual kitty pet, Rusty, she meowed. Graypaw's sigh of relief made Rusty's ears twitch. He heard the approval in Bluestar's voice, and noticed as she swept a meaningful glance with Lionheart. The look made him curious. What flashed between the two warriors? Quietly, he asked, Is survival here really so hard? Our territory covers only part of the forest, answered Bluestar. We compete with other clans for what we have, and this year, late New Leaf means prey is scarce. Is your clan very big? Rusty meowed, his eyes wide. Big enough, replied Bluestar. Our territory can support us, but there's no prey left over. Are you all warriors, then? Rusty mewed. Bluestar's guarded answers were just making him more and more curious. Lionheart answered him. Some are warriors, some are too young or too old or too busy caring for kits to hunt. And you all live and share prey together? Rusty murmured in awe, thinking a little guiltily of his own easy, selfish life. Bluestar looked again at Lionheart. The golden tabby stared back at her steadily. At last she returned her gaze to Rusty and meowed, Perhaps you should find out these things for yourself. Would you like to join Thunder Clan? Rusty was so surprised he couldn't even speak. Bluestar went on, If you did, you would train with Graypaw to become a clan warrior. But kitty pets can't be warriors, Graypaw blurted out. They don't have warrior blood. A sad look clouded Bluestar's eyes. Warrior blood, she echoed with a sigh. Too much of that has been spilled lately. Bluestar fell silent, and Lionheart meowed. Bluestars only offer you training, young kit. There is no guarantee you would become a full warrior. It might prove too difficult for you. After all, you are used to a comfortable life. Rusty was stung by Lionheart's words. He swung his head around to face the golden tabby. Why offer me the chance, then? But it was Bluestar who answered. You are right to question our motives, young one. The fact is, ThunderClan needs more warriors. Understand that Bluestar does not make this offer lightly, warned Lionheart. If you wish to train with us, we will have to take you into our clan. You must either live with us and respect our ways, or return to your two-leg place and never come back. You cannot live with a paw in each world. A cool breeze stirred the undergrowth, ruffling Rusty's fur. He shivered, not with the cold, but with the excitement at the incredible possibilities opening up in front of him. Are you wondering if it's worth giving up your comfortable kitty pet life? Asked Bluestar gently. But do you realize the price you will pay for your warmth and food? Rusty looked at her, puzzled. Surely his encounter with these cats had proved to him just how easy and luxurious his life was. I can tell that you are still a Tom, Bluestar added, despite the two-leg stench that clings to your fur. What do you mean, still a Tom? You still haven't been taken by the two-legs to see their cutter, meowed Bluestar gravely. You would be very different then. Not quite so keen to fight a clan cat, I suspect. Rusty was confused. He suddenly thought of Henry, who had become fat and lazy since his visit to the vet. Was that what Bluestar meant by the cutter? The clan may not be able to offer you such easy food or warmth, continued Bluestar. In the season of leaf bare, nights in the forest can be cruel. The clan will demand great loyalty and hard work. You will be expected to protect the clan with your life if necessary, and there are many mouths to feed. But the rewards are great. You will remain a Tom. You will be trained in the ways of the wild. You will learn what it is to be a real cat. The strength and fellowship of the clan will always be with you, even when you hunt alone. Rusty's head reeled. Blue Star seemed to be offering him the life he had lived so many times, so tantalizingly in his dreams. But could he live like that for real? Lionheart interrupted his thoughts. Come, Blue Star, let's not waste any more time here. We must be ready to join the other patrol at Moon High. Tiger Claw will wonder what has become of us. He stood up and flicked his tail expectantly. Wait, Rusty meowed. Can I think about your offer? Blue Star looked at him for a long moment and nodded. Lionheart will be here tomorrow at Sun High, she told him. Give your answer then. And in a single movement, the three cats turned and disappeared into the undergrowth. Rusty blinked. He stared, excited, uncertain, up past the ferns that had encircled him, through the canopy of leaves to the stars that glittered in the clear sky. The scent of the clan cat still hung heavy in the evening air. And as Rusty turned and headed for home, he felt a strange sensation inside him, tugging him back into the depths of the forest. His fur prickled deliciously in the light wind, and the rustling leaves seemed to whisper his name into the shadows. Chapter 3. That morning, as Rusty slept off his night's wanderings, the mouse dream came again, even more vivid than before. Free of his collar, beneath the moon, he stalked the timid creature. This time he was aware of being watched. Shining from the shadows of the forest, he saw dozens of yellow eyes. The clan cats had entered his dream world. Rusty woke, blinking in the bright sunshine that was streaming across the kitchen floor. His fur felt heavy and thick with warmth. His food bowl had been topped up, his water bowl rinsed out and cleaned with bitter-tasting two-leg water. Rusty preferred drinking from puddles outside, but when it was hot, or he was very thirsty, he had to admit it was easier to lap up the water indoors. Could he really abandon his comfortable life? He ate, then pushed his way out the cat flap into the garden. The day promised to be warm, and the garden was heavy with the smell of early blossoms. Hello, Rusty, mewed a voice from the fence. It was Smudge. You should have been awake an hour ago. The baby sparrows were out stretching their legs. Did you catch any? Rusty asked. Smudge yawned and licked his nose. Couldn't be bothered. I'd already eaten enough at home. Anyway, why weren't you out earlier? Yesterday you were complaining about Henry sleeping his time away, and yet you're not much better yourself. Rusty sat down on the cool earth beside the fence and curled his tail over his front paws. I was in the woods last night, he reminded his friend. At once he felt the blood stir in his veins and his fur stiffen. Smudge looked down at him, his eyes wide. Oh yes, I forgot. How was that? Did you catch anything? Or did anything catch you? Rusty paused, not sure how to tell his old friend what had happened. I met some wild cats, he began. What? Smudge was clearly shocked. Did you get into a fight? Sort of. Rusty could feel the energy surging through his body again as he recalled the strength and power of the clan cats. Were you hurt? What happened? Smudge prompted him eagerly. There were 3 of them, bigger and stronger than any of us. And you fought all 3 of them, Smudge interrupted, his tail twitching with excitement. No, Rusty mewed hastily. Just the youngest one. The other 2 came later. How come they didn't shred you to pieces? They just warned me to leave their territory, but then... Rusty hesitated. What? Mewed Smudge impatiently. They asked me to join their clan. Smudge's whiskers quivered disbelievingly. They did, Rusty insisted. Why would they do that? I don't know, Rusty admitted. I don't think they need extra paws in their clan. Sounds a bit odd to me, Smudge mewed doubtfully. I wouldn't trust them if I were you. Rusty looked at Smudge. His black and white friend had never shown any interest in venturing into the woods. He was perfectly content living with his housefolk. But I trust them, Rusty purred softly, and I've made up my mind. I'm gonna join them. Smudge scrambled down from the fence and stood in front of Rusty. Please don't go, Rusty, he mewed in alarm. I might never see you again. Rusty nudged him affectionately with his head. Don't worry, my housefolk will get another cat. You'll get on with him just fine. You get along with everyone. But it won't be the same, Smudge wailed. Rusty twitched his tail impatiently. That's just the point. If I stay around here, they'll take me to the cutter. I won't be the same either. Smudge looked puzzled. The cutter? He echoed. The vet, Rusty explained. To be altered, like Henry was. Smudge shrugged and stared down at his paws. But Henry's all right, he mumbled. I mean, I know he's a bit lazier now, but he's not unhappy. We could still have fun. Rusty felt his heart fill with sadness at the thought of leaving his friend. I'm sorry, Smudge. I'll miss you, but I have to go. Smudge didn't reply, but stepped forward and gently touched Rusty's nose with his own. Fair enough. I can see I can't stop you, but at least let's spend one more morning together. Rusty found himself enjoying the morning even more than usual, visiting his old haunts with Smudge, sharing words with the cats he had grown up with. Every one of his senses felt supercharged, as if he were poised before a long jump. As Sunhigh approached, Rusty grew more and more impatient to see if Lionheart would really be waiting for him. The idle buzz of meows from his old friend seemed to fade into the background as all his senses trained toward the woods. Rusty jumped down from his garden fence for the last time and crept into the woods. He had said his goodbyes to Smudge. Now all his thoughts were focused on the forest and the cats who lived in it. As he approached the spot where he had met with the clan cats the night before, he sat down and tasted the air. Tall trees shielded the ground from the midday sunshine. Here and there a patch of sunlight shone through a gap in the leaves and lit up the forest floor. Rusty could smell the same cat scent as last night, but he had no idea whether it was old or new. He lifted his head and sniffed uncertainly. You still have a lot to learn, meowed a deep voice. Even the tiniest clan kit knows when another cat is nearby. Rusty saw a pair of green eyes glinting from beneath a bramble bush. Now he recognized the scent. It was Lionheart. Can you tell if I'm alone? Asked the golden tabby, stepping into the light. Hastily, Rusty sniffed again. The scents of Blue Star and Grey Paw were still there, but not as strong as the previous night. Hesitantly, he mewed, Blue Star and Grey Paw aren't with you this time. That's right, meowed Lionheart, but something else is. Rusty stiffened as a second clan cat strode into the clearing. This is White Storm, purred Lionheart, one of ThunderClan's senior warriors. Rusty looked at the Tom and felt his spine tingle with cold fear. Was it a trap? Long-bodied and muscular, White Storm stood in front of Rusty and gazed down at him. His white coat was thick and unmarked, and his eyes were the yellow of sun-baked sand. Rusty flattened his ears warily and tensed his muscles in preparation for a fight. Relax before your fear scent brings unwanted attention, growled Lionheart. We are here only to take you to our camp. Rusty sat very still, hardly daring to breathe, as White Storm stretched his nose forward and gave him a curious sniff. Hello, young one, murmured the white cat. I've heard a lot about you. Rusty dipped his head in greeting. Come, we can speak more once we're in the camp, ordered Lionheart, and, without pausing, he and White Storm leaped away into the undergrowth. Rusty jumped to his paws and followed as quickly as he could. The two warriors made no allowances for Rusty as they sped through the forest, and before long he was struggling to keep up. Their pace barely slowed as they led him over fallen trees that they cleared in a single leap, which Rusty had to scramble over paw by paw. They passed through sharply fragrant pine trees, where they had to jump across deep gullies turned up by a two-legged tree-eater. From the safety of his garden fence, Rusty had often heard it roaring and snarling in the distance. One gully was too wide to jump, half filled with slimy, foul-smelling water. The clan cats waded through without hesitating. Rusty had never put a paw in water before, but he was determined to not show any signs of weakness, so he narrowed his eyes and followed, trying to ignore the uncomfortable wetness that soaked his belly fur. At last, Lionheart and White Storm paused. Rusty skidded to a halt behind them and stood panting while the two warriors stepped into a rock rested on the edge of a small ravine. We are very close to camp now, mewed Lionheart. Rusty strained to see any signs of life, moving leaves, a glimpse of fur among the bushes below, but his eyes saw nothing except for the same undergrowth that covered the rest of the forest floor. Use your nose. You must be able to scent it, hissed White Storm impatiently. Rusty closed his eyes and sniffed. White Storm was right. The scents here were very different from the cat scent he was used to. The air smelled stronger, speaking of many different cats. He nodded thoughtfully and announced, I can smell cats. Lionheart and White Storm exchanged amused looks. There will come a time, if you are accepted into the clan, when you will know each cat scent by name, Lionheart meowed. Follow me. He led the way nimbly down the boulders to the bottom of the ravine and pushed his way through a thick patch of gorse. Rusty followed, and White Storm took up the rear. As his side scraped against the prickly gorse, Rusty looked down and noticed that the grass beneath his paws were flattened into broad, strong-smelling track. This must be the main entrance into the camp, he thought. Beyond the gorse, a clearing opened up. The ground at the center was bare, hard earth, shaped by many generations of paw steps. This camp had been here a long time. The clearing was dappled by sunshine, and the air felt warm and still. Rusty looked around, his eyes wide. There were cats everywhere, sitting alone or in groups, sharing food or purring quietly as they groomed one another. Just after sun-high, when the day is hottest, it is time for sharing tongues, Lionheart explained. Sharing tongues? Clan cats always spend time grooming each other and sharing the news of the day, Whitestorm told him. We call it sharing tongues. It is a custom that binds the members of the clan together. The cats had obviously smelled Rusty's foreign scent, for heads began to turn and stare curiously in his direction. Suddenly shy of meeting any cat's gaze directly, Rusty looked around the clearing. It was edged with thick grass, dotted with tree stumps and a fallen tree. A thick curtain of ferns and gorse shielded the camp from the rest of the woods. Over there, meowed Lionheart, flicking his tail towards an impenetrable-looking tangle of branches, is the nursery, where the kits are cared for. Rusty swiveled his ears toward the bushes. He couldn't see through the knot of prickly branches, but he could hear the mewling of several kittens from somewhere inside. As he watched, a ginger she-cat squirmed through a small gap in the front. That must be one of the queens, Rusty thought. A tabby queen with distinctive black markings appeared around the bramble bush. The two she-cats exchanged a friendly lick between the ears before the tabby slipped inside the nursery, murmuring to the squealing kits. The care of our kits is shared by all the queens, meowed Lionheart. All cats serve the clan. Loyalty to the clan is the first law in our warrior code, a lesson you must learn quickly if you wish to stay with us. Here comes Blue Star, meowed Whitestorm, sniffling the air. Rusty sniffed the air too, and was pleased that he was able to recognize the scent of the gray she-cat a moment before she appeared from the shadow of a large boulder that lay beside them at the head of the clearing. He came, Blue Star purred, addressing the warriors. Whitestorm replied. Lionheart was convinced that he wouldn't. Rusty noticed the tip of Blue Star's tail twitch impatiently. Well, what do you think of him? She asked. He kept up well on the return journey, despite his puny size, Whitestorm admitted. He seems strong for a kitty pet. So it is agreed? Blue Star looked at Lionheart and Whitestorm. Both cats nodded. Then I shall announce his arrival to the clan. Blue Star leaped up onto a boulder and yowled. Let all those cats old enough to catch their own prey join here beneath the high rock for a clan meeting. Her clear call brought all the cats trotting towards her, emerging like liquid shadows from the edges of the clearing. Rusty stayed where he was, flanked by Lionheart and Whitestorm. The other cats settled themselves below the high rock and looked expectantly up to their leader. Rusty felt a rush of relief as he recognized Graypaw's thick gray fur among the cats. Beside him sat a young tortoiseshell queen, her black-tipped tail tucked neatly over small white paws. When the cats were still, Blue Star spoke. ThunderClan needs more warriors, she began. Never before have we had so few apprentices in training. It has been decided that ThunderClan will take in an outsider to train as a warrior. Rusty heard indignant mutterings erupt among the clan cats, but Blue Star silenced them with a firm yowl. I have found a cat who is willing to become an apprentice of ThunderClan. Lucky to become an apprentice, caterwauled a loud noise above the ripple of shock that spread through the cats. Rusty craned his neck and saw a pale tabby standing up and glaring defiantly at the leader. Blue Star ignored the tabby and addressed all of her clan. Lionheart and Whitestorm have met this young cat, and they agree with me that we should train him with the other apprentices. Rusty looked up at Lionheart, then back at the clan to find all eyes were on him now. His fur prickled as he swallowed nervously. There was silence for a moment. Rusty was sure they all must be able to hear his heart pulsing and smell his fear scent. Now a deafening crescendo of caterwauling rose from the crowd. Where does he come from? Which clan does he belong to? What a strange scent he carries. That's not the scent of any clan I know. Then one yowl in particular sounded out above the rest. Look at his collar. He's a kitty pet. It was the pale tabby again. Once a kitty pet, always a kitty pet. This clan needs wild-born warriors to defend it, not another soft mouth to feed. Lionheart bent down and hissed into Rusty's ear. That tabby is Longtail. He smells your fear. They all do. You must prove to him and other cats that your fear won't hold you back. But Rusty couldn't move. How could he ever prove to these fierce cats that he wasn't just a kitty pet? The tabby continued to jeer at him. Your collar is the mark of the 2 legs, and that noisy jingling will make you a poor hunter at best. At worst, it will bring the 2 legs into our territory, looking for their poor lost kitty pet who fills the woods with his pitiful tinkling. All the cats howled in agreement. As Longtail went on, well aware that he had the support of his audience, the noise of your treacherous bell will alert our enemies, even if your 2-leg stench doesn't. Lionheart hissed into Rusty's ear once more. Do you back down from a challenge? Rusty still did not move, but this time he was trying to pinpoint Longtail's position. There he was, just behind a dusky brown queen. Rusty flattened his ears, narrowed his eyes, and hissing, leaped through the startled cats to fling himself onto his tormentor. Longtail was completely unprepared for Rusty's attack. He staggered sideways, losing his footing on the hard-baked earth. Filled with rage and desperate to prove himself, Rusty dug his claws deep into the tabby's fur and sank in his teeth. No subtle rituals of swiping and boxing preceded this fight. The 2 cats were locked in a screaming, writhing tussle that flipped and somersaulted around the clearing at the heart of the camp. The other cats had sprung out of the way to avoid the screeching whirlwind of fur. As Rusty scratched and struggled, he was suddenly aware that he felt no fear, only exhilaration. Through the roaring of the blood in his ears, he could hear the cats around them wailing with excitement. Then Rusty felt his collar tighten around his neck. Longtail had gripped it between his teeth and was tugging, and tugging hard. Rusty felt a terrible pressure at his throat. Unable to breathe, he started to panic. He writhed and twisted, but each movement only made the pressure worse. Retching and gulping for air, he summoned up all the strength he had and tried to pull away from Longtail's grip. And suddenly, with a loud snap, he was free. Longtail tumbled away from him. Rusty scrambled to his paws and looked around. Longtail was crouching 3 tail lengths away, and, dangling from Longtail's mouth, Rusty saw his collar, mangled and broken. At once, Blue Star leaped down from the high rock and silenced the noisy crowd with a thunderous caterwaul. Rusty and Longtail remained fixed to the spot, gasping for breath. Clumps of fur hung from their ruffled coats. Rusty could feel a cut stinging above his eye. Longtail's left ear was badly torn, and blood dripped down from his lean shoulders onto the dusty ground. They stared at each other, their hostility not yet spent. Blue Star stepped forward and took the collar from Longtail. She placed it on the ground in front of her and meowed. The newcomer has lost his 2-leg collar in a battle for his honor. StarClan has spoken its approval. This cat has been released from the hold of his 2-leg owners and is free to join ThunderClan as an apprentice. Rusty looked at Blue Star and solemnly nodded his acceptance. He stood up and stepped forward into a shaft of sunlight, welcoming the warmth on his sore muscles. The pool of light blazed bright on his orange pelt, making his fur glow. Rusty lifted his head proudly and looked at the cats that surrounded him. This time no cat argued or jeered. He had shown himself to be a worthy opponent in battle. Blue Star approached Rusty and placed the shredded collar on the ground in front of him. She touched his ear gently with her nose. You look like a brand of fire in this sunlight, she murmured. Her eyes flashed briefly, as if her words had more meaning for her than Rusty knew. You fought well. Then she turned to the clan and announced, From this day forward, until he has earned his warrior name, this apprentice will be called Firepaw, in honor of his flame-colored coat. She stepped back and, with other cats, waited silently for his next move. Without hesitating, Rusty turned and kicked dust and grass over his collar, as though burying his dirt. Longtail growled and limped out of the clearing toward a fern-shaded corner. The cats split into groups, murmuring to each other excitedly. Hey, Firepaw! Rusty heard Graypaw's friendly voice behind him. Firepaw! A thrill of pride surged through him at the sound of his new name. He turned to greet the gray apprentice with a welcoming sniff. Great fight, Firepaw, mewed Graypaw, especially for a kitty pet. Longtail's a warrior, although he only finished his training 2 moons ago. That scar you left on his ear won't let him forget you in a hurry. You spoiled his good looks, that's for sure. Thanks, Graypaw, Firepaw replied. You put up quite a fight, though. He licked his front paw and began to wipe clean the deep scratch that stung above his eye. As he washed, he heard his new name again, echoing among the meows of the cats. Firepaw! Hey, Firepaw! Welcome, young Firepaw. Firepaw closed his eyes for a moment and let the voices wash over him. Good name, too, Graypaw mewed approvingly, jolting him awake. Firepaw looked around. Where did Longtail creep off to? I think he was heading towards Spotted Leaf's den. Graypaw tipped his head towards the fern-enclosed corner Longtail had disappeared into. She's our medicine cat. Not bad-looking either. Younger and a lot prettier than most. A low yowl next to the two cats stopped Graypaw mid-speech. They both turned, and Firepaw recognized the powerful gray tabby cat who sat behind Graypaw earlier. Darkstripe, mewed Graypaw, dipping his head respectfully. The sleek Tom looked at Firepaw for a moment. Lucky your collar snapped when it did. Longtail is a young warrior, but I can't imagine him being beaten by a kitty pet. He spat the word kitty pet scornfully, then turned and stalked off. Now Darkstripe, Graypaw hissed to Firepaw under his breath, is neither young nor pretty. Firepaw was about to agree with his new friend when he was interrupted by a warning yowl from an old gray cat sitting at the edge of the clearing. Small Ear smells trouble, Graypaw meowed, immediately alert. Firepaw barely had the time to look around before a young cat crashed through the bushes and into camp. Graypaw gasped. That's Ravenpaw. Why is he alone? Where's Tigerclaw? Firepaw looked at Ravenpaw staggering across the floor of the clearing. He was panting heavily. His coat was ruffled and dusty. His eyes were wild with fear. Who are Ravenpaw and Tigerclaw? Firepaw whispered to Graypaw, as several other cats raced past him to greet the new arrival. Ravenpaw's an apprentice. Tigerclaw's his mentor, Graypaw explained quickly. Ravenpaw went out with Tigerclaw and Redtail at sunrise on a mission against RiverClan, the lucky furball. Redtail? Firepaw echoed, thoroughly confused by all these names. Bluestar's deputy, hissed Graypaw. But why on earth has Ravenpaw come back alone? He added to himself. He lifted his head to listen as Bluestar stepped forward. Ravenpaw? The she-cat spoke calmly, but with a look of worry clouded in her blue eyes. The other cats drew back, curling their lips with anxiety. What happened? Bluestar jumped onto the high rock and looked down at the trembling cat. Speak, Ravenpaw. Ravenpaw was still struggling for breath, and his sides heaved fitfully while the dust settled around him and turned red with blood, but still managed to scramble up onto the high rock and stand beside Bluestar. He turned to the crowd of eager faces that still surrounded him and summoned enough breath to declare, Redtail is dead. Chapter 4. Shocked yowls rose from the clan cats and echoed through the forest. Ravenpaw staggered slightly, his right foreleg glistened, wet with blood that flowed from the deep gash on his shoulder. We met 5 RiverClan warriors beside the stream, not far from the Sunning Rocks, he went on shakily. Oakheart was among them. Oakheart? Graypaw gasped beside Firepaw. He's the deputy of RiverClan. He's one of the greatest warriors in the forest. Lucky Ravenpaw. Wish it could have been me. I'd have really... Graypaw was silenced by a fierce glance from the old gray Tom who had first sensed Ravenpaw's return. Firepaw turned his attention back to Ravenpaw. Redtail warned Oakheart to keep hunting parties out of ThunderClan territory. He said the next RiverClan warrior to be caught in ThunderClan territory would be killed, but Oakheart would not back down. He said his clan had to be fed, whatever we threatened. Ravenpaw paused to wheeze for breath. His wound was still bleeding heavily, and he stood awkwardly to keep the weight off his shoulder. That's when the RiverClan cats attacked. It was hard to see what was happening. The fighting was vicious. I saw Oakheart had Redtail pinned to the ground, but then Redtail... Suddenly Ravenpaw's eyes rolled in his head and he lurched sideways. Half scrambling, half falling, he slithered off the high rock and collapsed to the ground below. A ginger queen bounded towards him and crouched at his side. She licked his chest briefly and called out, Spotted Leaf! Out of the fern-shaded corner trotted the pretty tortoiseshell that Firepaw had noticed sitting beside Graypaw earlier. She hurried over to Ravenpaw and mewed for the queen to stand back. Then she used her small pink nose to roll the apprentice over so that she could take a good look at the wound. She glanced up and meowed, It's all right, Golden Flower. The wounds aren't fatal, but I'll need to fetch some cobwebs to stop the bleeding. As Spotted Leaf sprinted back to her den, The hushed silence in the clearing was broken by a mournful howl. All eyes turned towards the direction it had come from. A massive, dark brown tabby staggered through the gorse tunnel. Between his sharp teeth, the warrior held not prey, but the lifeless body of another cat. He dragged the tattered creature into the center of the clearing. Firepaw craned his neck and glimpsed a flash of bright ginger tail hanging limply in the dust. Shock rippled through the clan like a chill breeze. Beside Firepaw, Greypaw dropped into a crouch of grief as it swept over him. "Redtail!" "How did this happen, Tigerclaw?" demanded Bluestar from her position on the high rock. Tigerclaw let the scuff of Redtail's neck fall from his mouth. He looked steadily back at Bluestar. "He died with honor, struck down by Oakheart. I couldn't save him, but I managed to take Oakheart's life while he was still gloating over his victory." Tigerclaw's voice was strong and deep. "Redtail's death was not in vain, for I doubt we'll see RiverClan hunters in our territory ever again." Firepaw glanced at Greypaw. The apprentice's eyes were dark with sadness. After a moment's pause, a few cats from the clan moved forward to lick Redtail's bedraggled fur. As they licked and purred, they hushed out phrases to the dead warrior. Firepaw whispered into Greypaw's ear, "What are they doing?" Greypaw didn't take his eyes off the dead cat as he replied, "His spirit may have left to join StarClan, but the clan will share tongues with Redtail one last time." "StarClan?" Firepaw echoed. "It's the tribe of heavenly warriors that watches over all cats. You can see them in Silverpelt." Firepaw looked confused, so Greypaw explained. "Silverpelt is that thick band of stars you see each night stretching across the sky. Each star is a StarClan warrior. Redtail will be among them tonight." Firepaw nodded, and Greypaw stepped forward to share tongues with his dead deputy. Bluestar had remained silent while the first cats came to pay their respects to Redtail. Now she leaped down from the high rock and walked slowly towards Redtail's body. The other cats retreated and watched as their leader crouched down to share tongues with their old comrade one last time. When she had finished, she raised her head and spoke. Her voice was low and thick with grief, and the clan listened in silence. "Redtail was a brave warrior. His loyalty to ThunderClan could never be doubted. I always relied on his judgment, for it bore witness to the needs of the clan, and was never swayed by self-interest nor pride. He would have made a fine leader." Then she lowered herself onto her belly, her head bowed, her paws stretched neatly before her, and silently she grieved for her lost friend. Several other cats came and laid down beside her, their bowed heads and hunched backs echoing her mournful pose. Firepaw watched. He had not known Redtail, but he couldn't help feeling moved as he witnessed the clan mourn. Greypaw came and stood beside him again. "Dustpaw will be sad," he remarked. "Dustpaw?" "Redtail's apprentice, the brown-striped tabby over there. I wonder who his new mentor will be." Firepaw glanced over at the small Tom who squatted near Redtail's body, staring unseeingly at the ground. Firepaw looked past him to the clan leader. "How long will Bluestar sit with him?" he asked. "Probably the whole night," replied Greypaw. "Redtail was her deputy for many, many moons. She won't let him go too quickly. He was one of the best warriors, not as big and powerful as Tigerclaw or Lionheart, but quick and clever." Firepaw looked at Tigerclaw, admiring the strength that swelled in his powerful muscles and broad head. His massive body showed signs of his warrior life. One of his ears was split into a deep V shape, and a thick scar sliced the bridge of his nose. Suddenly Tigerclaw stood up and stalked over to Ravenpaw. Spotted Leaf was crouching beside Tigerclaw's wounded apprentice, using her teeth and front paws to press wads of cobweb onto his shoulder wound. Firepaw leaned towards Greypaw and asked, "What's Spotted Leaf doing?" "Stopping the bleeding. It looks like a nasty cut," and Ravenpaw seemed really shaken up. "He's always been a bit jumpy, but I never seen him this bad before. Let's go and see if he's woken up yet." They made their way through the grieving cats towards the spot where Ravenpaw lay and settled themselves in a respectful distance away to wait until Tigerclaw had finished speaking. So, Spotted Leaf, Tiger Claw addressed the tortoiseshell with a confident meow. How is he? Do you think you can save him? I've spent a lot of time training him up, and I don't want my efforts to be wasted at the first battle. Spotted Leaf didn't look up from her patient as she replied, Yes, a pity if, after all your valuable training, he dies in his first fight, eh? Firepaw could hear a teasing purr in her soft mew. Will he live? Tiger Claw demanded. Of course, just needs to rest. Tiger Claw snorted and looked down at the motionless black shape. He jabbed Ravenpaw with one of his front claws. Come on then, get up! Ravenpaw didn't move. Look at the length of that claw, Firepaw hissed. Too right, replied Greypaw with a feeling. I know I wouldn't want to get into a fight with him. Not so fast, Tiger Claw. This apprentice needs to keep still as much as possible if the cut is to be healed. We don't want him opening his wound by jumping about trying to please you. Leave him alone. Firepaw found himself holding his breath as he waited for Tiger Claw's reaction. He guessed that few cats dared to give orders to a warrior like that. The big tabby sniffed and seemed about to speak when Spotted Leaf mewed teasingly. Even you know better than to argue with a medicine cat, Tiger Claw. Tiger Claw's eyes flashed at the little tortoiseshell's words. I wouldn't dare argue with you, dear Spotted Leaf, he purred. He turned to leave and caught sight of Greypaw and Firepaw. Who's this? He asked Greypaw, towering above them. He's the new apprentice, Greypaw mewed. He smells like a kitty pet, snorted the warrior. I was a house cat, Firepaw mewed boldly, but I'm going to train to become a warrior. Tiger Claw looked at him with sudden interest. Ah, yes, now I remember. Blue Star mentioned that she had stumbled across some stray kitty pet. She's actually going to try to train you out, is she? Firepaw sat up very straight, anxious to impress this distinguished clan warrior. That's right, Tiger Claw eyed him thoughtfully. Then I shall watch your progress with great interest. Do you think he liked me? I don't think Tiger Claw likes any apprentices, whispered Greypaw. Just then Ravenpaw stirred and twitched his ears. Has he gone? Who? Tiger Claw? Replied Greypaw, trotting towards him. Yeah, he's gone. Hi there, Firepaw began, about to introduce himself. Go away, both of you, Spotted Leaf protested. How am I meant to help this cat with all these interruptions? She impatiently flicked her tail at Greypaw and Firepaw and pushed her way between them and her patient. Firepaw realized she was serious, despite her lively glimmer and her warm amber eyes. Come on then, Firepaw, mewed Greypaw. I'll show you around. See you later, Ravenpaw. The two cats left Spotted Leaf with Ravenpaw and walked across the clearing. Greypaw looked thoughtful. He was clearly taking his duties as a guide very seriously. You know the high rock already, he began, flicking his tail towards the big smooth rock. Blue Star always addresses the clan from there. Her den is down there. He lifted his nose towards a hollow in the side of the high rock. Her den was carved out many moons ago by an ancient stream. Hanging lichen draped the entrance, sheltering the leader's nest from wind and rain. The warriors sleep over there, Greypaw went on. Firepaw followed him to a large bush a few paces away from the high rock. There was a clear view from here right down to the gorse entrance into the camp. The branches of the bush hung low, but Firepaw could see a sheltered space inside where warriors could make their nests. The senior warriors sleep nearest to the center, where it's warmest, explained Greypaw. They usually share their fresh kill together over by that clump of nettles. The younger warriors eat nearby. Sometimes they're invited to join the senior warriors for eating, which is a big honor. What about the other clan cats? Firepaw asked, fascinated, but feeling rather overwhelmed by all the traditions and rituals of clan life. Well, the queens share warrior quarters when they work as warriors, but when they're expecting kits, or nursing them, they stay in a nest near the nursery. The elders have their own place on the other side of the clearing. Come on, I'll show you. Firepaw trotted after Greypaw across the clearing and past the shadowy corner where Spotted Leaf had her den. They stopped beside a fallen tree that sheltered a patch of lush grass. Crouched among the soft greenery were 4 elderly cats tucking into a plump young rabbit. "Dustpaw and Sandpaw have brought them that," whispered Graypaw. "One of the apprentice's duties is catching fresh kill for the elders." "Hello, youngster," one of the elders greeted Graypaw. "Hello, Small Ear," mewed Graypaw, nodding respectfully. "This must be our new apprentice. Firepaw, isn't it?" mewed his second Tom. His patchy fur was dark brown, and there was only a stump where his tail should have been. "That's right," Firepaw replied, copying Graypaw's polite nod. "I'm Half-Tail," purred the brown Tom. "Welcome to the clan." "Have you two eaten?" meowed Small Ear. Firepaw and Graypaw both shook their heads. "Well, there's enough here. Dustpaw and Sandpaw are turning into fine hunters. Would you mind if these youngsters shared a mouse one eye?" The pale gray queen who lay beside him shook her head. Firepaw noticed one of her eyes was clouded and sightless. "What about you, Dappletail?" The other elder, a tortoiseshell she-cat with a gray muzzle, mewed in a voice cracked with age. "Of course not." "Thank you," mewed Graypaw eagerly. He stepped forward and took one large mouse from the middle of prey, then dropped it at Firepaw's feet. "You still not tasted mouse?" he asked. No," Firepaw admitted. He suddenly felt excited by the warm smells that were rising from this piece of fresh kill. His whole body quivered at the thought of sharing his first real food as a clan member. "In that case, you can have the first bite. Just save me some." Graypaw dipped his head and stood back to give Firepaw room. Firepaw crouched down and took a large bite from the mouse. It was juicy and tender, and sang with the flavors of the forest. "What do you think?" asked Graypaw. "Fantastic," mumbled Firepaw, his mouth still full. "Move over, then," mewed Graypaw, stepping forward and bending his head to take a bite. As the 2 apprentices shared a mouse, they listened to the elders talk among themselves. "How long before Blue Star appoints a new deputy?" asked Small Ear. "What did you say, Small Ear?" mewed One Eye. "I think your hearing has become as poor as your eyesight," snapped Small Ear impatiently. "I said, how long before Blue Star appoints a new deputy?" One Eye ignored Small Ear's irritated reply and spoke instead to the tortoiseshell queen. "Dappletail, do you remember the day many moons ago when Blue Star herself was appointed deputy?" Dappletail mewed earnestly. "Oh yes, it was not long after she lost her kits." "She'll not be happy to be appointing a new deputy," Small Ear observed. "Redtail's served her long and well, but she'll need to make up her mind quickly. According to clan custom, the choice has to be made before Moonhigh after the death of their old deputy. At least this time the choice is obvious," mewed Half-Tail. Firepaw raised his head and looked around the clearing. Who could Half-Tail mean? To Firepaw, all warriors looked worthy of becoming deputy. Perhaps he meant Tigerclaw. After all, he had avenged Redtail's death. Tigerclaw was sitting not far off, his ears angled towards the elders' conversation. As Firepaw stretched with his tongue to lick the last traces of mouse from his whiskers, Blue Star's voice called from the high rock. Redtail's body still lay in the clearing below, pale gray in the fading light. "A new deputy must be appointed," she meowed. "But first, let us give thanks to StarClan for the life of Redtail. Tonight he sits with his fellow warriors among the stars." Silence fell as the cats looked up into the sky, which was beginning to darken as evening crept over the forest. "And now I shall name ThunderClan's new deputy," Blue Star continued. "I say these words before the body of Redtail, so that his spirit may hear and approve of my choice." Firepaw looked at Tigerclaw. He couldn't help noticing the hunger in the big warrior's amber eyes as he stared up at the high rock. "Lionheart," mewed Blue Star, "will be the new deputy of ThunderClan." Firepaw was curious to see Tigerclaw's reaction, but the dark warrior's face revealed nothing as he moved to congratulate Lionheart with a nudge so hearty that it almost pushed the golden tabby off balance. "Why didn't she make Tigerclaw deputy?" Firepaw whispered to Graypaw. "Probably because Lionheart has been a warrior longer, so he has a lot more experience," Graypaw murmured back, still looking up at Blue Star. Blue Star spoke again. "Redtail was also mentor to young Dustpaw. Since there must be no delay in the training of our apprentices, I shall appoint Dustpaw's new mentor immediately. Darkstripe, you are ready for your first apprentice, so you will continue Dustpaw's training. You had a fine mentor in Tigerclaw, and I expect you to pass on some of those excellent skills you were taught. The tabby warrior swelled with pride as he showed his acceptance with a solemn nod. He strode over to Dustpaw, bent his head, and rather awkwardly touched noses with his new apprentice. Dustpaw flicked his tail respectfully, but his eyes were still dull with grief of his lost mentor. Bluestar raised her voice. I shall keep a vigil with Redtail's body tonight before we bury him at sunrise. She jumped down from the high rock and walked over to lie beside Redtail's body once more. Many of the other cats joined her, Dustpaw and Smallier among them. Should we sit with them too? Firepaw suggested. He had to admit the idea didn't appeal to him much. It had been a busy day, and he was beginning to feel tired. All he wanted to do was find somewhere warm and dry to curl up and sleep. Graypaw shook his head. No, only those who were closest to Redtail will share this final night. I'll show you where we sleep. The apprentice's den is over here. Firepaw followed Graypaw to a thick brush of ferns that lay behind a mossy tree stump. All the apprentices share this fresh kill by this stump, Graypaw told him. How many apprentices are there? Firepaw asked. Not as many as usual. Just me, you, Ravenpaw, Dustpaw, Sandpaw too. As Graypaw and Firepaw settled themselves behind the tree stump, a young she-cat crawled out from beneath the ferns. Her coat was ginger, like Firepaw's, but much paler, with barely visible stripes of darker fur. So here comes the new apprentice, she meowed, narrowing her eyes. Hello, Firepaw mewed. The young cat sniffed rudely. He smells like kitty pet. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to share my nest with that revolting stench. Firepaw felt rather taken aback. Since his fight with Longtail, all the cats had been quite friendly. Maybe they had just been distracted by Ravenpaw's news, he thought. You'll have to excuse Sandpaw, apologized Graypaw. I think she must have a furball stuck somewhere. She's not usually this bad-tempered. Psst, spat Sandpaw crossly. Hold on, youngsters. The deep voice of Whitestorm sounded behind the apprentices. Sandpaw, as my apprentice, I expected you to be a little more welcoming to this newcomer. Sandpaw held up her head and looked defiant. I'm sorry, Whitestorm, she purred, not sounding sorry at all. I just didn't expect to be training with a kitty pet, that's all. I'm sure you'll get used to it, Sandpaw, meowed Whitestorm calmly. Now, it's getting late, and the training starts early tomorrow. You three should get some sleep. He gave Sandpaw a stern look, and she nodded obediently. As he walked off, she spun around and vanished into a clump of ferns. Sniffing once more, she brushed past Firepaw. With the flick of his tail, Graypaw invited Firepaw to follow him, and led the way after Sandpaw. Inside the sleeping area, the ground was lined with soft moss, and the pale moonlight turned everything into a delicate shade of green. The air was fragrant with fern scent, and warmer than outside. Where do I sleep? Firepaw asked. Anywhere, just so long as it's not near me, snarled Sandpaw, who was prodding some moss with her paw. Graypaw and Firepaw exchanged glances, but said nothing. Firepaw raked together a pile of moss with his claws. When he had gathered his bed into a cozy nest, he circled until it was comfortable and settled down. His whole body felt drowsy with contentment. This was his home now. He was a member of ThunderClan. Chapter 5. Hey, Firepaw, wake up! Graypaw's meow broke into Firepaw's dream. He had been chasing a squirrel up and up into the topmost branches of a tall oak. Training begins at sunrise. Dustpaw and Sandpaw are already up, Graypaw added urgently. Firepaw stretched sleepily, then remembered. Today was his first day of training. He leaped to his paws, his drowsiness evaporated as excitement surged through his veins. Graypaw was giving himself a hasty wash. Between licks, he meowed. I've just spoken to Lionheart. Ravenpaw won't be training with us till his wound is better. He'll probably stay at Spotted Leaf's den for another day or two. Dustpaw and Sandpaw are on hunting duty, so Lionheart thought you and I could train with him and Tigerclaw this morning. We'd better hurry, though," he added. "They'll be waiting." Graypaw led Firepaw quickly through the gorse entrance of the camp and up the side of the rock-strewn valley. As they climbed over the crest of the ravine, a cool breeze ruffled their fur. Fat, white clouds raced across the blue sky overhead. Firepaw felt fierce joy well up inside him as he followed Graypaw down a tree-shaded slope into a sandy hollow. Tigerclaw and Lionheart were indeed waiting, sitting a few tail lengths apart in the sun-warmed sand. "In the future, I expect both of you to be punctual," growled Tigerclaw. "Don't be too severe, Tigerclaw. It was a busy night last night. I expect they were tired," meowed Lionheart gently. "You have not been assigned a mentor, Firepaw," he went on. "For now, Tigerclaw and I will share your training." Firepaw nodded enthusiastically, his tail held high, unable to disguise his delight at having two such great warriors as his mentors. "Come, today we are going to show you the edges of our territory, so that you may know where you will be hunting and what boundaries you need to protect. Graypaw, it won't do you any harm to remind yourself of the clan's outer limits." Without another word, Tigerclaw leaped up and bounded out of the sandy hollow. Lionheart nodded to Graypaw, and they took off with equal speed. Firepaw scrambled after them, his paws slipping on the soft sand. The trees were thick in this part of the forest, birch and ash trees overshadowed by mighty oaks. The ground was carpeted with crisp, dead leaves that rustled beneath their paws. Tigerclaw paused to spray his scent on a thick clump of ferns. The other cat stopped beside him. "There was a two-leg path here," murmured Lionheart. "Use your nose, Firepaw. Can you smell anything?" Firepaw sniffed. There was a faint scent of a two-leg and the stronger smell of a dog, familiar to him from his old home. "A two-leg has walked his dog along here, but they're gone now," he mewed. "Good," meowed Lionheart. "Do you think it's safe to cross?" Firepaw sniffed again. The odors were weak and seemed overlaid with fresher forest smells. "Yes," he replied. Tigerclaw nodded, and the four cats stalked out from beneath the ferns and crossed the sharp stones of the narrow two-leg path. The trees beyond were pine. They grew tall and straight, row after row. It was easy to walk silently here. The ground was thick with layers of dead needles, which prickled against Firepaw's pads but felt spongy underneath. There was no undergrowth here to hide in, and Firepaw sensed tension in the other cats as they stalked unprotected between the tree trunks. "Two Legs put these trees here," mewed Tigerclaw. "They cut them down with foul-smelling creatures, which spew enough fumes to make a kit go blind. They take the fallen trees to the tree-cut place that lies near here." Firepaw stopped and listened for the roar of the tree-eater, which he had heard before. "The tree-cut place will be silent for a few moons more, until the time of Greenleaf," explained Graypaw, noticing his pause. The cats padded on through the pine forest. "Two-leg place lies in that direction," mewed Tigerclaw, flicking his thick tail to one side. "No doubt you can smell it, Firepaw. Today we will head back the other way." Eventually they reached another two-leg path that marked the far edge of the pine forest. They quickly crossed over into the safe bushes of the oak woods beyond, but Firepaw still sensed anxiety in the others. "We're approaching RiverClan territory," whispered Graypaw. "The Sunning Rocks are over there." He pointed with his soft muzzle to a treeless mound of boulders. Firepaw felt his fur stand on end. This is where Redtail had been killed. Lionheart stopped by a flat gray rock. "This is the boundary between ThunderClan and RiverClan territory. RiverClan rules the hunting grounds beside the great river. Breathe deeply, Firepaw." The pungent smell of unfamiliar cats hit the roof of Firepaw's mouth. He was surprised how different it smelled from the warm cat scents of the ThunderClan camp, and he was also surprised to realize just how familiar and comforting the ThunderClan scents already seemed to him. "That is the smell of RiverClan," Tigerclaw growled beside him. "Remember it well. It will be strongest at the boundary, because their warriors will have scent marked the trees along here." With these words, the dark tabby lifted his tail and sprayed his own mark on a flat rock. "We'll follow this boundary line, as it leads straight to 4 trees, Lionheart meowed. He set off quickly, away from the Sunning Rocks, followed by Tiger Claw. Graypaw and Firepaw trotted after them. "What is Four Trees?" Firepaw panted. "It is where the territories of all 4 clans meet," replied Graypaw. "There are 4 great oaks there, as old as the clans."
"Be quiet,"
ordered Tiger Claw.
"Don't forget how close we are to enemy territory."
The 2 apprentices fell silent, and Firepaw concentrated on walking silently. They crossed a shallow stream, keeping their paws dry by leaping from boulder to boulder across the pebbly riverbed. By the time they reached the 4 trees, Firepaw was feeling completely out of breath, and his paws ached. He wasn't used to traveling so far and so fast. He was quite relieved when Lionheart and Tiger Claw led them out of the thick woods and stopped at the brow of a brush-covered slope. It was sun-high now. The clouds had cleared, and the wind had dropped. Below, in the dazzling sunlight, stood 4 enormous oaks, their dark green crowns reaching almost to the top of the steep slope. "As Graypaw told you," mewed Lionheart to Firepaw, "this is 4 Trees, where the territories of all 4 clans meet. Wind Clan governs the high ground ahead of us, where the sun sets. You won't be able to catch their scent today. The wind is blowing towards them, but you'll learn it soon enough." "And Shadow Clan holds power over there, in the darkest part of the forest," added Graypaw, flicking his head sideways. "The elders say that the cold winds from the north blow over Shadow Clan cats and chill their hearts." "So many clans!" Firepaw exclaimed. "And so well organized," he added to himself, remembering Smudge's lurid tales of wildcats wreaking terror in the forest. "You see now why prey is so precious," mewed Lionheart. "Why we must fight to protect what little we have." "That seems foolish, though. Why can't the clans work together and share their hunting grounds, instead of fighting each other?" Firepaw suggested boldly. A shocked silence greeted his words. Tiger Claw was the first to reply.
"That is treacherous thinking, kitty pet," he snapped.
"Don't be too fierce, Tiger Claw," warned Lionheart. "The ways of the clans are new to this apprentice." He looked at Firepaw. "You speak from your heart, young Firepaw. This will make you a stronger warrior one day." Tiger Claw growled.
"Or it might make him give in to the kitty pet weakness right at the moment of attack."
Lionheart glanced briefly at Tiger Claw before he continued. "The 4 clans do come together peacefully, in a gathering each moon. Here," he bent his head towards the 4 mighty oaks below, "is where they meet. The truce lasts for as long as the moon is at its fullest." "Then there must be a meeting very soon," Firepaw suggested, remembering how bright the moonlight had been the night before. "Indeed there is," answered Lionheart, sounding impressed. "Tonight, in fact. The gatherings are very important because they allow the clans to come together in peace for one night. But you must understand that longer alliances bring more trouble than they're worth."
"It is our clan loyalty that makes us strong,"
Tiger Claw mewed in agreement.
"If you weaken that loyalty, you weaken our chances of survival."
Firepaw nodded. "I understand," he mewed. "Come on," meowed Lionheart, standing up. "Let's keep moving." They paced along the ridge of the valley where 4 Trees stood. Now they were heading away from the sun as it began to sink in the afternoon sky. They crossed the stream at the place where it was narrow enough to leap over in one jump. Firepaw sniffed the air. A new cat scent touched his mouth glands, strong and sour. "Which clan is that?" he asked.
"Shadow Clan," answered Tiger Claw grimly. "We are traveling along their border. Keep your wits about you, Firepaw. Fresher scents mean that a Shadow Clan patrol is in the area."
As Firepaw nodded, he heard a new noise. He stiffened, but the other cats kept up their pace, heading straight for the ominous rumbling. "What's that?" he called, trotting up to catch them. "You'll see in a moment," replied Lionheart. Firepaw peered through the trees ahead. They seemed to be getting thinner, letting in a broad band of sunlight. "Are we at the edge of the woods?" he asked. Then he stopped and took a deep breath. The green forest scents were overlaid with other strange, dark smells. This time it was not cat scent, but an odor that reminded him of his old 2-leg home, and the rumbling was getting louder, a ceaseless roar that made the ground tremble and ached in Firepaw's ears.
"This is the Thunder Path,"
meowed Tiger Claw. Firepaw followed as Lionheart led them towards the edge of the forest.
Then he sat down, and all 4 cats looked out. Firepaw could see a gray path like a river, cutting its way through the forest. The hard gray stone stretched ahead of him so far that the trees on the other side seemed blurred and tiny. Firepaw shuddered at the bitter smell that rose from the path. Next moment he leaped back, his fur bristling, as a gigantic monster roared past. The branches of the trees on either side flapped madly in the wind that chased the speeding monster. Firepaw stared around at the other cats, his eyes wide, unable to speak. He had seen paths like this before near his old 2-Lake home, but never this wide, nor with monsters so swift and fierce. "Scared me too the first time," remarked Graypaw. "But at least it helps to keep Shadow Clan warriors from crossing into our territory. The Thunder Path runs for many paw steps along our boundary line. And don't worry, those monsters never seem to leave the Thunder Path. You'll be fine as long as you don't go too near." "It's time we return to camp," mewed Lionheart. "You've seen all our boundaries now. But we'll avoid Snake Rocks, even though the way around is longer. An untrained apprentice would be easy prey for an adder, and I expect you're getting tired, Firepaw." Firepaw couldn't help feeling relieved at the thought of returning to camp. His head was spinning with all of the new smells and sights, but Lionheart was right. He was tired, and hungry. He fell in behind Graypaw, and the cats turned away from the Thunderpath and headed back to the forest. The dewy scents of evening filled the air as Firepaw made his way through the gorse entrance into the ThunderClan camp. Freshkill was waiting for them. Firepaw and Graypaw took their share from the pile that lay in the shady part of the clearing and carried it to the tree stump outside their quarters. Dustpaw and Sandpaw were already there, munching hungrily. "Hi there, kitty pet," mewed Dustpaw, narrowing his eyes scornfully at Firepaw. "Enjoy the food we caught for you." "Who knows? You might even learn to catch your own one day," sneered Sandpaw. "Are you two still on hunting duty?" asked Graypaw innocently. "Never mind. We've been patrolling our territory borders. You'll be glad to know it's all safe." "I'm sure the other clans were just terrified when they smelled you two coming," yowled Dustpaw. "They didn't even dare show their faces," retorted Graypaw, unable to hide his anger. Well, we'll ask them tonight when we see them at the clan gathering," mewed Sandpaw. "Are you going?" Firepaw blurted out, impressed in spite of the prentice's hostility. "Of course," replied Dustpaw loftily. "It's a great honor, you know. But don't worry, we'll tell you all about it in the morning." Graypaw ignored Dustpaw's gloating and started eating his fresh kill. Firepaw was hungry too, and crouched down to eat. He couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy that Dustpaw and Sandpaw were actually going to meet the other clans tonight. A loud call from Bluestar made Firepaw look up. He watched several of the clan warriors and elders gather in the clearing. It was time for the clan party to leave for the gathering. Dustpaw and Sandpaw leaped to their feet and trotted off to join the others. "Bye, you two," called Sandpaw over her shoulder. "Have a nice, quiet evening." The assembled cats stalked out of the camp entrance in single file, with Bluestar at the lead. Her fur glowed like silver in the moonlight, and she looked calm and confident as she led her clan to the brief truce between the old enemies. "Have you ever been to a gathering?" Firepaw asked Graypaw wistfully. "Not yet," replied Graypaw, crunching loudly on a mouse bone. "But it won't be long now. Just you wait. All the apprentices get to go sometime." The 2 apprentices ate the rest of their meal in silence. When they had finished, Graypaw wandered over to Firepaw and began to groom his head. Together they washed, sharing tongues as Firepaw had seen the other cats do when he first arrived. Then, tired after the long trek, they pushed their way into their den. They settled down in their nests and quickly fell asleep. The following morning, Graypaw and Firepaw arrived early at the sandy hollow. They had crept out before Sandpaw and Dustpaw woke. Firepaw had been eager to hear about the gathering, but Graypaw had dragged him away. "You'll hear all about it later if I know those two," he had mewed. It promised to be another warm day, and this time Ravenpaw came to join them. Thanks to Spotted Leaf, his wound was healing well. Graypaw played around, scooping leaves into the air and leaping after them. Firepaw watched, his tail twitching with amusement. Ravenpaw sat quietly at one side of the hollow, looking tense and unhappy. "Cheer up, Ravenpaw,"
called Graypaw. "I know you don't like training, but you're not usually this miserable." The sense of Lionheart and Tigerclaw warned the apprentices of their approach, and Ravenpaw mewed hastily, "I suppose I'm just worried about my shoulder getting hurt again." At that moment, Tigerclaw emerged from the bushes, closely followed by Lionheart. "Warriors should suffer their pain silently," growled Tigerclaw. He looked Ravenpaw straight in the eye. "You need to learn how to hold your tongue." Ravenpaw flinched and dropped his eyes to the ground. "Tigerclaw's a bit grumpy lately," Graypaw whispered into Firepaw's ear. Lionheart glanced at his apprentice sternly and announced, "Today we're going to practice stalking. Now, there's a big difference between creeping up on a rabbit and creeping up on a mouse. Can any of you tell me why?" Firepaw had no idea, and Ravenpaw seemed to have taken Tigerclaw's comment to heart and was holding his tongue. "Come on," snorted Tigerclaw impatiently. It was Graypaw who answered, "Because a rabbit will smell you before he sees you, but a mouse will feel your paw steps before he even smells you." "Exactly, Graypaw. So what must you bear in mind when hunting mice?" "Step lightly," Firepaw suggested. Lionheart looked approvingly at him. "Quite right, Firepaw. You must take all your weight into your haunches so that your paws make no impact on the forest floor. Let's try it." Firepaw watched as Graypaw and Ravenpaw immediately dropped into a stalking crouch. "Nicely done, Graypaw," meowed Lionheart as the two apprentices began to move forward stealthily. "Keep your rear down, Ravenpaw. You look like a duck," spat Tigerclaw. "Now you try it, Firepaw." Firepaw crouched down and began to creep across the forest floor. He felt himself fall instinctively into the right position, and as he stepped forward, as silently and lightly as he could, he felt a glow of pride that his muscles responded so smoothly. "Well, it's obvious you've known nothing but softness," growled Tigerclaw. "You stalk like a lumbering kitty pet. Do you think that dinner's gonna come and lie down on your food dish, wait to be eaten?" Firepaw sat up quickly as Tigerclaw spoke, a little taken aback by his harsh words. He listened carefully to the warrior, determined to get everything right. "His pace and forward movement will come later, but his crouch is perfectly balanced," Lionheart pointed out mildly. "Which is better than Ravenpaw, I suppose," complained Tigerclaw, as he cast a scornful look at the black cat. "Even after 2 moons of training, you're still putting all your weight on your left side." Ravenpaw looked even more dejected, and Firepaw couldn't stop himself from blurting out, "His injury is bothering him, that's all." Tigerclaw whipped his head around and glared at Firepaw. "Injuries are a fact of life. He should be able to adapt. Even you, Firepaw, have learned something this morning. If Ravenpaw picked up things as quickly as you, he'd be a credit to me instead of an embarrassment. Imagine being shown up by a kitty pet," he spat angrily at his apprentice. Firepaw felt his fur prickle with discomfort. He couldn't meet Ravenpaw's eyes, so he looked down at his paws. "Well, I'm more lopsided than a one-legged badger," mewed Graypaw, breaking off from his careful stalking to stagger comically across the clearing. "I think I'll have to settle for hunting stupid mice. They won't stand a chance. I shall just wander up to them and sit on them until they surrender." "Concentrate, young Graypaw. This is no time for your jokes," mewed Lionheart sternly. "Perhaps you might focus your mind better if you try stalking for real." All 3 apprentices looked up brightly. "I want each one of you to try catching real prey," meowed Lionheart. "Ravenpaw, you look beside the owl tree. Graypaw, there might be something in that big bramble patch over there. And you, Firepaw, follow that rabbit track over that rise. You'll find the dry bed of a winter stream. You may find something there." The 3 apprentices bounded away, even Ravenpaw finding extra energy for this challenge. With the blood pounding in his ears, Firepaw crept slowly over the rise. Sure enough, a stream bed cut through the trees ahead of him. In leaf fall, he guessed it would carry the rainwater away from the forest and into the great river that cut through RiverClan territory. Now it was dry. Firepaw crept quietly down the bank and crouched on its sandy floor. Every sense felt on fire with tension. Silently, he scanned the empty stream for signs of life. He watched for any tiny movement. His mouth opened so he could pick up the smallest scent. His ears twisted forward. Then he smelled mouse. He recognized the odor instantly, remembering his first taste the night before. Wild energy surged through him.
but he remained motionless, trying to desperately pinpoint the prey. He strained his ears forward until he picked up the rabid pulsing of a tiny mouse heart. Then a flash of the brown creature caught his eye. The creature was stumbling through the long grass that draped the edges of the stream. Firepaw shifted closer, remembering to keep his weight on his haunches until he was within striking distance. Then he pushed back hard on his hindpaws and sprang, kicking up sand as he rose. The mouse raced away, but Firepaw was quicker. He scooped it into the air with one paw, threw it onto the shady stream bed, and lunged on top of it. He killed it quickly and with one sharp bite. Firepaw carefully lifted the warm body between his teeth and returned with his tail held high to the hollow where Tigerclaw and Lionheart waited. He had made his first kill. He was a true ThunderClan apprentice now. Chapter 6. Early morning sunlight streamed down onto the forest floor as Firepaw roamed in search of prey. 2 moons had passed since he had begun his training. He felt at ease with his environment now. His senses had been awoken and educated in the ways of the woods. Firepaw paused to sniff the earth and the old, cold, blind things that moved within it. He caught the scent of a 2-leg that had wandered in the forest recently. Now that Greenleaf was fully here, leaves were thick on the branches, and the tiny creatures were busy beneath the carpet of leaf mold. Firepaw made a lean, strong shape as he moved silently through the trees, all his senses alert for the scent trail that would end in a swift kill. Today he had been sent on his first solo task. He was determined to do well, even if his task was only to bring back fresh kill for the clan. He headed for the stream that he had crossed on that first trek through the ThunderClan hunting grounds. It gurgled and spattered as it ran downhill over smooth, round pebbles. The stench of a fox lay heavy in the air here. The smell was stale, so the fox must have drunk here earlier in the day. Firepaw recognized the odor. He had smelled it on his first visit to the forest. Since then, Lionheart had taught him it was fox scent, but, apart from the glimpse of the fox's brush he had caught on that first outing, Firepaw had still never seen one properly. He struggled to screen out the fox stench and concentrate on prey scent. Suddenly, his whiskers prickled as he homed in on the warm blood beat of prey, a water vole busy about in its nest. A moment later, he saw the vole. The fat brown body was darting back and forth along the bank as it gathered grass stalks. Firepaw's mouth watered in anticipation. His last meal had been many hours ago, but he dared not hunt for himself until the clan had been fed. He remembered the words repeated by Lionheart and Tigerclaw time and again. The clan must be fed first. Dropping into a crouch, Firepaw began to stalk the little creature. His orange belly fur brushed against the damp grass. He crept closer, his eyes never leaving his prey. Almost there. Another moment and he would be near enough to spring. Suddenly, there was a loud rustle in the ferns behind him. The water vole's ears twitched, and it disappeared down in a hole in the bank. Firepaw felt the hackles rising along his spine. Whatever had ruined his first good chance of catching prey would have to pay. He sniffed the air. He could tell it was a cat, but he realized with a jolt that he couldn't identify to which clan it belonged. The stale stench of fox still confused his smell sense. A growl rose in his throat as he began doubling back in a wide circle. He pricked up his ears and opened his eyes wide, seeking out any movement. He heard the undergrowth rustle again. It was louder now, off to one side. Firepaw edged closer. He could see the ferns moving, but the fronds still hid the enemy from view. A twig snapped with a sharp cracking noise. From the noise it's making, it must be big, Firepaw thought, preparing himself for a battle. He leaped for the trunk of an ash and climbed swiftly and silently up to an overhanging branch. Below him, the invisible warrior came closer, and closer still. Firepaw held his breath, judging his moment as the ferns were pushed aside and a large grayish shape emerged. A battle cry rumbled in Firepaw's throat. Claws unsheathed, he launched himself at the enemy and landed squarely on a set of furry, muscular shoulders. He dug in hard, gripping with thorn-sharp claws, ready to deal out a powerful warning bite. What? What's that? The body below him shot straight up into the air, carrying him with it. Graypaw? Firepaw recognized the astonished voice and caught his friend's familiar smell, but he was too fired up to loosen his grip. Ambush, Meow! Spat Greypaw, not realizing that the cat gripping onto his back was Firepaw. He rolled over and over in an attempt to dislodge his attacker. Ah! Firepaw rolled with him, squashed and flattened beneath the heavy body. It's me, Firepaw, he yowled as he struggled to pull free and sheathe his claws. Rolling away, he sprang to his feet and gave himself a shake, which rippled all the way along his body to the end of his tail. Greypaw, it's me, he repeated. I thought you were an enemy warrior. Greypaw rose to his feet. He winced and shook himself. It felt like it, he grumbled, twisting his head around to lick his sore shoulders. You raked me to shreds. But what was I supposed to do with you creeping up on me like that? Creeping up? Greypaw's eyes were round with indignation. That was my best stealth crouch. Stealth? You stalk like a lopsided badger, Firepaw teased. He flattened his ears playfully. Greypaw gave a hiss of delight. Oh, I'll show you, lopsided. The two cats leaped at each other and began rolling over and over in a play fight. Greypaw swiped at Firepaw with a hefty paw, and the young apprentice's head buzzed with stars. Ow! Firepaw shook his head to clear it and then launched in a counterattack. He managed to get in a couple of paw strikes before Greypaw overpowered him and held him down. Firepaw let his body go limp. You gave up too easily, mewed Greypaw, loosening his grip. As he did so, Firepaw sprang to his feet, firing Greypaw off his back and into the undergrowth. Firepaw leaped after him and pinned him to the ground. Surprise is a warrior's greatest weapon, he growled, quoting one of Lionheart's favorite phrases. He jumped nimbly off of Greypaw and began to squirm around in the leaf litter, enjoying his easy victory and the warmth of the earth against his back. Greypaw seemed unbothered by his second defeat of the morning. It was too fine a day for a bad temper. So how are you getting along with your task? He asked. Firepaw sat up. I was doing just fine until you came along. I was about to catch a vole when your noisy trampling frightened it off. Oh, sorry, mewed Greypaw. Firepaw looked at his crestfallen friend. That's okay. You didn't know, he purred. Anyways, he continued, shouldn't you be heading up to meet the patrol on the Wind Clan border? I thought you had given them a message from Blue Star. Yeah, but there's plenty of time. I was going to do a little hunting first. I'm starving. Me too, but I've got to hunt for the clan before I can hunt for myself. I bet Dustpaw and Sandpaw used to swallow a shrew or two when they were on hunting duty, snorted Greypaw. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but this is also my first solo assignment, and you want to do it right. I know, Greypaw sighed. What is the message from Blue Star anyway? Firepaw asked, changing the subject. She wants the patrol to wait at the Great Sycamore until she joins them at Sun High. Seems that some Shadow Clan cats have been prowling around. Blue Star wants to check things out. You'd best be going then, Firepaw reminded him. The Wind Clan hunting grounds aren't too far from here. There's plenty of time, answered Greypaw confidently. And I suppose I should help out after losing you that vole. It doesn't matter, Firepaw mewed. I'll find another. It's such a warm day. There should be quite a few out and about. True. Greypaw nibbled out at a front claw, stripping off a piece of the outer sheath thoughtfully. You know, that could take you until way past Sun High, maybe even till sunset. Firepaw nodded without enthusiasm as his belly gave a rumble. He would probably have to make 3 or 4 hunting trips before he had caught enough prey. Silverpelt would be in the sky before he got a chance to even eat. Greypaw stroked his whiskers. Come on, I'll help you get started. I owe you that at the least. We should be able to catch a couple of voles before I have to get going. Firepaw followed Greypaw upstream, glad of the company and help. The fox stench was still in the air, but suddenly it smelled stronger. Firepaw paused. Can you smell that? He asked. Greypaw stopped and sniffed the air too. Fox. Yeah, I smelled it earlier. Doesn't it smell fresher to you now, though? Firepaw asked. Greypaw sniffed again, opening his mouth slightly. You're right, he said, lowering his voice. He swiveled his head to look across the stream and at the bushes in the woods beyond. Look, he whispered. Firepaw looked. He saw something red and thick-haired moving along the bushes. It stepped into a clearing in the undergrowth, and Firepaw saw a low body, glinting red at the dappled sunlight. Its tail was heavily furred and it had a long, narrow snout. "So that's a fox," Firepaw whispered. "What an ugly muzzle." "You can say that again," agreed Graypaw. "I was following one of those when we first met," whispered Firepaw. "More likely it was following you, you idiot," hissed Graypaw. "Never trust a fox. Looks like a dog, behaves like a cat. We must warn the queens that one has strayed into our territory. Foxes are as bad as badgers when it comes to killing young kits. I'm just glad you didn't catch up with the one you saw last time. He'd have made mouse meat out of a tiny scrap like you." Firepaw looked a little put out, and Graypaw added, "You'd stand a better chance these days, though. And anyway, Blue Star will probably send a warrior patrol to scare it off, put the queen's mind's at rest." The fox had not noticed them, so the two apprentices continued along the stream. "So what does a badger look like?" Firepaw asked as they prowled along, sniffing to either side. "Black and white, short legs. You'll know one when you meet one. They're bad-tempered, lumbering animals. They're less likely to raid the nursery than a fox, but they have a vicious bite. How do you think old Half-Tail earned his name? He hasn't been able to climb a tree since a badger hit his tail off." "Why not?" "Scared of falling. A cat needs his tail if he wants to land on his feet. Helps him spin midair." Firepaw nodded in understanding. As Firepaw had predicted, hunting was good that day. Before long, Graypaw had pounced on a small mouse, and Firepaw had caught a thrush. He quickly took its life. No time to practice killing techniques today. There were too many hungry mouths waiting back at camp. Firepaw kicked earth over the prey so that it would be safe from predators until he came back for it. Suddenly a squirrel broke cover. Firepaw burst into action. "After it!" he called, pelting at full stretch over the springy woodland floor with Graypaw at his heels. They slid into a halt as the squirrel scampered upward into a birch. "Lost it," Graypaw growled in disappointment. Panting, the two cats stopped to catch their breath. The acidic stench that hit their mouths and noses surprised them. "The Thunder Path," Firepaw mewed. "I didn't realize we'd come so far." The two cats edged forward to peer out of the forest at the great, dark path. A trail of noisy creatures growled along the hard surface, their dead eyes staring straight ahead. "Yuck," Graypaw snorted. "Those monsters really stink." Firepaw twitched his ears in agreement. The choking smells made his throat sting. "Have you ever been across the Thunder Path?" he mewed. Graypaw shook his head. Firepaw took a step out of the cover of the forest. A border of oily grass lay between the trees and the Thunder Path. He crept slowly out onto it, then shrank back as a stinking monster hurled past. "Hey, what are you doing?" Graypaw mewed. Firepaw didn't reply. He waited there until no more monsters were in sight. Then he edged forward again, across the grass, right to the edge of the path. Cautiously, he reached out a paw to touch it. It felt warm, almost sticky, heated by the sun. He looked up, staring across the Thunder Path. Was that a pair of eyes glinting out of the forest on the other side? He sniffed the air, but smelled nothing except the stench of the great gray path. The eyes on the other side were still shining in the shadows. They blinked, slowly. Firepaw was sure now. It was a Shadow Clan warrior, and it was staring right at him. "Firepaw?" Graypaw's voice made Firepaw jump, just as the huge monster, taller than a tree, roared past his nose. The wind from it almost toppled him over. Firepaw turned and ran as fast as he could into the safety of the forest. "You mouse-brained fool," spat Graypaw, his whiskers trembling with fear and anger. "What were you doing?" "I just wondered what the Thunder Path felt like," Firepaw muttered, his whiskers trembling too. "Come on," hissed Graypaw edgily. "Let's get out of here." Firepaw followed Graypaw as he leaped away back into the forest. Once they were a safe distance from the Thunder Path, Graypaw stopped to catch a breath. Firepaw sat down and began to lick his ruffled fur. "I think I saw a Shadow Clan warrior," he mewed between licks, "in the forest on the other side of the Thunder Path." "A Shadow Clan warrior," echoed Graypaw, his eyes wide. "Really?" "I'm pretty sure." "Well, it's a good thing that monster came past when it did," retorted Graypaw. "When there's one Shadow Clan warrior, there's more, and we're no match for them yet. We'd better get out of here." He looked up at the sun, which was almost directly overhead. "I'd better get a move on if I want to meet that patrol on time," he mewed. "See you later."
He sprang into the undergrowth, calling as he went, "You never know. Lionheart might let me come and help you with the hunting once I've delivered this message." Firepaw watched him go. He envied Graypaw, wishing he were off to join a warrior patrol. But at least he'd have something to tell Dustpaw and Sandpaw when he returned to camp. Today he had seen his first Shadow Clan warrior. Chapter 7. Firepaw retraced his steps and headed back towards the stream. He thought of those eyes burning from the darkness of the Shadow Clan territory. Suddenly, he caught a faint smell in the breeze. A stranger, perhaps that Shadow Clan warrior. Instantly, a growl rumbled in Firepaw's throat. The scent message told him many things. The stranger was a she-cat, not too young and definitely not from ThunderClan. She carried no distinct scent from any of the other clans, but Firepaw could tell she was tired, hungry, and sick, and she was in an ugly mood. Dropping low, Firepaw moved forward, heading towards the scent. Then he paused in puzzlement. The warrior's scent was fainter now. He sniffed again. Suddenly, with lightning movement, a snarling ball of fur burst from the bushes behind him. Firepaw screeched in shock as the she-cat slammed into him, knocking him sideways. Two heavy paws clamped down onto his shoulders, and iron jaws closed around the back of his neck. "Ah!" he grunted, already thinking fast. If the other cat were to sink its fangs in too deep, it would all be over. He forced himself to go limp, relaxing his muscles as if in submission, and let out a pretend howl of alarm. The she-cat opened her mouth and gave a triumphant yowl. "Ah, a puny apprentice, easy prey for Yellowfang," she hissed. At the insult, Firepaw felt a strange sense of fury. Just wait. He'd show this coughed-up furball what kind of warrior he was. But not yet, he told himself. Wait until you can feel her teeth again. Yellowfang bit down. Firepaw surged forward with all the strength in his powerful young body. The she-cat gave a snarl of surprise as she was thrown clear. She tumbled backwards into a gorse bush. Firepaw shook himself. "Not such easy prey, huh?" Yellowfang hissed defiance as she tore herself free from the clinging branches. "Not bad, young apprentice," she spat back, "but you'll need to do a lot better." Firepaw blinked when he saw his opponent clearly for the first time. The she-cat had a broad, almost flat face and round orange eyes. Her dark gray fur was long and matted into smelly clumps. Her ears were torn and ragged, and her muzzle was traced with the scars of many old battles. Firepaw stood his ground. He puffed out his chest and glared a challenge into the intruder's face. "You're in ThunderClan's hunting ground. Move on." "Who's going to make me?" Yellowfang drew her lip defiantly, exposing stained and broken teeth. "I will hunt, then I will leave. Or maybe I'll just stay a while." "Enough talk," Firepaw spat, feeling the stir of ancient cat spirits deep inside him. There was no trace of the house cat in him now. His warrior blood was up. He was itching to fight, to defend his territory and protect his clan. Yellowfang seemed to sense the change in him. Her fierce orange eyes sparkled with new respect. Dipping her head and breaking eye contact, she started to back off. "No need to be hasty now," she purred in a silky tone. Firepaw wasn't fooled by her trickery. Claws extended and fur on end, he leaped forward, his war cry ringing out. With a hiss of rage, the other cat responded. Snarling and spitting, young cat and old locked together. They rolled over each other, teeth and claws flashing. Ears pressed flat to his head, Firepaw fought to get a grip, but the she-cat's clumpy fur snagged in his claws, and he couldn't break through to her skin. Then Yellowfang reared up on her back legs. With her filthy tail bristling, she looked even bigger. Firepaw sensed Yellowfang's huge jaws lunging towards him. He leaned back, just in time. Snap! Bare teeth closed in the air next to his ear. Instinctively, Firepaw lashed out with a back swipe. His paw caught the side of Yellowfang's head. The force of it sent shockwaves up his front leg. "Ow!" Stunned, Yellowfang dropped onto 4 paws. She shook her head to clear it. In the single heartbeat before the she-cat recovered, Firepaw saw his chance. He threw himself forward, crouching low, and clamped his jaws tight on Yellowfang's back leg. The taste of the matted fur was awful, but he chomped down hard. Yellowfang screamed in agony and whipped around to snap at Firepaw's tail.
Her teeth connected and pain lanced up Firepaw's spine, but it only made him angrier. He ripped his tail from his opponent's grip and lashed it back and forth in rage. Yellowfang crouched, ready for a fresh attack. Her breath seemed to wheeze up from her foul-smelling lungs. The scent blasted Firepaw's nose. Up close, the message of desperation and weakness and the aching void of the she-cat's hunger was almost painful. Something stirred inside him, an unwarrior-like feeling he didn't want. Pity. He tried not to dwell on this instinct. He knew his loyalty must be to his clan, but he couldn't shake free of it. "You speak from your heart, young Firepaw." Lanhart's words echoed in his head once more. "This will make you a stronger warrior one day." Then Tigerclaw's warning rang in his ears. "Or it might make you into a kitty pet weakness right in the moment of attack." Yellowfang lunged forward and Firepaw jerked instantly back into aggression. The bigger cat tried to reach up onto his shoulders and get a killing grip, but this time she was hampered by her wounded leg. Firepaw arched his spine, but Yellowfang managed to dig her claws and hung on tight. The bigger cat's weight forced him onto the ground. Firepaw tasted earth on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of grit. He twisted nimbly to avoid Yellowfang's thrashing back legs and thorn-sharp claws that were trying to rake at his soft underbelly. Over and over they rolled, biting and snapping. Moments later they broke apart. Firepaw was gasping for breath now, but he sensed that Yellowfang was weakening. The she-cat was badly wounded, and her back legs could barely support her scrawny body. "Had enough yet?" Firepaw growled. If the intruder gave way, he'd let her go with just a warning bite to remember him by. "Never!" Yellowfang hissed back bravely, but her injured leg gave way and she slumped to the ground. She tried to get up and failed. Her eyes were dull as she hissed up at Firepaw. "If I weren't so hungry and tired, I'd have shredded you into mouse dust." The she-cat's mouth twisted in pain and defiance. "Finish me off. I won't stop you." Firepaw hesitated. He'd never killed another cat before. Perhaps in the heat of battle he would, but a mercy killing in cold blood? This was something very different. "What are you waiting for?" Yellowfang taunted. "You're dithering like a kitty pet." Firepaw smarted at the she-cat's words. Could she smell the scent of two legs on him, even now, after all this time? "I'm an apprentice warrior of ThunderClan," he snapped. Yellowfang narrowed her eyes. She'd seen Firepaw flinch at her words, and she knew she'd hit a nerve. "Ha!" she snorted. "Don't tell me ThunderClan is so desperate that they have to recruit kitty pets now." "ThunderClan is not desperate," hissed Firepaw. "Prove it, then. Act like a warrior and finish me off. You'll be doing me a favor." Firepaw stared at her. He would not be goaded into killing this miserable creature. He felt his muscles relax as curiosity pricked at him. How had a clan cat gotten in such a state? ThunderClan elders were looked after better than kits. "You seem in an awful hurry to die," he meowed. "Yeah? Well, that's just my business, mouse fodder," Yellowfang snapped. "What's your problem, kitty? Are you trying to talk me to death?" Her words were brave, but Firepaw could smell the hunger and sickness that were coming off the other cat in waves. She was going to die anyway if she didn't eat soon, and since she could hardly hunt for herself, perhaps he should kill her now. The two cats looked at each other, uncertainty in both their gazes. "Wait here," Firepaw ordered at last. Yellowfang seemed to deflate. Her hackles smoothed out and her tail lost in its gorsebush stiffness. "Are you kidding, kitty? I'm going nowhere," she grunted, limping painfully towards a patch of soft heather. She flopped down and began licking her leg wound. Firepaw glanced briefly over his shoulder at her and hissed quietly in exasperation before heading towards the trees. As he padded silently through the ferns, sun-warmed odors filled his nose, and he caught the sour reek of a long-dead rat. He heard the scratching of insects beneath bark, the rustle of furry things scurrying over leaves. His first thought had been to go and dig up the thrush he'd killed earlier, but that would take too long. Maybe he should go and scoop up the rat carcass. Easy meat, but a starving cat needed fresh kill. Only when times were very hard would a warrior eat crow food. Just then he paused, scenting a young rabbit ahead. A few more steps and he saw it. He was barely a mouse length away before it detected him. By then it was too late.
The white bobtail darting away sent a thrill of chase surging through Firepaw's veins, a rush of speed, a flash of claws, and then he had it. He held the wriggling body fast and finished it off quietly. Yellowfang looked up tiredly as Firepaw dropped the rabbit on the ground beside her. Her grizzled jaw dropped. "Well, hello again, kitty. I thought you'd gone to fetch your little warrior friends." "Yeah? Well, I might still do that. And don't call me kitty," Firepaw growled, shoving the rabbit nearer with his nose. He felt embarrassed by his kindness. "Look, if you don't want this—" "Ah, no," Yellowfang mewed hastily. "I do want it." Firepaw watched the she-cat rip open the prey and start to swallow it down. His own hunger rose up, and his mouth filled with water. He knew he shouldn't even been thinking about eating. He still had to take back enough prey for the clan, but the fresh kill smelled delicious. A few minutes later, Yellowfang gave a huge sigh and flopped onto her side. "First fresh kill I've had for days." She licked her muzzle clean and settled down to give herself a thorough wash. As if one wash is going to make much of a difference, Firepaw thought, his nose twitching. She was the arch-cat of stench. He eyed the tattered remnants of the prey. There wasn't much left to line a growing cat's belly, but his fight with Yellowfang had sharpened his appetite even more. He gave in to his hunger and gulped down the scraps, and it was delicious. He licked his lips, savoring every last bite, tingling from head to paw. Yellowfang watched him closely, showing her stained teeth. "Better than the muck Two Legs feeds some of our brothers, isn't it?" she mewed slyly, knowing she had found his sore spot. She was trying to antagonize him. Firepaw ignored her and began to wash. "It's poison," Yellowfang went on. "Rat droppings. Only a spineless bag of fur would accept such disgusting frog spawn." She broke off and tensed. "Shh. Warriors coming." Firepaw was also aware of the cats approaching. He could hear their soft paw fall on the leaf litter and the sound of fur swishing through branches. He smelled the wind brushing against their coats. Familiar scents. These were ThunderClan warriors, confident enough in their own territory not to care about the noise they made. Firepaw licked his lips guiltily, hoping to wash away any traces of the scraps he'd just swallowed. Then he looked at Yellowfang and the fresh pile of rabbit bones that lay beside her. "The clan must be fed first." Lionheart's voice rang through his head once more. But surely he would understand why Firepaw had fed this wretched creature. His mind reeled, suddenly fearful of what would happen to him. His first apprentice task, and he had ended up breaking the warrior code. Chapter 8. Yellowfang growled in defiance at the approaching paw steps, but Firepaw could sense her panic. The she-cat struggled to her feet. "So long. Thanks for the meal." She tried to limp away on 3 legs, then winced in pain. "Ah! This leg's stiffened up while I've been resting." Now it was too late for her to run. Silent warriors slipped out of the trees, and in a heartbeat the ThunderClan patrol had encircled Firepaw and Yellowfang. Firepaw recognized them. Tigerclaw, Darkstripe, Willowpelt, and Bluestar, all of them lean and hard-muscled. Firepaw smelled Yellowfang's fear at the sight of them. Greypaw followed close behind. He bounded out of the bushes and stood beside the warrior patrol. Firepaw mewed a hasty greeting to his clan, but only Greypaw returned it. "Hi, Firepaw," he called out. "Silence," Tigerclaw growled. Firepaw glanced at Yellowfang and groaned inwardly. He could still smell the fear scent on her, but instead of cowering in submission, the scruffy creature was glaring in defiance. "Firepaw?" Bluestar's question was cool and measured. "What have we here? An enemy warrior, and recently fed, by the smell of you both." Her eyes turned into him, and Firepaw dropped his head. "She was weak and hungry," he began. "And what about you? Was your hunger so bad that you had to feed yourself before you'd gathered prey for your own clan?" Bluestar went on. "I assume you had a very good reason for breaking the warrior code." Firepaw was not fooled by the leader's soft tone. Bluestar was furious, and rightly so. He crouched lower to the ground. Before he could speak, there was a loud hiss from Tigerclaw. "Once a kitty pet, always a kitty pet." Bluestar ignored Tigerclaw and looked instead at Yellowfang. Suddenly she looked surprised. Well, Firepaw. It seems that you've captured us a Shadow Clan cat, and one I know very well. You are Shadow Clan's medicine cat, aren't you? She meowed to Yellowfang. What are you doing so far in Thunder Clan territory? I was the Shadow Clan medicine cat. Now I choose to travel alone, hissed Yellowfang. Firepaw listened, astonished. Had he heard right? Yellowfang was a Shadow Clan warrior? Her filthy condition must have masked her territorial scent. He might have enjoyed tackling her more if he'd known. Yellowfang, Tigerclaw mewed mockingly. It looks like you've fallen on hard times if you can be beaten by an apprentice. Now Darkstripe spoke. This old cat is no use to us. Let's kill her now. As for this kitty pet, he has broken the warrior code by feeding an enemy warrior. He should be punished. Keep your claws in, Darkstripe, Bluestar purred calmly. All of the clans speak of Yellowfang's bravery and wisdom. It may help us to hear what she has to say. Come, we'll take her back to camp. Then we'll decide what to do with her. And with Firepaw. Can you walk? She asked Yellowfang. Or do you need help? I've still got 3 good legs, the grizzled she-cat snapped back, limping forward. Firepaw saw that Yellowfang's eyes were glazed with pain, but she seemed determined not to show any weakness. He noticed a look of respect flicker across Bluestar's face before the ThunderClan leader turned and slowly led the way through the trees. The other warriors took up positions on either side of Yellowfang, and the patrol moved off, carefully keeping pace with their lame prisoner. Firepaw and Greypaw fell in step together at the back of the group. Have you heard of Yellowfang? Firepaw hissed to Greypaw. A bit. Apparently she was a warrior before she became a medicine cat, which is unusual. I can't imagine her as a loner, though. She has lived her whole life in Shadow Clan. What's a loner? Greypaw glanced at him. A loner's a cat that isn't part of any clan, or cared for by Two Legs. Tigerclaw says they're untrustworthy and selfish. They often live around two-leg dwellings, but belong to no one and catch their own food. I might end up a loner once Bluestar's finished with me, Firepaw mewed. Bluestar is very fair, Greypaw reassured him. She won't throw you out. She certainly seems pleased to have such an important Shadow Clan cat as prisoner. I'm sure she's not going to make any fuss about your feeding the old mange bag. But why do they keep moaning about prey being scarce? Oh, why did I eat that rabbit? Firepaw felt shame burn through his fur. Well, yeah, Greypaw nudged his friend. That was mouse-brained. You really broke the warrior code there. But no cat is perfect. Firepaw didn't answer, but trekked onward with a heavy heart. This was not the way he had hoped his first solo task would end. As the patrol passed the sentries who guarded the camp entrance, the rest of ThunderClan came running to welcome their warriors home. Queens, kits, and elders crowded on either side. They peered curiously at Yellowfang as she was led into camp. Some of the elders recognized the old she-cat. Word spread quickly through the clan that this was Shadow Clan's medicine cat, and a steady, jeering hum rose up around them. Yellowfang seemed deaf to these taunts. Firepaw couldn't help admiring the way she limped with dignity through the corridor of stares and insults. He knew she was in a great deal of pain, and hungry in spite of the rabbit he'd caught for her. When the patrol reached the high rock, Bluestar nodded towards the dusty ground in front of it. Yellowfang followed the ThunderClan leader's silent command, sinking gratefully onto the earth. Still ignoring the hostile stares around her, she began licking her wounded leg once more. Firepaw noticed Spotted Leaf emerge from her corner. She must have sensed the presence of an injured cat in the camp. He watched the crowd part to let the young tortoiseshell through. Yellowfang glared at Spotted Leaf and hissed, I know how to take care of my own wounds. I don't need your help. Spotted Leaf said nothing, but nodded respectfully and stepped back. Some of the cats had been out hunting, and fresh kill was brought for the returning warriors to eat. They each took some food and carried it away to the nettle patch to eat it. The other clan cats crowded forward to take their own share. Firepaw paced hungrily around the clearing and watched as the cats crouched in their usual groups, chewing and gulping. He longed for a morsel, but didn't dare to take anything from the pile. He had broken the warrior code. He guessed that this meant he was forbidden his share of the fresh kill. He paused beside the high rock where Bluestar was sharing words with Tigerclaw. Uncertain, Firepaw looked to his leader for a signal that he was allowed to eat, but the gray cat and her senior warrior were busy murmuring at one another in low tones. Firepaw wondered if they were talking about him. Desperate to know his fate, he strained his ears to hear what they were saying. Tigerclaw's yowl sounded impatient. It's too dangerous to bring an enemy warrior into the heart of ThunderClan. Now that she knows the camp, even the youngest ShadowClan kit will hear of it. We will have to move. Calm down, Tigerclaw, Bluestar purred. Why should we move? Yellowfang says that she's traveling alone now. There's no reason for ShadowClan to hear of it. Do you really believe that? What on earth was that foolish kitty pet thinking of? Tigerclaw spat. But think for a moment, Tigerclaw, mewed Bluestar. Why would the ShadowClan medicine cat choose to leave her clan? You seem to be afraid that Yellowfang will share her clan's secrets with ShadowClan, but have you thought about how many ShadowClan secrets she might share with us? Firepaw could see by the way Tigerclaw's fur began to flatten that Bluestar's words made sense. The warrior nodded briefly, then stalked off to take his share of the fresh kill. Bluestar remained where she was. She looked out across the clearing, where some of the younger kits were fighting and tumbling playfully in the dust. Then she stood up and began to walk towards Firepaw. His heart lurched. What was she going to say to him? But Bluestar walked straight past him. She did not even glance at him. Her eyes were clouded with unknown distant thoughts. Frostfur, she called out as she approached the nursery. A pure white cat with dark blue eyes slipped out of the brambles. Inside, the noise of mewling kits grew louder. Hush, kits, purred the white cat reassuringly. I won't be long. Then she turned to her leader. Yes, Bluestar? What is it? One of our apprentices has seen a fox in the area. Warn the other queens to guard the nursery carefully, and make sure all kits less than 6 moons stay inside the camp until our warriors have driven it away. Frostfur nodded. I will pass on this warning, Bluestar. Thank you. Then she turned and squeezed back into the nursery to quiet the crying kits. At last Bluestar strode over to the pile of fresh kill and took her share. A plump wood pigeon had been left for her there. Firepaw looked on longingly as she carried it away to eat with her senior warriors. Finally, his hunger drove him forward. Greypaw was with Ravenpaw, wolfing down a small finch beside the tree stump. He saw Firepaw approach the pile and flicked his head encouragingly. Firepaw bent his neck, ready to take a small wood mouse in his teeth. That's not for you, Tigerclaw growled, striding up behind him and pawing the mouse away. You didn't bring back any prey. The elders will eat their share. Take it to them. Firepaw looked over to Bluestar. She nodded shortly. Do as he says. Obediently, Firepaw picked up the mouse and carried it across to Small Ear. The delicious smell of it wafted up to Firepaw's nose. He wanted nothing more than to crunch it up with his strong teeth. He could almost feel its life energy flooding his young body. With great self-control, he laid the prey down in front of the Grey Tom and backed away politely. He expected no thanks and was offered none. Now he was glad that he had gobbled up the remains of the rabbit he caught for Yellowfang. There would be nothing else for him to eat until he went out hunting again tomorrow. Firepaw wandered over to Greypaw. His friend had eaten his fill and lay with Ravenpaw outside the apprentice's den. He was stretched out and on his side, rhythmically washing a foreleg. Greypaw saw Firepaw approach. Has Bluestar mentioned your punishment yet? He asked. Not yet, Firepaw replied gloomily. Greypaw narrowed his eyes sympathetically and said nothing. Bluestar's call sounded across the clearing. Let all those cats old enough to catch their own prey join together for a meeting of our clan. Most of the warriors had finished eating and, like Greypaw, were busy grooming themselves. They lifted themselves gracefully to their paws and walked over to the high rock where Bluestar waited to speak. Come on, mewed Greypaw. He leaped up. Ravenpaw and Firepaw followed him as he scampered over and nudged his way forward to a good position. I'm sure you have all heard about the prisoner we brought back with us today, Bluestar began, but there is something else you need to know. She glanced down at the rattled she-cat who lay very still beside the high rock. Can you hear me from there? She asked. I may be old, but I'm not deaf yet, Yellowfang spat in a reply. Bluestar ignored the prisoner's hostile tone and continued. I'm afraid we have very grave news. Today I traveled with a patrol into WindClan territory. The air was filled with the scent of Shadow Clan. Almost every tree had been sprayed by Shadow Clan warriors, and we met no Wind Clan cats even though we journeyed deep into their heartland. Her words were met with silence. Firepaw saw confusion in the faces of the clan cats. "Do you mean that Shadow Clan has chased them out?" called Small-Ear hesitantly. "We can't be sure," Bluestar meowed. "Certainly the scent of Shadow Clan was everywhere. We found blood, too, and fur. There must have been a battle, though we found no bodies from either clan." A shocked yowl rose from the crowd in a single voice. Firepaw felt the cats around him stiffen with shock and fury. Never before had one clan driven another from its hunting grounds. "How can one clan have been driven out?" One Eye croaked hoarsely. "Shadow Clan is fierce, but Wind Clan is many. They have lived in the uplands for generations. Why have they been chased out now?" She shook her head anxiously, her whiskers trembling. "I don't know the answers to any of your questions," meowed Bluestar. "It is well known that Shadow Clan has recently appointed a new leader following the death of Ragged Star. Their new leader, Broken Star, gave no hint of any threat when we met him at the last gathering." "Perhaps Yellowfang has answers," snarled Darkstripe. "After all, she is of Shadow Clan." "I am no traitor. Nothing would make me share the secrets of Shadow Clan with a brute like you," growled Yellowfang, glaring aggressively at Darkstripe. The ThunderClan warrior moved forward, ears flat, eyes closed to slits, ready for a fight. "Stop!" yelled Bluestar. Darkstripe immediately halted in his tracks, even though Yellowfang goaded him on with blazing eyes and ferocious hisses. "That's enough," Bluestar growled. "The situation is too serious for us to be fighting amongst ourselves. ThunderClan must prepare itself. From this moonrise onward, warriors will travel in larger groups. Other clan members will remain close to camp. Patrols will travel the boundary edges more frequently, and all the kits must stay in the nursery." The cats below nodded in agreement. Bluestar continued. "Our need for warriors is our greatest obstacle. We shall get around this by speeding up the training of our apprentices. They need to be ready even sooner to fight for our clan." Firepaw saw Dustpaw and Sandpaw exchange a thrilled glance. Graypaw was gazing up at Bluestar, his eyes wide with excitement. Ravenpaw just shuffled his paws anxiously. The black apprentice's wide eyes showed worry rather than excitement. Bluestar went on. "One young cat has been sharing mentors with Graypaw and Ravenpaw. By teaching him, I shall speed up the training of all 3 apprentices." She paused and looked down at her clan. "I shall take on Firepaw as my own apprentice." Firepaw opened his eyes wide in amazement. Bluestar was to be his mentor? Beside him, Graypaw gasped, unable to hide his surprise. "What an honor! It's been moons since Bluestar had an apprentice. Usually she trains only the kits of deputies." Then a familiar voice rose from the front of the crowd. It was Tigerclaw. "So Firepaw is to be rewarded, not punished, for feeding an enemy warrior when he should have been feeding his own clan?" "Firepaw is my apprentice now. I shall deal with him," answered Bluestar. She stared into Tigerclaw's fierce eyes for a moment, before shifting her head to address the whole clan once more. "Yellowfang will be allowed to stay here until she has recovered her strength. We are warriors, not savages. She is to be treated with respect and courtesy." "But the clan cannot support Yellowfang," Darkstripe protested. "We have too many mouths to feed already." "Yeah," Graypaw whispered into Firepaw's ear, "and some of them are bigger than others." "I don't need anyone to care for me," spat Yellowfang, "and I'll split open anyone who tries." "Friendly, isn't she?" Graypaw murmured. Firepaw flicked the tip of his tail in silent agreement. There were muffled meows from the other warriors as they grudgingly recognized the enemy warrior's fighting spirit. Bluestar ignored the murmuring. "We shall kill 2 prey with 1 blow, as it were. Firepaw, as punishment for breaking the warrior code, it will be your responsibility to care for Yellowfang. You will hunt for her and tend to her wounds. You will fetch fresh bedding and clear away her dirt." "Yes, Bluestar," mewed Firepaw, his head bowed in submission. "Clear away her dirt," he thought to himself. "Ugh." Mocking yowls came from Dustpaw and Sandpaw. Good idea, hissed Dustpaw. Firepaw had better be good at cracking fleas. And hunting, added Sandpaw. That sack of bones is gonna need feeding up. Enough, Bluestar interrupted them. I hope Firepaw will find no shame in caring for Yellowfang. She is a healer, and she is his elder. For those reasons alone, he should respect her. She shot a sharp glance at Sandpaw and Dustpaw. There is no humiliation in caring for another cat when it is unable to take care of itself. The meeting is over. I would like to speak to my senior warriors alone now. And with that, she jumped down from the high rock and marched toward her den. Lionheart followed her. The other clan cats began to move away from the high rock. One or two congratulated Firepaw on being chosen as Bluestar's apprentice. Others mockingly wished him luck for looking after Yellowfang. Firepaw felt so dazed by Bluestar's announcement that he just nodded blankly. Longtail padded up to him. The V-shaped nick that Firepaw had cut into the tip of his ear still showed. The young warrior drew back his whiskers into an ugly snarl. Well, I hope you think twice about bringing strays back into camp next time, he sneered. Like I said, outsiders always bring trouble. Chapter 9. I'd go and see to Yellowfang if I were you, whispered Greypaw as Longtail strode away. She doesn't look very happy. Firepaw glanced over at the old she-cat. She was still lying beside the high rock. Greypaw was right. She was glaring right at him. Well, here goes, he mewed. Wish me luck. You'll need the whole of StarClan on your side for this one, answered Greypaw. Call out if you need a hand. If she looks like she's gonna have you, I'll sneak up behind her and whack her on the head with a stiff rabbit. Firepaw purred with amusement and trotted off towards Yellowfang. His cheerfulness quickly evaporated as he neared the injured queen. The old cat was clearly in a terrible mood. She hissed a warning and showed her teeth. Stop right there, kitty pet. Firepaw sighed. It seemed he was in for a fight. He was still hungry and beginning to feel tired. He longed to curl up in his nest for an afternoon nap. The last thing he wanted was to argue with this pitiful clump of fur and teeth. You call me what you like, he mewed wearily. I'm just following Bluestar's orders. You are a kitty pet, though, aren't you? Yellowfang wheezed. She's tired, too, Firepaw thought. There was less fire in her voice, although her spite was as strong as ever. I used to live with two legs when I was a kitten, Firepaw mewed calmly. Your mother a kitty pet? Your father a kitty pet? Yes, they were. Firepaw looked down at the ground, feeling resentment burn inside him. It was bad enough that members of his own clan still viewed him as an outsider. He certainly didn't have to answer to this foul-tempered prisoner. Yellowfang seemed to take his silence as an invitation to go on. Kitty pet blood is not the same as warrior blood. Why don't you run home to your two legs now instead of looking after me? It's humiliating, being fussed over by a lone-born cat like you. Firepaw's patience ran out. He snarled. You'd still feel humiliated even if I were warrior-born. You'd feel ashamed whether I was a precious she-cat from your own clan or a wretched two-leg that picked you up off the ground. He lashed his tail from side to side. It's the fact that you need to rely on any cat that you find so humiliating. Yellowfang stared at him, her orange eyes very wide. Firepaw carried on fiercely. You're just gonna have to get used to being cared for until you're well enough to look after yourself, you spiteful and bone-leg. He stopped as Yellowfang began to make a low, harsh wheezing sound. Alarmed, Firepaw took a step towards her. The she-cat was trembling all over and her eyes had narrowed into tiny slits. Was she having some kind of fit? Oh, look, I didn't mean, he began before he suddenly realized that she was laughing. A purr rumbled up from deep inside her chest. Firepaw didn't know what to do. You have spirit, kitty pet, Yellowfang croaked, stopping at last. Now, I'm tired and my leg burns. I need sleep and something to put on this wound. Go and find that pretty little medicine cat of yours and ask her for some herbs. I think you'll find that a goldenrod poultice would help. And while you're at it, I wouldn't mind a few poppy seeds to chew on. The pain is killing me. Stunned by her change of mood, Firepaw turned quickly and sprinted towards Spotted Leaf's den. He had never been in this part of camp before. With his ears pricked, he padded through a cool green tunnel of ferns that led into a small grassy clearing. The tall rock stood at one side, split down the middle by a crack wide enough for a cat to make its den inside. Out of this opening trotted Spotted Leaf. As usual, she looked bright-eyed and friendly, her dappled coat gleaming with 100 shades of amber and brown. Firepaw shyly mewed a greeting and reeled off Yellowfang's list of herbs and seeds. "I've got most of those in my den," replied Spotted Leaf. "I'll fetch some marigold leaves, too. If she dresses her wound with that, it'll keep off any infection. Wait here." "Thanks," Firepaw mewed as the medicine cat disappeared back into her den. He strained his eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of her inside, but the den was too dark to see anything. He could only hear the sound of rustling and the smell of heady scents and unfamiliar herbs. Spotted Leaf emerged from the gloom and dropped a bundle folded in leaves by Firepaw's feet. "Tell Yellowfang to go easy on the poppy seeds. I don't want her to deaden the pain entirely. A little pain can be useful, as it will help me judge how well she's healing." Firepaw nodded and picked up the herbs with his teeth. "Thanks, Spotted Leaf." He mewed through a mouthful of leaves, then headed back through the fern tunnel to the main clearing. Tiger Claw was sitting outside the warrior's den, watching him closely. As Firepaw trotted over to Yellowfang, carrying the herbs, he could feel the amber-eyed stare burning the fur on the back of his head. He turned his head and looked at Tiger Claw curiously. The warrior narrowed his eyes and looked away. Firepaw dropped the bundle back beside Yellowfang. "Good," she meowed. "Now, before you leave me in peace, find me something to eat. I'm starving." The sun had risen 3 times since Yellowfang had entered camp. Firepaw woke early and nudged Graypaw, who was still asleep beside him, his nose tucked under his thick tail. "Wake up," Firepaw mewed, "or you'll be late for training." Graypaw lifted his head sleepily and growled in reluctant agreement. Firepaw prodded Ravenpaw. The black cat opened his eyes immediately and leapt to his feet. "What is it?" he mewed, looking around wildly. "Calm down, Ravenpaw. It's time for training soon," Firepaw soothed. Dustpaw and Sandpaw began to stir too, in their mossy nests on the far side of the den. Firepaw stood up and pushed his way out of the ferns. The morning was warm. Firepaw could see a deep blue sky through the leaves and branches that overhung the camp. Today, however, a heavy dew glistened on the fern and sparkled on the grass. Firepaw sniffed the air. Greenleaf was drawing to a close, and it would soon start to feel colder. He lay down and rolled in the earth beside the tree stump, stretching his legs and tipping his head back to rub it on the cool ground. Then he flipped over onto his side and looked across the clearing to see if Yellowfang was awake yet. She had been given a resting place at the other end of the fallen tree where the elders gathered to eat. Her nest lay tucked against its mossy trunk, out of hearing of the elders, but in full view of the warrior's den across the clearing. Firepaw could just see a mound of pale gray fur, rising and falling in time to a gentle rumble of sleep. Graypaw trotted out of the den behind him, followed by Sandpaw and Dustpaw. Ravenpaw appeared at last, with a nervous glance around the clearing before he fully emerged into the open. "Another day looking after that mangy old flea bag, eh, Firepaw?" mewed Dustpaw. "I bet you wish you were out here training with us." Firepaw sat up and shook the dust from his fur. He wasn't going to let himself get annoyed by Dustpaw's taunts. "Don't worry, Firepaw," murmured Graypaw. "Blue Star will have you back in training before long." "Perhaps she thinks a kitty pet is better off staying in camp tending to the sick," mewed Sandpaw rudely, tossing her sleek ginger head and throwing him a scornful look. Firepaw decided to ignore her barbed comments. "What is Whitestorm teaching you today, Sandpaw?" he mewed. "We're doing battle training today. He's going to teach me how a real warrior fights," Sandpaw replied proudly. "Lionheart's taking me to the great sycamore," mewed Graypaw, "to practice my climbing. I'd best go. He'll be waiting." "I'll come with you to the top of the ravine," mewed Firepaw. "I have to catch breakfast before Yellowfang. Coming, Ravenpaw? Tiger Claw must have something planned for you." Ravenpaw sighed and nodded, then followed Graypaw and Firepaw as they trotted out of camp. Even though his injury was completely healed, he still seemed to have little enthusiasm for warrior training. "Here," mewed Firepaw. He dropped a large mouse and a chaffinch onto the ground beside Yellowfang. "About time," she growled.
The she-cat had still been sleeping when Firepaw had entered camp after his hunting trip, but the smell of fresh kill must have woken her, for she now pulled herself into a sitting position. She dropped her head and hungrily gulped down Firepaw's offerings. She had developed a massive appetite as her strength returned. Her wound was healing well, but her temper remained as fierce and unpredictable as ever. She finished her meal and complained, "The base of my tail itches like fury, but I can't reach it. Give it a wash, will you?" With an inward shudder, Firepaw crouched down and set to work. As he cracked the plump fleas between his teeth, he noticed a gang of small kits tumbling in the dusty earth nearby. They were mauling each other and play-fighting, sometimes quite viciously. Yellowfang, who had closed her eyes as Firepaw groomed her, half opened one eye to observe the kits as they played. To his surprise, Firepaw felt her spine stiffen beneath his teeth. He listened for a moment to the tiny yelps and squeaks of the kits. "Feel my teeth, broken star," mewed one small tabby. He leaped onto the back of a little gray and white kit, who was pretending to be the Shadow Clan leader. The two kits bundled toward the high rock. Suddenly, the gray and white kit gave a mighty heave and flung the tabby from his back. With a startled squeak, the little tabby cannoned into Yellowfang's side. Instantly, the old she-cat leaped to her feet, fur on end, spitting violently. "Stay away from me, you scrap of fur," she hissed. The tabby kit took one look at the furious cat, turned tail, and ran. He hid himself behind a tabby queen, who was staring furiously across the clearing at Yellowfang. The gray and white kit froze where he stood. Then, paw by paw, he cautiously backed away towards the safety of the nursery. Yellowfang's reaction had shocked Firepaw. He thought he'd seen her at her most vicious when they were fighting after their first meeting, but her eyes burned with new rage now. "I think the kits are finding it hard being confined to camp," he mewed cautiously. "They're getting restless." "I don't care how restless they are," growled Yellowfang. "Just keep them away from me." "Don't you like kits?" Firepaw asked, curious in spite of himself. "Did you never have kits of your own?" "Don't you know that medicine cats don't have kits?" hissed Yellowfang furiously. "But I heard you were a warrior before that," Firepaw ventured. "I have no kits," Yellowfang spat. She snatched her tail away from him and sat up. "Anyway," her voice suddenly lowered, and she almost sounded wistful, "accidents seem to happen to kits when I'm around them." Her orange eyes clouded with emotion. She laid her chin flat on her forepaws and stared ahead. Firepaw watched her shoulders sink as she released a long, silent sigh. Firepaw looked at her curiously. What could she mean? Was the old she-cat being serious? It was hard to tell. Yellowfang seemed to swing from mood to mood so quickly. He shrugged to himself and went on with the grooming. "There are a couple ticks I couldn't pull out," he told her when he had finished. "I sure hope you didn't even try, you idiot," snapped Yellowfang. "I don't want any ticks embedded in my rear, thank you very much. Ask Spottedly for a little more bile to rub on them. A splash of that in their breathing holes and they'll loosen their grip." "I'll go get some now," Firepaw offered. He was glad of a chance to get away from the grumpy cat for a while, and it was certainly no hardship to go and see Spottedleaf again. He walked towards the fern tunnel. Cats crossed the clearing around them, carrying sticks and twigs in their teeth. While he had been grooming Yellowfang, the camp had grown active. It had been like this every day since Blue Star had announced WindClan's disappearance. The queens were weaving twigs and leaves into a dense green wall around the sides of the nursery, making sure that the narrow entrance was the only way in and out of the bramble patch. Other cats were working at the edges of camp, filling in any spaces in the thick undergrowth. Even the elders were busy, scraping out a hole in the ground. Warriors filed steadily past, piling pieces of fresh kill beside them, ready to be stored inside the newly dug hole. There was an air of quiet concentration, a determination to make the clan as secure and well-supplied as possible. If Shadow Clan made a move on their territory, Thunder Clan would shelter inside the camp. They would not let themselves be driven from their hunting grounds as easily as Wind Clan had been. Darkstripe, Longtail, Willowpelt, and Dustpaw were waiting silently at the camp entrance. Their eyes were fixed on the opening to the gorse tunnel. A patrol was just returning, dusty and paw-sore. As soon as the warriors entered the camp, Darkstripe and his companions approached quickly and exchanged words with them. Then they slipped quickly out of the camp.
ThunderClan's borders were not being left unguarded for a single moment. Firepaw headed down the fern tunnel that led to Spotted Leaf's den. As he entered the clearing, he could see Spotted Leaf was preparing some sweet-smelling herbs. "Can I have some mouse bile for Yellowfang's ticks?" Firepaw mewed. "In a moment," replied Spotted Leaf, pawing together 2 piles of herbs. "Busy?" Firepaw asked, settling down on a warm patch of earth. "I want to be prepared for any casualties," Spotted Leaf murmured, glancing up at him with her clear amber eyes. Firepaw met her gaze for a moment, then looked away, an uncomfortable feeling pricking at his fur. Spotted Leaf turned her attention back to the herbs. Firepaw waited, happy to sit quietly and watch her at work. "Right," she mewed at last. "What was it you wanted? Mouse bile?" "Yes, please." Firepaw stood up and stretched back each leg in turn. The sun had warmed his fur and made him feel sleepy. Spotted Leaf bounded into her den and brought something out. She held it gingerly in her mouth. It was a small wad of moss dangling at the end of a thin strip of bark. She passed it to Firepaw. He tasted her warm, sweet breath as he took the bark between his teeth. "The moss is soaked in bile," Spotted Leaf explained. "Don't get any in your mouth, or you'll have a foul taste for days. Press it onto the ticks and then wash your paws, in a stream, not with your tongue." Firepaw nodded and trotted back to Yellowfang, feeling suddenly cheerful and tingling with energy. "Hold still," he mewed to the old she-cat. Carefully, he used his forepaws to press the moss into each tick. "You may as well clear away my dirt now that your paws are already foul," she mewed when he finished. "I'm going to take a nap," she yawned, revealing her blackened and broken teeth. The warmth of the day was making her sleepy, too. "Then you can go and do whatever it is that apprentices do," she murmured. When Firepaw had cleared away Yellowfang's dirt, he left her dozing and made his way to the gorse tunnel. He was keen to get to the stream and rinse his paws. "Firepaw!" a voice called from the side of the clearing. Firepaw turned. It was Halftail. "Where are you off to?" meowed the old cat curiously. "You ought to be helping with preparations." "I've just been putting mouse bile on Yellowfang's ticks," replied Firepaw. Amusement flickered through Halftail's whiskers. "So now you're off to the nearest stream. Well, don't come back without fresh kill. We need as much as we can find." "Yes, Halftail," Firepaw replied. He made his way out of the camp and up the side of the ravine. He trotted down to the stream where he and Greypaw had hunted on the day he had found Yellowfang. Without hesitating, he jumped down into the cold, clear water. It came up to his haunches and wet his belly fur. The shock made him gasp and he shivered. A rustle in the bushes above him made him look up. Although the familiar scent that reached out of his nose told him that there was nothing to be alarmed about. "What are you doing here?" Greypaw and Ravenpaw were standing and looking at him as if he were mad. "Mouse bile," Firepaw grimaced. "Don't ask. Where are Lionheart and Tigerclaw?" "They've gone to join the next patrol," answered Greypaw. "They ordered us to spend the rest of the afternoon hunting." Halftail told me the same thing, Firepaw mewed, flinching as a chilly current of water rushed around his paws. "Everyone's back at camp. You'd think we were about to be attacked at any moment." He climbed up onto the bank, dripping. "Who says we won't be?" mewed Ravenpaw, his eyes flicking from side to side as if he expected an enemy patrol to leap out of the bushes at any time. Firepaw looked at the heap of fresh kill that was piled beside the 2 apprentices. "Looks like you've done all right today," he mewed. "Yeah," mewed Greypaw proudly, "and we've still got the rest of the afternoon to hunt. Do you want to join us?" "You bet," Firepaw purred. He gave himself a final shake, then bounded into the undergrowth after his friends. Firepaw could tell that the cats back at camp were impressed with the amount of prey that the 3 apprentices had managed to catch during their afternoon hunt. They were welcomed back with high tails and friendly muzzles. It took them 4 journeys to carry their bumper catch back to the storage hole that the elders had dug. Lionheart and Tigerclaw had just returned with their patrol as Firepaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw carried their last load into camp. "Well done, you 3, mewed Lionheart. "I hear you've been busy. The store is almost full. You might as well add that last lot to the pile of fresh kill for tonight, and take some of it back to your den with you. You deserve a feast." The 3 apprentices flicked their tails with delight. "I hope you've not been neglecting Yellowfang during all this hunting, Firepaw," Tigerclaw growled warningly. Firepaw shook his head impatiently. eager to get away. He was starving. He had obeyed the warrior code this time and not eaten a morsel while he was out hunting for the clan. They trotted away and dropped the last of their catch on the fresh kill that already lay at the center of the clearing. Then each of them took a piece and carried it back to their tree stump. The den was empty. "Where's Dustpaw and Sandpaw?" asked Ravenpaw. "They must still be out on patrol," Firepaw guessed. "Good," mewed Graypaw. "Peace and quiet." They ate their fill and lay back to wash. The cool evening air was welcome after the heat of the day. "Hey, guess what?" mewed Graypaw suddenly. "Ravenpaw managed to squeeze a complaint out of old Tigerclaw this morning." "Really?" Firepaw gasped. "What on earth did you do to please Tigerclaw? Fly?" "Well," Ravenpaw began shyly, looking at his paws, "I caught a crow." "How'd you manage that?" Firepaw mewed, impressed. "It was an old one," Ravenpaw admitted modestly. "But it was huge," added Graypaw. "Even Tigerclaw couldn't find fault with that. He's been in such a bad mood since Bluestar took you on as her apprentice." He licked his paw thoughtfully for a moment. "Hang on. Make that since Lionheart was made deputy." "He's just worried about ShadowClan and the extra patrols," mewed Ravenpaw hastily. "You should try not to annoy him." Their conversation was interrupted by a loud yowl from the other side of the clearing. "Oh no," Firepaw groaned, getting to his paws. "I forgot to take Yellowfang her share." "You wait here," mewed Graypaw, leaping up. "I'll take her something." "No, I'd better go," Firepaw protested. "This is my punishment, not yours." "No one will notice," argued Graypaw. "They're all busy eating. You know me, quiet as a mouse and quick as a fish. Wait here." Firepaw sat down again, unable to hide his relief. He watched his friend trot away from the tree stump to the pile of fresh kill. As if he were carrying out orders, Graypaw confidently picked up 2 of the juiciest-looking mice. Quickly, he began to pad across the clearing towards Yellowfang. "Stop, Graypaw!" A loud growl rumbled from the entrance of the warrior's den. Tigerclaw strode out and marched over to Graypaw. "Where are you taking those mice?" he demanded. With a sinking feeling in his stomach, Firepaw watched, helpless, from the tree stump. Beside him, Ravenpaw froze mid-chew and crouched over his meal with his eyes wider than ever. Graypaw dropped the mice and shuffled his paws uncomfortably. "Not helping young Firepaw by feeding that greedy traitor over there, are you?" Firepaw watched Graypaw study his patterns for a moment. Finally, he replied, I was just feeling hungry. I was going to take them off and eat them by myself. If I let that pair get a look in," he glanced at Firepaw and Ravenpaw, "they'll leave me with nothing but bones and fur." "Oh, really?" mewed Tigerclaw. "Well, if you're so hungry, you might as well eat them here and now." "But," Graypaw began, looking up at the senior in alarm. "Now," growled Tigerclaw. Graypaw bent his head quickly and began to eat the mice. He demolished the first one in a couple of bites and swallowed it quickly. The second mouse took longer for him to eat. Firepaw thought he'd never manage to swallow it, and his own stomach clenched in sympathy, but eventually Graypaw gave it a final, difficult gulp and the last bit of mouse disappeared. "Better now?" asked Tigerclaw, his voice smooth with mock sympathy. "Much," replied Graypaw, stifling a burp. "Good." Tigerclaw stalked off again, back into his den. Graypaw slunk uncomfortably back to Firepaw and Ravenpaw. "Thanks, Graypaw," Firepaw mewed gratefully, nudging his friend's soft fur. "That was quick thinking." The noise of Yellowfang's yowl rose into the air once more. Firepaw sighed and got to his paws. He would make sure he took enough to see her through the night. He wanted to turn in early. His stomach was full and his paws were tired. "Are you okay, Graypaw?" he asked as he turned to leave. Graypaw hunched into a low crouch, squinting with pain. "I've eaten too much." "Go and see Spotted Leaf," Firepaw suggested. "I'm sure she'll find something to help." "I hope so," mewed Graypaw, tottering away slowly. Firepaw wanted to watch him go, until another angry yowl from Yellowfang sent him sprinting across the clearing. Chapter 10. By the following morning, a thin drizzle soaked the treetops and dripped down into the camp. Firepaw woke up feeling damp. It had been an uncomfortable night. He stood up and shook himself vigorously, fluffing out his fur. Then he left the apprentice's den and trotted across the clearing to Yellowfang's nest. Yellowfang was just stirring. She lifted her head and squinted at Firepaw as he approached. "My bones ache this morning. Has it been raining all night?" "Just since after moon high," Firepaw replied. He reached out and prodded her mossy nest cautiously. "Your bedding is soaking wet. Why don't you move nearer to the nursery? It's more sheltered there." "What, and be kept awake all night by those mewling kits? I'd rather get wet," Yellowfang growled. Firepaw watched her circle stiffly on her mossy bed. "Then at least let me fetch you some dry bedding," he offered, keen to drop the subject of kits if it upset her so much. "Thank you, Firepaw," replied Yellowfang quietly, settling down again. Firepaw felt stunned. He wondered if Yellowfang was feeling all right. It was the first time she had thanked him for anything. It was the first time she had not called him kitty pet. "Well, don't just stand there like a startled squirrel. Go fetch me some moss." Firepaw's whiskers twitched with amusement. This was more like the Yellowfang he was used to. He nodded and sprinted off. He almost crashed into Speckletail in the middle of the clearing. This was the queen who had watched Yellowfang's angry outburst at the tabby kit the day before. "Sorry, Speckletail," Firepaw mewed. "Are you on your way to see Yellowfang?" "What would I want with that unnatural creature?" replied Speckletail crossly. "Actually, it was you I was looking for. Bluestar wants to see you." Firepaw hurried towards the high rock in Bluestar's den. Bluestar was sitting inside, her head bobbing rhythmically as she licked the gray fur below her throat. She paused when she noticed Firepaw. "How's Yellowfang today?" she meowed. "Her bedding is wet, so I was going to fetch her more," Firepaw replied. "I'll ask one of the queens to see to that." Bluestar gave her chest another lick, then eyed Firepaw carefully. "Is she fit enough to hunt for herself yet?" she asked. "I don't think so," Firepaw meowed. "But she can walk well enough now." "I see," meowed Bluestar. She looked thoughtful for a moment. "It is time you returned to your training, Firepaw, but you'll need to work hard to make up for the time you have lost." Thank you, Bluestar," Firepaw stammered. "You will go out with Tigerclaw, Graypaw, and Ravenpaw this morning," Bluestar continued. "I've asked Tigerclaw to assess the warrior skills of all of our apprentices. Don't worry about Yellowfang. I'll make sure someone sees to her while you are gone." Firepaw nodded. "Now, join your companions," Bluestar ordered. "I expect that they're waiting for you." "Thank you, Bluestar," Firepaw mewed. He turned with a flick of his tail and darted towards his den. Bluestar was right. Graypaw and Ravenpaw were both waiting for him by their favorite tree stump. Graypaw looked stiff and uncomfortable, his long fur clumped by the dampness of the air. Ravenpaw was pacing around the tree stump, lost in thought, the white tip of his tail twitching. "So, you're joining us today," Graypaw called as Firepaw approached. "Some day, huh?" He shook himself roughly to get rid of the clinging wetness. "Yes, Bluestar told me that Tigerclaw's going to assess us today. Are Sandpaw and Dustpaw coming too?" "Whitestorm and Darkstripe took them out on a warrior patrol. I guess Tigerclaw's gonna look at them later," Graypaw answered. "Come on, we should get going," urged Ravenpaw. He had stopped pacing and now hovered beside them anxiously. "Fine by me," mewed Graypaw. "Hopefully some exercise will warm me up a bit." The three cats trotted through the gorse track and out of the camp. They hurried to the sandy hollow. Tigerclaw had not arrived, so they hung around the shelter of a pine tree, their fur fluffed up against the chill. "Are you worried about the assessment?" Firepaw asked Ravenpaw, as the young cat padded back and forth with quick, nervous steps. "There's no need to be. You're Tigerclaw's apprentice, after all. When he reports back to Bluestar, he's going to want to tell her how good you are." "You can never tell with Tigerclaw," mewed Ravenpaw, still pacing. "For goodness sake, sit down," Graypaw grumbled. "At this rate, you'll be worn out before we begin." By the time Tigerclaw arrived, the sky had changed. The clouds looked less like thick gray fur, and more like the soft white balls of down that queens used to line the nests of their newborns. Blue skies couldn't be far behind, but the breeze that brought the softer clouds carried a fresh chill. Tigerclaw greeted them briskly and launched straight into the exercise details. "Lionheart and I have spent the last few weeks trying to teach you how to hunt decently," he meowed. "Today, you'll have a chance to show me just how much you've learned. Each of you will take a different route and hunt as much prey as possible, and whatever you catch will be added to the supplies in the camp." The three apprentices looked at one another, nervous and excited. Firepaw felt his heart begin to beat faster at the prospect of a challenge. Ravenpaw, you will follow the trail beyond the great sycamore as far as the snake rocks. That should be easy enough for your pitiful skills. You, Greypaw, Tigerclaw continued, will take the route along the stream as far as the Thunder Path. Great, mewed Greypaw. Wet paws for me. Tigerclaw's stare silenced him. And finally you, Firepaw. What a shame your great mentor couldn't be here today to witness your performance for herself. You shall take the route through the tall pines, past the tree-cut place, and into the woods beyond. Firepaw nodded, frantically tracing the route in his head. And remember, Tigerclaw finished, fixing them all with his pale-eyed stare, I shall be watching all of you. Ravenpaw was the first to sprint away toward the snake rocks. Tigerclaw took a different track into the woods, leaving Greypaw and Firepaw alone in the hollow, trying to guess who Tigerclaw would follow first. I don't know why he thinks the snake rocks are an easy route, mewed Greypaw. The place is crawling with adders. Birds and mice stay away from there because there's so many snakes. Ravenpaw will have to spend his whole time trying not to get bitten, Firepaw agreed. Oh, he'll be okay, mewed Greypaw. Not even an adder would be fast enough to catch Ravenpaw at the moment. He's so jumpy. I better get going. See you back here later on. Good luck. Greypaw raced off towards the stream. Firepaw paused to sniff the air, then bounded up the side of the hollow and began to head for the tall pines. It felt strange to be going in this direction, toward the two-leg place he had been raised in. Cautiously, Firepaw crossed the narrow path into the pine forest. He looked through the straight rows of trees, across the flat forest floor, alert for the sight and scent of prey. A movement caught his eye. It was a mouse, scrabbling through the pine needles. Remembering his first lesson, Firepaw dropped into the stalking position, keeping his weight in his haunches, his paws light on the ground. The technique worked perfectly. The mouse didn't even detect Firepaw until his final leap. He caught it with one paw and killed it swiftly. Then he buried it so he could pick it up on his return journey. Firepaw traveled a little farther into the tall pines. The ground here was deeply rutted by the tracks of the huge two-leg monster that tore down the trees. Firepaw took a deep breath, his mouth open. The monster's acid breath had not touched the air here for a while. Firepaw followed the deep tracks, jumping across the ruts. They were half filled with rain, which made him feel thirsty. He was tempted to stop and take a few mouthfuls, but he hesitated. One lap of that muddy trench water and he'd taste the monster's foul-smelling track for days. He decided to wait. Perhaps there would be a rainwater puddle beyond the tall pines. He hurried onward through the trees and crossed the two-leg path on the far boundary. He was back amid the thick undergrowth of oak woods. He moved onward until he found a puddle and lapped up a few mouthfuls of the fresh water. Firepaw's fur began to prickle with some extra awareness. He recognized sounds and scents familiar from his old watching place on the fence post and knew instantly where he was. These were the woods that bordered the two-leg place. He must be very close to his old home now. Ahead, Firepaw could smell two-legs and hear their voices, loud and raucous like crows. It was a group of young two-legs playing in the woods. Firepaw crouched and peered ahead through the ferns. The sounds were distant enough to be safe. He changed direction, skirting the noises, making sure he was not seen. Firepaw stayed alert and watchful, but not just for two-legs. Tigerclaw might be somewhere nearby. He thought he heard a twig snap in the bushes behind him. He sniffed the air, but smelled nothing new. Was he being watched now? He wondered. Out of the corner of his eye, Firepaw sensed movement. At first he thought it was Tigerclaw's dark brown fur, but then he saw a dash of white. He stopped, crouched, and inhaled deeply. The smell was unfamiliar. It was a cat, but not a ThunderClan cat. Firepaw felt his fur bristle with the instincts of a clan warrior. He would have to chase this intruder out of ThunderClan territory. Firepaw watched the creature moving through the undergrowth. He could see its outline clearly as it skittered between the ferns. Firepaw waited for it to wander nearer. He crouched lower, his tail waving back and forth in a slow rhythm. As the black and white cat neared, Firepaw rocked his haunches from side to side as he prepared to spring. One more heartbeat, then he leaped. The black and white cat jumped into the air, terrified, and it raced away through the trees. Firepaw gave chase.
It's a kitty pet. He raced through the undergrowth, smelling its fear scent. In my territory? He was closing in rapidly on the fleeing animal. It had slowed its headlong rush, preparing to scramble up the wide, mossy trunk of a fallen tree. With the blood roaring in his ears, Firepaw leaped onto its back in a single bound. Firepaw could feel the cat struggling beneath him as he gripped on with all of his claws. It let out a desperate and terrified yowl. Firepaw released his grip and backed away. The black and white cat cringed at the foot of the fallen tree, trembling, and looked up at him. Firepaw lifted his nose, feeling a ripple of disgust at the intruder's easy surrender. This soft, plump house cat, with its round eyes and narrow face, looked very different from the lean, broad-headed cats Firepaw lived with now. And yet something about this cat seemed familiar. Firepaw stared harder. He sniffed, drawing in the other cat's scent. I don't recognize the smell, he thought, searching his memory. Then it came to him. Smudge? He meowed out loud. How did you know my name? Stammered Smudge, still crouching. It's me, Firepaw meowed. The house cat looked confused. We were kittens together. I lived in the garden next to you, Firepaw insisted. Rusty? Mewed Smudge in disbelief. Is that you? Did you find the wildcats again? Or are you living with new housefolk? You must be, if you're still alive. I'm called Firepaw now, Firepaw meowed. He relaxed his shoulders and let his fur fall flat onto his sleek orange pelt. Smudge relaxed too. His ears picked up. Firepaw? He echoed, amused. Well, Firepaw, it looks like your new housefolk don't feed you enough. You certainly weren't this scrawny last time we met. I don't need 2 legs to feed me, Firepaw replied. I've got a whole forest of food to eat. 2 legs? Housefolk. That's what the clans call them. Smudge looked bewildered for a second. Then his expression changed to one of complete astonishment. You mean you're really living with the wildcats? Yes. Firepaw paused. You know, you smell different. Unfamiliar. Unfamiliar? Smudge echoed again. He sniffed. I suppose you're used to the smell of those wildcats now. Firepaw shook his head, as if to clear his mind. But we were kittens together. I should know your smell like I know the smell of my own birth mother. Then Firepaw remembered. Smudge had passed 6 moons. No wonder he looked so soft, fat, and smelled so weird. You've been to the cutter, he gasped. I mean the vet. Smudge shrugged his plump shoulders. So? He mewed. Firepaw was speechless, so Bluestar was right. Come on, then. What's it like, living wild? Smudge demanded. Is it as good as you thought it'd be? Firepaw thought for a moment. About last night, sleeping in a damp den. He thought about the mouse bile and clearing away Yellowfang's dirt and trying to please both Lionheart and Tigerclaw at once during training. He remembered the teasing he suffered about his kitty pet blood. Then he remembered the thrill of his first catch, of charging through the forest in pursuit of a squirrel, and of warm evenings beneath the stars sharing tongues with his friends. I know who I am now, he mewed simply. Smudge tipped his head to one side and stared at Firepaw, clearly confused. I should be getting home, he mewed. Mealtime soon. Go carefully, Smudge. Firepaw leaned forward and gave his old friend an affectionate lick between the ears. Smudge nuzzled him in return. And stay alert. There may be another cat in the area who's not as fond of kitty pets. House cats, as I am. Smudge's ears flicked nervously at these words. He looked around cautiously and leaped up into the trunk of the fallen tree. Goodbye, Rusty, he meowed. I'll tell everyone at home that you're okay. Bye, Smudge, mewed Firepaw. Enjoy your meal. He watched the white tip of Smudge's tail disappear over the edge of the tree. In the distance he could hear the rattle of dried food being shaken and a 2-leg voice calling. Firepaw turned, his tail high, and started back towards his own home, sniffing the air as he went. I'll find a finch or 2 here, he decided. Then I'll catch something else on the way back through the pines. He felt bursting with energy after meeting Smudge and realizing just how lucky he was to live in the clan. He looked up at the branches above him and began to stalk silently across the forest floor, every sense alert. Now he just needed to impress Bluestar and Tigerclaw, and the day would be perfect. Chapter 11. Firepaw returned with the chaffinch gripped firmly between his teeth.
He dropped it in front of Tiger Claw, who stood waiting in the hollow. "You're the first one back," mewed the warrior. "Yeah, but I've got loads more prey to fetch," Firepaw mewed quickly. "I buried it back." "I know exactly what you did," Tiger Claw growled. "I've been watching you." A swish of brushes announced Graypaw's return. He was carrying a small squirrel in his mouth, which he dropped beside Firepaw's chaffinch. "Yuck," he spat. "Squirrels are too furry. I'll be picking hairs out of my teeth all evening." Tiger Claw paid no attention to Graypaw's grumbling. "Ravenpaw's late," he observed. "We'll give him a bit longer, and then return to camp." "But what if he's been bitten by an adder?" Firepaw protested. "Then it's his own fault," Tiger Claw replied coldly. "There's no room for fools in ThunderClan." They waited in silence. Graypaw and Firepaw exchanged glances, worried about Ravenpaw. Tiger Claw sat motionless, apparently lost in his own thoughts. Firepaw was the first to scent Ravenpaw's arrival. He jumped to his paws as the black cat leaped into the clearing, looking unusually pleased with himself. Dangling from his mouth was the long, diamond-patterned body of an adder. "Ravenpaw, are you okay?" Firepaw called. "Hey!" meowed Graypaw, rushing forward to admire Ravenpaw's catch. "Did that bite you?" "I was too quick for it," Ravenpaw purred proudly. Then he caught Tiger Claw's eye and fell silent. Tiger Claw fixed all three excited apprentices with a cold stare. "Come on," he said shortly. "Let's collect the rest of your prey and get back to camp." Firepaw, Graypaw, and Ravenpaw entered the camp, strolling behind Tiger Claw. Their impressive day's catch hung from their mouths, although Ravenpaw kept tripping over his dead snake. As they emerged from the gorse into camp, a group of young kits scrambled out of the nursery to watch them pass. "Look," Firepaw heard one of them say. "Apprentices, just back from hunting." He recognized the little tabby that Yellowfang had hissed at the day before. Sitting next to him was a fluffy gray kit, no more than 2 moons old. A tiny black kit and a small tortoiseshell stood beside them. "Isn't that kitty pet Firepaw?" squeaked the gray kit. "Yeah, look at his orange fur," mewed the black one. "They say he's a good hunter," the tortoiseshell added. "He looks a bit like Lionheart. Do you suppose he's as good as him?" "I can't wait to start my training," mewed the tabby. "I'm going to be the best warrior ThunderClan has ever seen." Firepaw lifted his chin, feeling proud at the kit's admiring comments. He followed the two friends into the center of the clearing. "An adder!" Graypaw mewed again, as the apprentices dropped their catch for the other cats to share. "What shall I do with it?" asked Ravenpaw, sniffing the snake's long body as it lay beside the heap. "Can you eat adders?" asked Graypaw. "Trust you to think of your stomach," Firepaw joked, butting Graypaw with his head. "Well, I wouldn't eat it," murmured Ravenpaw. "I mean, my mouth tastes pretty foul just from carrying it back." "Let's put it on the stump, then," suggested Graypaw, "so that Dustpaw and Sandpaw can see it when they get back." They each carried a piece of their fresh kill, and the adder, back to their den. Graypaw carefully placed the adder on the stump, arranging the snake so that it would be most clearly seen from all sides. Then they ate. When they had finished, they sat close together to groom one another and talk. "I wonder who Bluestar will choose to go to the gathering," Graypaw meowed. "It'll be full moon tomorrow." "Sandpaw and Dustpaw have been twice already," replied Graypaw. "Perhaps Bluestar will choose one of us this time," mewed Firepaw. "After all, we've been training for almost 3 moons now." "But Sandpaw and Dustpaw are the oldest apprentices," Ravenpaw pointed out. Firepaw nodded. "And this gathering will be an important one. It'll be the first time the clans have met since WindClan disappeared. No cat knows what ShadowClan is going to say about it." Tiger Claw's low meow interrupted them. "You're right, youngster." The warrior had strolled up to them unnoticed. "By the way, Firepaw," he mewed smoothly, "Bluestar wants to see you." "Why would Bluestar want to see him?" "Now, if you can spare the time," Tiger Claw meowed. Firepaw jumped up immediately and bounded off across the clearing towards Bluestar's den. Bluestar was sitting outside, her tail flicking restlessly back and forth. When she saw Firepaw, she stood up and looked steadily down at him. "Tiger Claw has told me that he saw you talking with the cat from the Two-Lake place today," she mewed quietly. "But," Firepaw began, "he said that you began by fighting with this cat, but ended up sharing tongues with it." "That's true," Firepaw admitted, feeling his fur prickle defensively. But he was an old friend. We grew up together. He paused and swallowed. When I was a kitty pet. Blue Star looked at him for a long moment. Do you miss your old life, Firepaw? She asked. Think carefully now. No. How could Blue Star think that? Firepaw wondered. His head was spinning. What was Blue Star trying to make him say? Do you wish to leave the clan? Of course not. Firepaw was shocked by her question. Blue Star didn't even seem to hear the passion in his answer. She shook her head, looking suddenly old and tired. I won't judge you if you leave us, Firepaw. Perhaps I expected too much of you. Perhaps my judgment was clouded by the clan's need for new warriors. Panic swept through Firepaw at the thought of leaving the clan forever. But my place is here. This is my home, he protested. I need more than that, Firepaw. I need to be able to trust in your loyalty to ThunderClan, especially now that it looks like ShadowClan's planning an attack. We don't have room for anyone who isn't sure whether their heart lies in the past or the present. Firepaw took a deep breath and chose his next words carefully. When I saw Smudge today, that's the house cat Tigerclaw saw me talking with. I saw what life would have been like if I had stayed with the two legs. I felt happy that I had not stayed. I was proud that I left. He held Blue Star's gaze without flinching. Meeting Smudge made me certain I had made the right decision. I could have never been satisfied with the soft life of a kitty pet. Blue Star looked closely at him for a moment. Her eyes narrowed. Then she nodded. Very well, she said. I believe you. Firepaw dipped his head respectfully and let out a silent sigh of relief. I spoke to Yellowfang earlier, meowed Blue Star in a lighter tone. She thinks a lot of you. She's a wise old she-cat, you know, and I suspect she wasn't always bad-tempered. Indeed, I think that I could grow to like her. Firepaw felt an unexpected glow of pleasure at these words. Maybe, in caring for Yellowfang, his admiration for her had grown into affection, despite the she-cat's ill temper. Whatever the reason, he was glad Blue Star liked her too. But there's something about her that I don't trust, Blue Star went on quietly. She will stay with ThunderClan for now, but she will remain as a prisoner. The queens will care for her. You must concentrate on your training. Firepaw nodded and waited to be dismissed, but Blue Star hadn't finished. Firepaw, although you showed bad judgment today in talking to a house cat, Tigerclaw was impressed by your hunting skills. In fact, he reported that you did well. I am pleased with your progress. You will come to the gathering, all three of you. Firepaw could hardly stand still. His body tingled with excitement. The gathering. What about Sandpaw and Dustpaw? He mewed. They will remain behind and guard the camp, replied Blue Star. Now you may go. She flicked her long tail to show he was dismissed, and returned to her grooming. Graypaw and Ravenpaw looked stunned to see Firepaw bounding happily towards them. They had been waiting nervously for him beside the tree stump. Firepaw sat down and looked at his friends. Well? Graypaw demanded. What did she say? Tigerclaw told us you'd been sharing tongues with a kitty pet this morning, burst out Ravenpaw. Are you in trouble? No, although Blue Star wasn't pleased, Firepaw admitted ruefully. She thought I might want to leave ThunderClan. You don't, do you? Asked Ravenpaw. Of course he doesn't, mewed Graypaw. Firepaw gave his gray friend an affectionate swipe. Yeah, you'd hate that. You need me to catch all the mice for you. All you can catch these days are hairy old squirrels. Graypaw dodged out of the way to Firepaw's blow and reared up on his back legs to retaliate. You'll never guess what else she said, Firepaw went on. He was too excited to waste time play fighting. Graypaw immediately dropped back onto all four paws. What? He asked. We're all going to the gathering. Graypaw let out a yowl of delight and bounded up onto the tree stump. One of his back paws knocked the adder flying. It hit Ravenpaw on the head and wrapped itself around his neck. Ravenpaw spat with alarm and surprise and turned on Graypaw. Watch it, he hissed crossly. He shook the adder onto the ground. What, scared it might try to bite you? Firepaw teased. He crouched down, hissing, and sidled up to Ravenpaw. Ravenpaw twitched his whiskers and retorted, Some snake you'd make. He leaped onto Firepaw and rolled him easily onto his back. Greypaw reached down from the tree stump and gave Ravenpaw's tail a tug. As Ravenpaw turned to thump Greypaw with a soft forepaw, Firepaw jumped to his feet and leaped onto them both, sending Greypaw flying from the stump. All three cats tumbled into the dirt and tussled on the ground. Finally, they fell apart and settled themselves, panting, beside the tree stump. "Are Sandpaw and Dustpaw coming too?" puffed Greypaw. "Nope," Firepaw replied, unable to disguise the note of triumph in his voice. "They have to stay behind and guard the camp." "Ooh, let me tell them," begged Greypaw. "I can't wait to see the looks on their faces." "Me neither," Firepaw agreed. "I can't believe we're going instead of them, especially after Tigerclaw saw me with Smudge today." "That was just bad luck," answered Greypaw. "We all caught a load of prey in the assessment. That must be what decided it." "I wonder what the gathering will be like," mewed Ravenpaw. "It'll be fantastic," Greypaw replied confidently. "I bet all of the great warriors will be there. Clawface, Stonefur." But Firepaw wasn't listening anymore. Instead, he found himself thinking about Tigerclaw and Smudge. Greypaw was right. It was bad luck that the great warrior had been observing him when he met his old friend. Why couldn't he have been watching Greypaw or Ravenpaw instead? In fact, it was bad luck that Tigerclaw had sent him so near the two-lake place at all. Suddenly a dark thought entered Firepaw's mind. Why had Tigerclaw sent him so near his old haunts? Had he wanted to test him? Could it be that the great dark warrior didn't trust his loyalty to ThunderClan? Chapter 12. Firepaw peered over the brow of a bush-covered slope. Greypaw and Ravenpaw crouched beside him. Next to them, a group of ThunderClan elders, queens, and warriors waited in the undergrowth for Bluestar to give the signal. Firepaw had not been to this place since his first journey with Lionheart and Tigerclaw. The steep-sided glade looked different now. The rich greenness of the woods had been bleached away by the cold light of the full moon, and the leaves on the trees glowed silver. At the bottom stood the large oaks that marked where the corner of each clan's territory touched the other three. The air was thick with the warm scents of cats from the other clans. Firepaw could see them quite clearly in the moonlight, moving about below in the grassy clearing that lay before the four oaks. In the center of the clearing, a large, jagged rock rose from the forest floor like a broken tooth. "Look at all those cats down there," hissed Ravenpaw under his breath. "There's Crooked Star," Greypaw hissed back. "RiverClan's leader." "Where?" Firepaw mewed, nudging Greypaw impatiently. "That light-colored tabby, beside the great rock." Firepaw followed Greypaw's nod and saw a huge Tom, even bigger than Lionheart, sitting at the center of the clearing. His striped coat shone pale in the moonlight. Even from this distance, his old face showed the signs of a harsh life, and his mouth looked twisted, as if it had once been broken and healed very badly. "Hey," mewed Greypaw, "did you see Sandpaw spit when I told her? I hope she had a nice evening at home." "You bet," Firepaw purred. Ravenpaw interrupted them with a muffled growl. "Look, there's Broken Star, ShadowClan's leader," he hissed. Firepaw looked down at the dark tabby. His fur was unusually long and his face was broad and flattened. There was a stillness in the way he sat and stared around him that made Firepaw prickle uncomfortably. "He looks pretty nasty," Firepaw muttered. "Yeah," agreed Greypaw. "He certainly got a reputation among all the clans for not suffering looks gladly. And he's not been leader for that long. 4 moons, ever since his father, Ragged Star, died." "What does the leader of WindClan look like?" Firepaw asked. "Tall Star? I've never seen him, but I know he's black and white with a very long tail," answered Greypaw. "Can you see him now?" asked Ravenpaw. Greypaw peered down, searching in the crowd of cats below. "No." "Can you scent any WindClan cats?" Firepaw asked. Greypaw shook his head. "Also no." Lionheart's meow sounded softly beside them. "The WindClan cats must be late." "But what if they don't turn up at all?" mewed Greypaw. "Hush! We must be patient. These are difficult times, but keep quiet. Bluestar will give the signal to move soon," Lionheart mewed quietly. As he spoke, Bluestar stood, and holding her tail high, she flicked it from one side to the other. Firepaw's heart missed a beat as the ThunderClan cats rose as one and bounded through the bushes, down toward the meeting place. He raced alongside them, feeling the wind rush in his ears and his paws tingle with anticipation. The ThunderClan cats paused instinctively on the edge of the clearing, outside the boundary of the oaks. Blue Star sniffed the air, then she nodded, and the troop moved forward into the clearing. Firepaw felt thrilled. The other cats looked even more impressive up close, milling about the great rock. A large white warrior strode past Firepaw. Firepaw and Ravenpaw looked at him in awe. "Look at those paws," Ravenpaw murmured. Firepaw looked down and realized the huge paws of this Tom were jet black. "It must be Blackfoot," mewed Greypaw, ShadowClan's new deputy. Blackfoot stalked over to Brokenstar and sat down beside him. The ShadowClan leader acknowledged him with a twitch of one ear, but said nothing. "When does the meeting begin?" Ravenpaw asked Whitestorm. "Be patient, Ravenpaw," he answered. "The sky is clear tonight, so we have plenty of time." Lionheart leaned over and added, "We warriors like to spend a little time boasting about our victories, while the elders swap tales about the ancient days before the Two-Legs came here." All three apprentices looked up at him and saw his whiskers twitch mischievously. Dappletail, One Eye, and Small Ear headed straight off toward a group of elderly cats who were settling themselves below one of the oak trees. Whitestorm and Lionheart strolled over to another pair of warriors whom Firepaw did not know. He sniffed the air and recognized their scent as RiverClan. Blue Star's voice sounded behind the three apprentices. "Do not waste any of your time tonight," she warned. "This is a good opportunity to meet your enemies. Listen to them. Remember what they look like and how they behave. There is a great deal to be learned from these meetings." "And say little," warned Tigerclaw. "Don't give anything away that might be used against us once the moon has waned." "Don't worry, we won't," Firepaw promised hastily, looking into Tigerclaw's eyes. The feeling that Tigerclaw didn't trust his loyalty lingered with him still. The two warriors nodded and moved on, and the apprentices were left alone. They looked at each other. "What do we do now?" Firepaw asked. "What they said," replied Ravenpaw. "Listen. And don't say too much," Greypaw added. Firepaw nodded gravely. "I'm going to see where Tigerclaw went," he meowed. "Well, I'm going to find Lionheart," mewed Greypaw. "You coming, Ravenpaw?" "No, thanks," Ravenpaw replied. "I'm going to find some of the other apprentices." "Okay, we'll meet up later," mewed Firepaw, and he trotted in the direction Tigerclaw had taken. He scented Tigerclaw easily and found him sitting at the center of a group of huge warriors behind the great rock. Tigerclaw was speaking. It was a tale Firepaw had heard many times at camp. Tigerclaw was describing his recent battle against the RiverClan hunting party. "I wrestled like a LionClan cat. 3 warriors tried to hold me, but I threw them off. I fought them until only 2 lay knocked out, and the other had run off into the forest like a kid crying for his mother." This time Tigerclaw didn't mention killing Oakheart in vengeance for Redtail's death. Perhaps it's so he doesn't offend the RiverClan warriors, Firepaw decided. Firepaw listened politely to the end of his story, but a familiar scent was distracting him. As soon as Tigerclaw had finished speaking, Firepaw turned and crept away towards the sweet smell, which was coming from a group of cats nearby. He found Greypaw sitting among these cats, but that was not the scent he had been following. Sitting opposite Greypaw, between 2 RiverClan Toms, was Spotted Leaf. Firepaw glanced at her shyly and settled himself beside his friend. "Still no scent of WindClan," he mewed to Greypaw. "The meeting hasn't begun yet. They may still come," replied his friend. "Look, there's Running Nose. He's the new ShadowClan medicine cat, apparently." He nodded toward a small gray and white cat at the center of the group. "I see why they call him Running Nose," Firepaw remarked. The medicine cat's nose was wet at the tip and encrusted around the edges. "Yeah," replied Greypaw with a scornful growl. "I can't see why they appointed him when he can't even cure his own cold." Running Nose was telling the cats about an herb that medicine cats had used in the old days to cure kitten cough. "Since the Two-Legs came and filled the place with hard earth and strange flowers," he complained in a high-pitched yowl, "the herb has disappeared, and kittens die needlessly in the cold weather." The cats gathered around him yowled their disapproval. "It never would have happened in the time of the great clan cats," growled a black RiverClan queen. "Indeed," mewed a silver tabby, "the The great cats would have killed any two-legs that dared enter their territory. If Tiger Clan roamed this forest still, two-legs would not have built this far into our land. Then Firepaw heard Spotted Leaf's quiet mew. If Tiger Clan still roamed these forests, we would hardly have made territory here either. What's Tiger Clan? Mewed a small voice beside them. Firepaw noticed a little tabby apprentice from one of the other clans sitting beside him. Tiger Clan is one of the great cat clans that used to roam the forest, Greypaw explained quietly. Tiger Clan is cats of the night, big as horses, with jet black stripes. Then there is Lion Clan. They're... Greypaw hesitated, frowning as he tried to remember. Oh, I've heard of them, mewed the tabby. They were as big as the Tiger Clan cats, with yellow fur and golden manes like the rays of sun. Greypaw nodded. And then there was another one, Spotty Clan or something like that. I suspect you're thinking of Leopard Clan, young Greypaw, mewed a voice from behind them. Lionheart! Greypaw greeted his mentor with an affectionate touch of his nose. Lionheart shook his head in mock despair. Don't you youngsters know your history? Leopard Clan are the swiftest cats, huge and golden, spotted with black paw prints. You can thank Leopard Clan for the speed and hunting skills you now possess. Thank them? Why? Asked the tabby. Lionheart gazed down at the little apprentice and answered, There's a trace of all the great cats in every cat today. We would not be night hunters without our Tiger Clan ancestors, and our love of the sun's warmth comes from Lion Clan. He paused. You are a Shadow Clan apprentice, aren't you? How many moons are you? The tabby stared awkwardly down at the ground. 6 moons, he stammered, not meeting Lionheart's eye. Rather small for 6 moons, Lionheart murmured. His tone was gentle, but his gaze was searching and serious. My mother was small too, answered the tabby nervously. He bowed his head and walked away, disappearing into the crowd of cats with a twitch of light from his brown tail. Lionheart turned to Firepaw and Greypaw. Well, he might be small, but at least he was curious. If only you two showed as much interest in the stories your elders tell. Sorry, Lionheart, Firepaw and Greypaw mewed, exchanging doubtful glances. Lionheart grunted good-naturedly. Oh, go away, the pair of you. Next time I hope Blue Star decides to bring apprentices who appreciate what they hear. And, with a half-hearted growl, he chased them away from the group. Come on, mewed Greypaw as they headed away. Let's see where Ravenpaw's gone to. Ravenpaw was in the middle of a group of apprentices who were clamoring for him to tell them about the battle with River Clan. Go on, Ravenpaw, tell us what happened, called a pretty black and white she-cat. Ravenpaw shyly shuffled his paws and shook his head. Come on, Ravenpaw, insisted another. Ravenpaw looked around and saw Firepaw and Greypaw at the edge of the crowd. Firepaw nodded encouragingly. Ravenpaw flicked his tail in acknowledgement and began his story. He stumbled a bit at first, but as he continued, the tremor disappeared from his voice and his audience leaned in, their eyes growing wider. Fur was flying everywhere. Blood spattered on the leaves of the bramble bushes, bright red against green. I had just fought off a huge warrior and sent him squealing into the bushes when the ground shook and I heard a warrior scream. It was Oakheart. Redtail raced past me, his mouth dripping blood and his fur torn. Oakheart is dead, he howled. Then he rushed off to help Tigerclaw as he fought another warrior. Who would have thought Ravenpaw was such a good storyteller? Greypaw murmured to Firepaw, sounding impressed. But Firepaw was thinking of something else. What was it Ravenpaw had said? That Redtail had killed Oakheart? But according to Tigerclaw, Oakheart had killed Redtail, and he, Tigerclaw, had killed Oakheart in revenge. If Redtail killed Oakheart, then who killed Redtail? Firepaw hissed at Greypaw. If who did what? Greypaw echoed absent-mindedly. He was only half listening to Firepaw. Firepaw shook his head to clear it. Ravenpaw must have been mistaken, he thought. He must have meant Tigerclaw. Ravenpaw was coming to the end of his story. Finally, Redtail dragged the wailing cat off Tigerclaw by his tail, and with the strength of the whole of Tiger Clan, flung him into the bushes. A moving shadow caught Firepaw's eye. He glanced around and saw Tigerclaw standing a short distance away. The warrior was watching Ravenpaw with an iron stare. Unaware of his mentor's presence, Ravenpaw continued to answer question after question from his enthusiastic audience. What were Oakheart's dying words? Is it true that Oakheart had never lost a battle before? Ravenpaw replied promptly, with his voice high and clear and his eyes shining, but when Firepaw glanced back at Tigerclaw, he saw a look of horror and then fury creep over the warrior's face. Clearly, Tigerclaw wasn't enjoying Ravenpaw's story at all. Firepaw was just about to say something to Greypaw when a loud yowl signaled for all the cats to keep quiet. Firepaw couldn't help feeling relieved as Ravenpaw fell silent at last, and Tigerclaw turned away. Firepaw looked up to see where the yowl had come from. 3 cats silhouetted against the moonlit sky on top of the great rock. They were Blue Star, Broken Star, and Crooked Star. The clan leaders were about to begin the meeting, but where was the Wind Clan leader? Surely they wouldn't begin the meeting without Tall Star, Firepaw hissed under his breath. I don't know, Greypaw muttered back. Haven't you noticed there isn't a single Wind Clan cat here? Whispered a River Clan apprentice on the other side of Firepaw. Firepaw guessed that similar conversations were going on all around him, as the other cats were gathering beneath the great rock, and unsettled murmuring rumbled in their throats. We can't start yet, yowled one voice above the noise. Where are the Wind Clan representatives? We must wait until all the clans are present. On top of the rock, Blue Star stepped forward. Her gray fur glowed almost white in the moonlight. Cats of all the clans, welcome, she meowed in a clear voice. It is true that Wind Clan is not present, but Broken Star wishes to speak anyway. Broken Star padded noisily up to stand beside Blue Star. He surveyed the crowd for a few moments, his orange eyes burning. Then he took a deep breath and began, Friends, I come to speak to you tonight about the needs of Shadow Clan. But he was interrupted by raised, impatient voices from below. Where is Tall Star? Cried one. Where are the Wind Clan warriors? Yowled another. Broken Star stretched up his full height and lashed his tail from side to side. As the leader of Shadow Clan, it is my right to address you here, he growled in a voice full of menace. The crowd fell into an uneasy silence. All around him, Firepaw could smell the acidic tang of fear. Broken Star yowled again. We all know that the hard time of Leaf Bear and late New Leaf have left us with little prey in our hunting grounds. But we also know that Wind Clan, River Clan, and Thunder Clan lost many kits in the freezing winter that came so late this season. Shadow Clan did not lose kits. We are hardened to the cold north wind. Our kits are stronger than yours from the moment that they are born, and so we find ourselves with many mouths to feed and too little prey to feed them. The crowd, still silent, listened anxiously. The needs of Shadow Clan are simple. In order to survive, we must increase our hunting territory. That is why I insist that you allow Shadow Clan warriors to hunt on your territories. A shocked but muted growl rippled through the crowd. Share our hunting grounds, called the outraged voice of Tigerclaw. It is unprecedented, cried a tortoiseshell queen from River Clan. The clans have never shared hunting rights. Should Shadow Clan be punished because our kits thrive? Yowled Broken Star from the Great Rock. Do you want us to watch our young starve? You must share what you have with us. Must, spat Small Ear furiously from the back of the crowd. Must, repeated Broken Star. Wind Clan failed to understand this. In the end, we were forced to drive them out from their territory. Snarls of outrage burst from the crowd, but Broken Star's caterwaul rang loud above them. And if we have to, we will drive you all from your hunting grounds in order to feed our hungry kits. There was an instant silence. On the other side of the clearing, Firepaw heard a River Clan apprentice start to mutter something, but he was quickly hushed by an elder. Satisfied that he had every cat's attention, Broken Star continued. Each year, the Two-Legs spoil more of our territory. At least one clan must remain strong if all the clans are to survive. Shadow Clan thrives while you all struggle, and there may come a time when you will need us to protect you. You doubt our strength, hissed Tigerclaw. His pale eyes glared threateningly at the Shadow Clan leader, and his powerful shoulders rippled with tension. I do not ask for your answer now, Broken Star ignored the warrior's challenge. You must each go away and consider my words, but bear this in mind. Would you prefer to share your prey, or be driven out and left homeless and starving? Warriors, elders, and apprentices looked at one another in disbelief. In the anxious pause that followed, Crooked Star stepped forward. I have already agreed to allow Shadow Clan some hunting rights on the river that runs through our territory, he meowed quietly, gazing down on his clan. Horror and humiliation rippled through the River Clan Cat's leader's words. We were not consulted, cried a grizzled silver tabby. I feel that is best for our clan. For all the clans, Crooked Star explained, his voice heavy with resignation. There are plenty of fish in the river. It is better to share our prey than to spill blood fighting over it. And what of Thunder Clan? Small Ear croaked. Blue Star? Have you two agreed to this outrageous demand? Blue Star unwaveringly met the old cat's gaze. I have made no agreement with Broken Star except that I shall discuss his proposal with my clan after this gathering. Well, at least that's something, muttered Grey Paw in Firepaw's ear. We'll show them we're not as soft as that yellow-bellied River Clan. Broken Star spoke up again, his rasping voice sounding arrogant and strong after Crooked Star's surrender. I also bring news that is important to the safety of your kits. A Shadow Clan cat has turned rogue and spurned the warrior code. We chased her out of our camp, but we do not know where she is now. She looks like a mangy old creature, but she has a bite like Tiger Clan. Firepaw's fur bristled. Could Broken Star possibly be talking about Yellowfang? He pricked up his ears, curious to hear more. She is dangerous, I warn you. Do not offer to shelter her. And, Broken Star paused dramatically, until she is caught and killed, I urge you to keep a close eye on your kits. Firepaw knew from the nervous growl that rumbled in the throats of the ThunderClan cats that they, too, had thought of Yellowfang. The bold she-cat had done nothing to endear herself to our reluctant hosts, and Firepaw guessed it wouldn't take much to drum up hatred against her. Even the words of a despised enemy like Broken Star would be enough. The Shadow Clan warriors began to push their way out of the throng of cats. Broken Star leaped down from the rock, and his warriors immediately surrounded him and escorted him away from the four trees, back into Shadow Clan territory. The remaining Shadow Clan cats followed quickly behind, including the undersized tabby Lionheart had questioned earlier. But among the other Shadow Clan apprentices, the tabby no longer looked unusually small. They all looked tiny and undernourished, more like kits of 3 or 4 moons than full-fledged apprentices. What do you think of all of that? Greypaw mewed in a low voice. Ravenpaw bounded over before Firepaw could reply. What's going to happen now? He wailed, his fur ruffled up in alarm and his eyes wider than ever. Firepaw didn't answer. The elders of ThunderClan were gathering nearby, and he was straining to hear what they were saying. That must be Yellowfang he was talking about, growled Smallear. Well, she did snap at Goldenflower's youngest kit the other day, murmured Speckletail darkly. She was the oldest nursery queen, and fiercely protective of all the kits. And we've left her behind, with the camp virtually unguarded, wailed One-Eye, who for once seemed to be having no trouble hearing everything. I tried to tell you she was a danger to us, hissed Darkstripe. Blue Star has to listen to reason now and get rid of her before she harms any of our young. Tigerclaw strode up to the group. We must return to camp at once and deal with this rogue, he yowled. Firepaw didn't stop to hear more. His mind was spinning. Loyal as he was to his clan, he just couldn't believe that Yellowfang would be a danger to kits. Frightened for the old she-cat, burning with questions only she could answer, he raced away from Greypaw and Ravenpaw without a word. He charged up the hillside and pelted through the forest. Had he been mistaken about Yellowfang? If he warned her about the danger she was in, would he be risking his own position in ThunderClan? Whatever trouble he got himself into, he had to find out the truth before the other cats got back into camp. Chapter 13. Firepaw reached the edge of the ravine and looked down at the camp. He was panting and his paws were slippery with dew. He sniffed the air. He was alone. There was still time to speak to Yellowfang before the others returned from the gathering. Silently, he jumped down the rocky slope and slipped through the gorse tunnel unnoticed. The camp was still quiet, apart from the muted snuffles of sleeping cats. Firepaw quickly crept around the edge of the clearing towards Yellowfang's nest. The old medicine cat was curled on top of her mossy bedding. "Yellowfang," he hissed urgently. "Yellowfang, wake up, it's important." Two orange eyes opened and glinted in the moonlight. "I wasn't sleeping," meowed Yellowfang quietly. She sounded calm but alert. "You came straight from the gathering to me. That must mean you've heard." She blinked slowly and looked away. "So, Broken Star kept his promise." "What promise?" Firepaw felt very confused. Yellowfang seemed to know more than he did about what was going on. "Shadow Clan's noble leader promised to drive me from every clan territory," Yellowfang replied dryly. "What did he say about me?" "He warned us that our kits were in danger as long as we sheltered the Shadow Clan rogue. He didn't say your name, though, but ThunderClan guessed who he was talking about. You must leave before the others get back. You're in danger." "You mean they believed Broken Star?" Yellowfang flattened her ears and swished her tail angrily. "Yes," Firepaw meowed urgently. "Darkstripe says you're dangerous. The other clats are scared of what you might do. Tigerclaw's planning to come back and, I don't know. I think you should go before they get here." In the distance, Firepaw could hear the yowls of angry cats. Yellowfang struggled stiffly to her paws, but Firepaw gave her a nudge to help her up, his mind still spinning with questions. What did Broken Star mean when he warned us to keep an eye on our kits? He couldn't stop himself from asking, "Would you really do something like that?" "Would I what?" "Would you really harm our kits?" Yellowfang flared her nostrils and looked steadily at him. "Do you think so?" Firepaw met her gaze without flinching. "No, I don't believe you would ever harm a kit. But why would Broken Star say such a thing?" The noise of the cats was coming nearer, and with it the sense of aggression and anger. Yellowfang looked wildly from side to side. "Go!" Firepaw urged. Her safety was more important than his curiosity. But Yellowfang remained where she was and stared at him. A calm look suddenly came into her wide eyes. "Firepaw, you believe that I'm innocent, and I'm grateful for that. If you believe me, then others might. And I know Bluestar will give me a fair hearing. I can't run forever. I'm too old. I shall stay here and face whatever your clan decides for me." She sighed and sank down into her bony haunches. "But what about Tigerclaw? What if he is headstrong, and he knows the power he has over the other clan cats. They are in awe of him. But even he will obey Bluestar." Rustling in the undergrowth beyond the camp boundary told Firepaw the cats were almost near the entrance. "Go away, Firepaw," hissed Yellowfang, baring her blackened teeth at him. "Don't make trouble for yourself by being seen with me now. There's nothing you can do for me. Have faith in your leader, and let her decide what happens to me." Firepaw realized Yellowfang had made up her mind. He touched his nose to her patchy fur, then crept silently away into the shadows to watch. Through the gorse came the cats. Bluestar first, accompanied by Lionheart. Frostfur and Willowpelt were right behind them. Frostfur raced away from the troop immediately and ran towards the nursery, the fur on her tail bristling in alarm. Tigerclaw and Darkstripe strode into the clearing, shoulder to shoulder, looking grim. The others followed behind, with Ravenpaw and Greypaw at the rear. As soon as he saw his friends, Firepaw trotted out to join them. "You ran to warn Yellowfang, didn't you?" whispered Greypaw when Firepaw reached his side. "Yes, I did," Firepaw admitted, "but she won't leave. She trusts Bluestar to treat her fairly. Did anyone miss me?" "Only us," replied Ravenpaw. Around the camp, the two cats who stayed behind began to wake up. They must have scented the aggression and heard the tension in the voices of the returning cats, for they all came running into the clearing, their tails held high. "What happened?" called a tabby warrior named Running Wind. "Broken Stars demanded hunting rights for Shadow Clan in our territory," replied Longtail loudly enough for all the cats to hear. "And he warned us about a rogue cat who'll harm our kits," added Willowpelt. "It must be Yellowfang." Mews of anger and distress rose from the crowd. "Silence!" ordered Bluestar, leaping onto the high rock. Instinctively, the cats settled in front of her. A loud screech made every cat turn its head toward the fallen tree where the elders slept. Tigerclaw and Darkstripe were dragging Yellowfang roughly from her nest. She shrieked furiously as they hauled her into the clearing and dumped her in front of the high rock. Firepaw felt every muscle in his body tense. Without thinking, he dropped into a low crouch, ready to spring at Yellowfang's persecutors. Wait, Firepaw, growled Graypaw in his ear. Let Bluestar deal with this. What is going on? Demanded Bluestar, jumping down from the high rock and glaring at her warriors. I gave no order to attack our prisoner. Tigerclaw and Darkstripe instantly let go of Yellowfang, who crouched in the dust, hissing and spitting. Frostfur appeared from the nursery and pushed her way through to the front of the clan. We got back in time, she mowed with a gasp. The kits are safe. Of course they are, snapped Bluestar. Frostfur seemed taken aback. But you are going to throw Yellowfang out, aren't you? She meowed, her blue eyes wide. Throw her out? Spat Darkstripe, unleashing his claws. We should kill her now. Bluestar fixed her piercing blue eyes on Darkstripe's angry face. And what has she done? She asked with an icy calm. Firepaw held his breath. You were at the gathering. Broken Star said she... Darkstripe began. Broken Star said only that there is a rogue somewhere in the woods, mewed Bluestar, her voice menacingly quiet. He did not mention Yellowfang by name. The kits are safe. For as long as she is in my clan, Yellowfang will not be harmed in any way. Bluestar's words were met with silence, and Firepaw heaved a sigh of relief. Yellowfang looked up at Bluestar and narrowed her eyes respectfully. I will leave now if you wish it, Bluestar. There is no need, Bluestar replied. You have done nothing wrong. You will be safe here. The ThunderClan leader lifted her gaze to the crowd of cats that surrounded Yellowfang and meowed. It's time we discussed the real threat to our clan, Broken Star. We have already begun to prepare for an attack by Shadow Clan, Bluestar began. We'll carry on with those preparations and patrol our borders more frequently. Wind Clan is gone. River Clan has given hunting rights to the Shadow Clan warriors. Thunder Clan stands alone against Broken Star. A murmur of defiance rippled through the cats, and Firepaw felt his fur prickle with anticipation. Then we're not going to agree to Broken Star's demands, mewed Tigerclaw. Clans have never shared hunting rights before, Bluestar answered. They've always managed to support themselves in their own territories. There's no reason why this should change. Tigerclaw nodded approvingly. But can we defend ourselves against a Shadow Clan attack? Asked Small-Ear's tremulous voice. Wind Clan didn't manage it. River Clan didn't even try. Bluestar met his old eyes with her steady gaze. We must try. We will not give up our territory without a fight. All around the clearing, Firepaw saw the cats nodding in agreement. I shall travel to the Moonstone tomorrow, Bluestar announced. The warriors of Star Clan will give me the strength I need to lead Thunder Clan through this dark time. You must all get some rest. We have a lot to do now when daylight comes. I wish to talk with Lionheart now. Without another word, she turned and strode towards her den. Firepaw noticed the look of wonder that had entered the eyes of some of the cats when Bluestar had mentioned the Moonstone. Now the clan cats hurriedly gathered in groups, meowing in hushed voices of excitement. What's the Moonstone? Firepaw asked Graypaw. It's a rock deep underground that shines in the dark, whispered Graypaw. His voice was hoarse with awe. All clan leaders have to spend one night at the Moonstone when they are first chosen. There, the spirits of Star Clan share with them. Share what with them? Graypaw frowned. I don't know, he admitted. I know only that the new leaders have to sleep near the stone, and as they sleep they have special dreams. After that, they have the gift of 9 lives and take the name Star. Firepaw watched Yellowfang limp back to her shadowy nest. It looked like Tigerclaw's rough treatment had aggravated her old injury. He trotted back to the apprentice's den. Firepaw decided to ask Spottedleaf for more poppy seeds in the morning. So, what happened? Mewed Dustpaw eagerly, popping his head out of the den. He seemed to have forgotten how much he resented the new apprentice in his eagerness to hear about the gathering. It's like Longtail said. Broken Star demanded hunting rights, Graypaw began. Sandpaw and Dustpaw sat and listened, but Firepaw was watching the camp. He could see the silhouettes of Bluestar and Lionheart sitting close together outside her den, talking urgently. Then he noticed the small shape of Ravenpaw at the entrance to the warrior's den. Tigerclaw stood beside him. Firepaw saw Ravenpaw's ears flatten as the young cat flinched away from Tigerclaw's fierce words. The dark warrior loomed over him, twice his size, his eyes and teeth flashing in the moonlight. What was he saying to Ravenpaw? Firepaw was just about to creep nearer and listen when Ravenpaw backed away, turned, and ran across the clearing. Firepaw greeted Ravenpaw as he reached the apprentice's den, but Ravenpaw hardly seemed to notice him. Instead, he pushed his way inside the den without a word. Firepaw got up to follow him when he saw Lionheart approaching. "Well," meowed the ThunderClan deputy, striding up to the apprentices, "it seems that Firepaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw are about to reach another important stage in their training." "What's that?" mewed Greypaw, looking excited. "Bluestar wishes you three to accompany her on her journey to the Moonstone." Lionheart didn't miss the look of disappointment on the faces of Dustpaw and Sandpaw, because he added, "Don't worry, you two, you'll make the journey soon enough. For now, ThunderClan needs your strength and skill at camp. I'll remain here also." Firepaw looked past Lionheart towards his leader. She was now moving from one group of warriors to another, meowing instructions to each. Why had she chosen him for this journey, he wondered. "She wants you to rest now," Lionheart continued, "but first go to Spotted Leaf and collect the herbs you'll need on this expedition. It's a long way. You'll need something to give you strength and quell your appetite. There will be little time for catching prey." Greypaw nodded, and Firepaw dragged his gaze away from Bluestar and nodded too. "Where's Ravenpaw?" asked Lionheart. "He's in his nest already," replied Firepaw. "Good. Leave him to sleep. You can fetch herbs for him," meowed Lionheart. "Rest well. You will leave at dawn." He flicked his tail and walked back to Bluestar's den. "Well then," mewed Sandpaw, "you better go and see Spotted Leaf." Firepaw listened for sourness in her voice, but there was none. There was no time for jealousy now. All the cats in the clan seemed to be united against the threat from ShadowClan. Firepaw and Greypaw walked quickly towards Spotted Leaf's den. The fern tunnel was dark. Not even the full moon penetrated its thick covering. Spotted Leaf seemed to be expecting them as they emerged into the moonlit clearing. "You've come for some traveling herbs," she meowed. "Yes, please," Firepaw answered, "and I think Yellowfang needs more poppy seeds. She seemed to be feeling her wounds." "I'll take her some after you've gone, and your traveling herbs are ready." Spotted Leaf indicated a pile of carefully made leaf wraps. "Enough for the three of you. The dark green herb will stop your hunger pangs during the journey. The other will give you strength. Eat them both just before you leave. They're not as good as fresh prey, but the taste won't last long." "Thanks, Spotted Leaf," mewed Firepaw. He leaned down and picked up one of the parcels. As he bent his head, Spotted Leaf stretched over and gently rubbed his cheek with her nose. Firepaw breathed in her sweet, warm scent and purred his thanks. Greypaw picked up the other two, and the friends turned and headed back through the tunnel. "Good luck," Spotted Leaf called after them. "Travel safely." They arrived at the entrance to their den and dropped the bundles. "Well, I just hope these herbs don't taste too revolting," muttered Greypaw. "It must be a long way to the Moonstone. We've never been given herbs before." "Do you know where it is?" Firepaw asked. "Beyond the clan territory, a place called High Stones. It lies deep underground, in a cave we call Mothermouth." "Have you ever been there before?" Firepaw was impressed that Greypaw knew so much about this mysterious place. "No, but all apprentices have to make the journey there before they become warriors." The thought of becoming a warrior made Firepaw's eyes gleam with excitement, and he couldn't help standing a little taller. "Don't get your hopes up. We still have to finish our training," Greypaw warned, as if reading his thoughts. Firepaw looked up through the canopy of the leaves at the stars glittering in the black sky above. Moon-high had passed. "We should get some sleep," he mewed, but he couldn't imagine being able to sleep with the thought of tomorrow's adventure spinning through his mind. Attending the gathering, a journey to the Moonstone, how far his kitty pet life seemed now. Chapter 14. The cold air chilled Firepaw's bones as blackness wrapped itself around him. He could hear nothing, and his nostrils were filled with the musty scent of damp earth. Out of nowhere, a brilliant ball of light flared in front of him. Firepaw ducked his head, screwing up his eyes against the glare. The light shone, dazzling coldly like a star. Then it blinked out, disappearing as quickly as it had come. The darkness fell away, and Firepaw found himself in the forest. He felt comforted by the familiar smells of the woods. He breathed in the moist green scents, and calmness flowed throughout his body. Without warning, a dreadful noise burst from the trees. Firepaw's fur bristled. It was the screeching of terrified cats racing out from the bushes up ahead. Firepaw recognized their ThunderClan pelts as they fled past him. He stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Then came great cats, huge dark warriors, their eyes glittering cruelly. They thundered toward him, pounding the earth with massive paws, their claws unsheathed. And out of the shadows, Firepaw heard a high, desperate cry filled with grief and rage. Greypaw! Firepaw woke, horrified. His dream had vanished, leaving his ears ringing and his fur standing on end. As he opened his eyes, he saw the face of Tigerclaw peering into the den. Firepaw leaped to his feet, instantly alert. "Something wrong, Firepaw?" asked Tigerclaw. "No, just a dream," Firepaw mumbled. Tigerclaw gave him a curious look, then growled, "Wake the others. We'll leave shortly." Outside of the den, the sky glowed with a new dawn, and dew sparkled on the ferns. It would be a warm day once the sun was up, but the early morning dampness reminded Firepaw that the time of leaf fall was not far away. Firepaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw quickly gulped down the herbs that Spotted Leaf had given to them the day before. Tigerclaw and Bluestar sat watching them, ready to leave. The rest of the camp was still asleep. "Ugh," complained Greypaw. "I knew they'd be bitter, but why couldn't we have eaten a fat, juicy mouse instead?" "These herbs will keep your hunger at bay longer," answered Bluestar, "and they will make you strong. We have a long journey ahead of us." "Have you eaten yours already?" Firepaw asked. "I cannot eat if I'm going to share dreams with StarClan at the Moonstone tonight," replied Bluestar. Firepaw felt his paws tingle when he heard these words. He was itching to begin the journey. With the dawn's light and the familiar voices, the terror of his dream had left him. All that remained was the journey of the brilliant light, and Bluestar's words sent a renewed thrill of excitement through him. The 5 cats made their way through the gorse tunnel and out of the camp. Lionheart was just returning with the patrol. "Safe journey," he meowed. Bluestar nodded. "I know I can trust you to keep the camp safe," she answered. Lionheart looked at Greypaw and dipped his head. "Remember," he meowed, "you are almost a warrior. Don't forget what I have taught you." Greypaw looked back at Lionheart with affection. "I will. I'll always remember, Lionheart," he mewed, nudging his head against the tabby's broad golden flank. They retraced their route to the 4 trees. This was the quickest way to pass into WindClan territory. Highstones lay just beyond. As Firepaw bounded down the side of the glade towards the great rock, he could still hear the sense of last night's gathering. He followed the others through the grassy clearing and up the slope to the other side, into WindClan territory, or what was left of it. The bushy slope became steeper as they climbed, and rockier, until the cats had to leap from boulder to boulder up the side of the craggy cliff face. Firepaw paused when they reached the top. Ahead of them, the ground flattened out into a wide plateau. The wind blew in a steady gust that rippled the grass and bent the trees. The soil was stony, and the outcroppings of bare rock dotted the landscape here and there. The air still carried the scents of WindClan, but they were stale. Much fresher, and more alarming, were the pungent markings of ShadowClan warriors. "All clans are entitled to safe passage to the Moonstone, but ShadowClan seems to have no respect for the warrior code anymore, so be alert," warned Bluestar. "We mustn't hunt outside our territory, though. We'll follow the warrior code, even if ShadowClan doesn't." They set off across the plateau as the sun rose into the sky, following the tracks through the hither. Firepaw had grown used to living under a canopy of trees. Without their shade, his flame-colored pelt felt heavy and hot, and his back seemed to burn. He was thankful for the steady breeze blowing from the trees behind. Suddenly, Tigerclaw stopped dead. "Watch out," he hissed. "I smell a ShadowClan patrol." Firepaw and the others lifted their noses, and sure enough, the scent of ShadowClan warriors traveled in the wind. "They're upwind. They won't know we're here if we keep moving," meowed Bluestar. "But we must hurry. If they move ahead, they'll detect us. It's not far to the edge of WindClan territory now." They moved on quickly, leaping over the rocks, pushing their way through the sweet-smelling heather. Every few steps, Firepaw sniffed the air and glanced over his shoulder, on the lookout for the ShadowClan patrol. But gradually the odor grew fainter and fainter. They must have turned back, he thought with relief. Finally, they reached the edge of the uplands. The landscape changed dramatically, shaped and altered beyond recognition by two legs. Wide earth tracks crisscrossed green and golden meadows, small woods dotted the land, and two-leg nests were scattered here and there among the field. In the distance, Firepaw saw a familiar wide gray path, and an acid tang that stung his throat drifted on the breeze. "Is that the Thunder Path?" he asked Graypaw. "Yes," replied Graypaw. "It runs up from Shadow Clan territory. Can you see the high stones behind it?" Firepaw looked at the distant horizon. The land rose sharply up to a point, jagged and barren. "Do we have to cross the Thunder Path, then?" "Yep," mewed Graypaw. His voice was strong and confident, almost cheerful, as he faced the difficult journey. "Come on," Bluestar meowed. She bounded forward. "We can be there by moonrise as long as we keep up the pace." Firepaw followed her with the others, down the hill, away from the bleak hunting grounds of WindClan, and into the lush two-leg territory. Keeping near the hedges, the cats walked on. Once or twice, Firepaw could smell the prey scent from the bushes, but Spotted Leaf's herbs had succeeded in taking the edge off his hunger. The sun was still hot on his back, even in the shadows of the hedgerows. They skirted a two-leg nest. It stood on a wide expanse of hard white stone, with smaller nests around the edges. Keeping low, the cats crept past the fence that surrounded the white stone. A sudden barrage of barking and snarling made them spin around. "Dogs!" Firepaw's heart missed a beat. He arched his back, fur bristling from nose to tail. Tigerclaw peered through the fence. "It's all right. They're tied up," he hissed. Firepaw looked at the two dogs scrabbling on the stone barely 10 tail lengths away. They were nothing like the pampered pets that had lived in the gardens of the two-leg place. These creatures stared at him with wild, killing eyes. They strained their ties and reared up on their hind legs. They growled and barked, their lips drawn back to reveal huge teeth until the shout of an unseen two-leg silenced them. The cats moved on. The sun was beginning to sink by the time they reached the Thunder Path. Bluestar signaled them to stop and wait beneath a hedge. His eyes and throat stinging from the fumes, Firepaw watched as the great monsters flashed to and fro in front of them. "We'll go one at a time," mewed Tigerclaw. "Ravenpaw, you first." "No, Tigerclaw," Bluestar interrupted. "I shall go first. Don't forget, this will be the first time of crossing for the apprentices. Let them see how it's done." Firepaw stared at his leader as she padded to the edge of the Thunder Path and looked up and down. She waited calmly as one monster after another flew past her, ruffling her fur. Then, when the ear-splitting roar paused for a moment, she raced to the other side. "Off you go, Ravenpaw, now that you've seen how it's done," mewed Tigerclaw. Firepaw saw Ravenpaw's eyes widen with fear. He knew just how his friend felt. He could smell his own fear scent. The small black cat crept forward to the edge of the road. It was quiet, but Ravenpaw hesitated. "Go!" hissed Tigerclaw from the hedge. Firepaw saw Ravenpaw's muscles tighten as he prepared to run. Then the ground began to tremble beneath his paws. A monster sped out of the distance and hurtled past. The black cat shrank back for a moment, then pelted over to join Bluestar. A monster coming in the other direction threw out dust where his paws had been just a heartbeat before. Firepaw felt his first shiver, and he took a deep breath to calm himself. Graypaw was lucky. A long lull let him cross safely. Then it was Firepaw's turn. "Go on, then," growled Tigerclaw. Firepaw looked from Tigerclaw to the Thunder Path, and then walked out from beneath the edge. He waited at the edge, as Bluestar had done. A monster was rushing towards him. Firepaw looked at the approaching monster. "After this one," he thought, and waited for it to pass. Suddenly his heart lurched as he realized the monster had veered off the Thunder Path and was bumping along the grass. It was heading straight towards him. A two-leg was jeering from an opening in its side. Firepaw leaped backwards, claws out, battered by the storm of wind from the two-leg monster as it roared past him, only a whisker away. He crouched, trembling, in the dirt and stared as it swerved back onto the path and disappeared in the distance. Through the roaring of the blood in his ears, Firepaw realized the Thunder Path was quiet again, and he raced across, running faster than he had ever done in his life. "I thought you were Freshkill," cried Graypaw as Firepaw cannoned into him, almost knocking him over. Me too, Firepaw gasped. He was trying to stop shaking. He turned back to watch Tigerclaw dart over the path towards them.
Two legs, he spat as he arrived on their side.
Do you want to rest before we go on? Bluestar asked Firepaw.
He looked up. The sun was low in the sky.
No, he answered. I'm okay.
But he had leapt so frantically out of the monster's way that his claws felt frayed and tender. The cats carried on, with Bluestar in the lead. The earth was darker on this side of the thunder path, and the grass felt coarser under paw. As they approached the front of the high stones, the grass gave way to bare, rocky soil, dotted with patches of heather. The land sloped up now, toward the sky. Craggy rocks topped the slope, blazing orange with sun. Bluestar stopped once more. She chose a sun-warmed rock to sit upon, flat and wide enough for all 5 cats to rest side by side.
Look, she meowed, tilting her nose toward the dark slope before them. Mothermouth.
Firepaw peered upwards. The glare of the setting sun blinded him, and the slope was engulfed in shadow. The cats waited in silence. Gradually, as the sun dropped down behind the high stones, Firepaw began to make out the cave entrance, a square black hole that yawned darkly beneath the stone archway.
We'll wait here until the moon is higher, meowed Bluestar. You should hunt if you are hungry, and then get some rest.
Firepaw was pleased to have a chance to find some food. He was starving now. Greypaw clearly felt the same and leaped into a clump of heather. Following the prey scent that was thick in the air, Firepaw and Ravenpaw followed him. Tigerclaw set off in the opposite direction, but Bluestar remained where she was. She sat still and silent, gazing unblinkingly at Mothermouth. The 3 apprentices gathered plenty of fresh kill. With Tigerclaw they crouched on the stony hillside and feasted. In spite of their easy hunt, no cat said much, and the air was still thick with tension and anticipation. Afterwards, the cats rested beside their leader until the warmth had seeped out of the rock in which they lay, and cold, black shadows reached up on all sides. Only then did Bluestar come out.
Come on, it's time. Chapter 15.
Bluestar stood and began to pad towards Mothermouth. Tigerclaw walked beside her, matching her strides step for step.
Come on, Ravenpaw, called Greypaw.
Ravenpaw was still sitting on the rock, staring up at the other rocks. At Greypaw's mew, he stood and began to follow slowly. Firepaw realized his friend had hardly said a word the whole journey.
Is he just worried about ShadowClan, or is there something else troubling him? Firepaw wondered.
It took the cats only a few moments to reach Mothermouth. Firepaw stood on the threshold and peered inside. The blackness beyond the stone archway was darker than the cloudiest night. Firepaw narrowed his eyes, trying to see where the tunnel led, but he couldn't see a thing. Beside him, Greypaw and Ravenpaw craned their necks nervously around the entrance. Even Tigerclaw seemed unsettled by the black hole ahead of them.
How will we find our way in such darkness? He asked.
I will know the way, whispered Bluestar.
Just follow my scent. Ravenpaw and Greypaw, you will remain on the guard outside. Firepaw, you will accompany me and Tigerclaw to the Moonstone.
Firepaw felt a thrill jolt through him.
What an honor.
Firepaw glanced sideways at Tigerclaw. The warrior sat with his chin boldly raised, but Firepaw could detect a subtle fear scent coming from him. It grew stronger as Bluestar stepped toward the blackness. Tigerclaw shook his mighty head and padded after Bluestar. With a brief nod to the other apprentices, Firepaw followed. Inside the cave, his eyes still detected nothing. The complete and utter blackness felt strange, but he was surprised to find that he wasn't frightened. His eagerness to discover what lay ahead was stronger. The cold, damp air reached through his thick fur and into his bones, stiffening his muscles. Even the coldest nights did not hold the same chill as the air here.
This ground has never known the warmth of the sun,
thought Firepaw, feeling the rock smooth like ice beneath his paws. Freezing air filled his lungs with each breath until he felt lightheaded. He followed Bluestar and Tigerclaw through the darkness, judging his way by scent and feel alone. They were walking along a tunnel that sloped down and down, winding first one way and then the other. Firepaw's whiskers brushed the side of the cave, telling him where to walk and where to turn.
His nose told him that Bluestar and Tigerclaw were only a tail length ahead of him. On and on they went. How far have we come? Firepaw wondered. Then he felt a tingle in his whiskers. The air in his nostrils seemed fresher than before. He sniffed again, relieved to smell the familiar world above. He could smell peat and prey and the scent of heather. There must be a hole somewhere in the roof of the tunnel. Where are we? He mewed in the darkness. We entered the cave of the Moonstone, came Bluestar's soft reply. Wait here. It'll be moon-high soon. Firepaw folded his hind legs under him on the chilly stone floor and waited. He could hear the steady breathing of Bluestar and the more rapid, fear-scented panting of Tigerclaw. Suddenly, in a flash more blinding than the setting sun, the cave was lit up. Firepaw's eyes were wide open after the blackness of the tunnel. He closed them quickly against the cold, white light. Then slowly he opened them into tiny slits and peered ahead. He saw a gleaming rock, which glittered as if it were made from countless dewdrops. The Moonstone. Firepaw looked around. In the cold light reflected from the stone, he could make out the shadowy edges of the high-roofed cavern. The Moonstone rose up from the middle of the floor, 3 tail lengths high. Bluestar was staring upward, her fur bleached white in the glow of the Moonstone. Even Tigerclaw's dark pelt shone silver. Firepaw followed Bluestar's gaze. High in the roof was an opening that revealed a narrow triangle of the night sky. The moon was casting a beam of light through the hole, down onto the Moonstone, making it sparkle like a star. Beside him, Firepaw smelled Tigerclaw's fierce scent growing until it became overpowering. Firepaw felt startled. Could the warrior see something else here? Something dangerous? He saw a flash of movement, felt fur rush past him, and heard the fleeing paw steps of Tigerclaw racing back towards the entrance. Firepaw? Bluestar's voice was quiet and calm. I'm still here, he answered nervously. What had frightened Tigerclaw? Bluestar? Firepaw mewed again when she didn't answer. His heart was beating fast, making the blood roar in his ears. It's all right, young warrior. Don't be afraid, Bluestar murmured. Her calm voice settled him a little. I think Tigerclaw was surprised by the power of the Moonstone. In the world above, Tigerclaw is a fearless and mighty warrior. But down here, where the spirits of StarClan speak, a cat needs a different kind of strength. What do you feel, Firepaw? Firepaw sniffed the air deeply and forced his body to relax. Only my own curiosity, he admitted. That is good, Bluestar replied. Firepaw looked back at the Moonstone. His eyes had gotten used to its light and he was no longer dazzled. Instead, it soothed him. With a twitch of his tail, he remembered his dream. This was the brilliant ball of light he had seen. Spellbound, Firepaw watched as Bluestar padded up to the stone and lay down beside it. She reached her head forward and touched the Moonstone with her nose. Her blue eyes sparkled with its reflection for a moment before she closed them. Now she rested with her head on her paws, her eyelids flickering, her paws twitching occasionally. Was she sleeping? Then Firepaw remembered Graypaw's words. New leaders have to sleep near the stone, and as they sleep, they have special dreams. He waited. The chill was not so intense here, but still he found himself shivering. He had no idea how much time had passed, but suddenly the rock stopped glowing. The cavern was plunged into darkness once more. Firepaw looked up to the opening in the roof of the cavern. The moon had passed on, out of sight. All that remained were the tiny stars shimmering in the blackness. Firepaw could just make out the pale shape of his leader, lying just beside the Moonstone. He wanted to call out her name, but did not dare break the silence. After a few more endless moments, she spoke to him. Firepaw, are you still there? Her voice sounded remote and agitated. Yes, Bluestar. Firepaw heard Bluestar's paw steps approaching. Hurry, she hissed. He felt her fur brush past him. We must return to camp. Firepaw raced after her, astonished by the speed with which she rushed through the blackness. He followed her scent blindly, up and up through the stone tunnel, until she led him safely back into the outside world. Tigerclaw was waiting at the opening beside Graypaw and Ravenpaw as Bluestar and Firepaw climbed out of the cave. His expression was cold, and his fur was slightly ruffled, but he sat motionless and dignified. Tiger Claw? Blue Star greeted him, but did not mention the warrior cat's flight from the depths. Tiger Claw relaxed a little. What did you learn? We must return to camp immediately, Blue Star meowed briefly. Firepaw saw a look of desperation in his leader's eyes. Now the horror of his dream forced his way back into his memory. The fleeing cats, the great dark warriors, the ear-splitting wail of distress. Firepaw tried to ignore the cold fear that gripped his muscles, and followed Blue Star as she and the others raced down the dark slope away from Mothermouth. Was his nightmare vision about to come true? Chapter 16. They headed back the way they had come. The moon had disappeared behind a bank of clouds. It was dark, but at least the thunder path was quieter now. The only monster they heard was far off in the distance. The cats crossed the path together and pushed their way through the hedge on the other side. Firepaw could feel his muscles growing stiff with tiredness as they hurried on, but Blue Star kept up a swift pace with her nose thrust forward and her tail held high. Tiger Claw loped beside her. Firepaw followed a few paces behind with Graypaw, but Ravenpaw was flagging. "Keep up, Ravenpaw," Tiger Claw growled over his shoulder. Ravenpaw flinched and bounded forward until he caught up with Firepaw and Graypaw. "Are you okay?" Firepaw asked. "Yes," Ravenpaw panted, not meeting Firepaw's eyes. "Just a bit tired." They scrambled down a deep ditch and up the other side. "What did Tiger Claw say when he came out of the cave?" Firepaw meowed, trying not to sound too curious. "He wanted to check that we were still guarding the entrance," replied Graypaw. "Why?" Firepaw hesitated. "Did you scent anything strange about him?" he asked. "Only that damp old cave," Graypaw mewed, looking surprised. "He seemed a little edgy," ventured Graypaw. "He wasn't the only one," Graypaw meowed, looking at the black cat. "What do you mean?" asked Ravenpaw. "Just that the fur on your neck stands up whenever you see him these days," whispered Graypaw. "You nearly jumped out of your skin when he came out of the cave." "He just surprised me, that's all," Ravenpaw protested. "You have to admit, it was a bit creepy by the Mothermouth." "I guess so," agreed Graypaw. The cat slipped under the hedge into a cornfield that glowed silver in the moonlight, and followed the ditch that ran around its edge. "So what was it like inside, Firepaw?" Graypaw demanded. "Did you see the moonstone?" "Yes, I did. It was amazing." Firepaw felt his fur tingle at the memory. Graypaw shot him an admiring glance. "So it's true. The rock really does shine underground." Firepaw didn't reply. He closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the image of the moonstone that dazzled his mind. Then the pictures from his dream clouded into his head once more, and his eyes shot open. Blue Star was right. They had to get back to camp as quickly as they could. Ahead, Tiger Claw and Blue Star had leaped through a fence, out of the cornfield. The apprentices followed, squeezing under the fence, onto an earth track. It was the path that led past the two-leg nest and the dogs. Firepaw looked up and saw Blue Star and Tiger Claw trotting tirelessly together, silhouetted against the skyline that was tinged with red. The sun would soon be rising. "Look!" he called out to Graypaw and Ravenpaw. An unfamiliar cat had jumped out in front of the two warriors. "It's a loner!" hissed Graypaw. The three apprentices hurried forward. The stranger was a stout black and white tom, shorter than warriors, but well-muscled. "This is Barley," Blue Star explained to the apprentices as they caught up. "He lives near this two-leg nest." "Hi," meowed the cat. "I haven't seen any of your clan for some moons. How are you, Blue Star?" "I'm well, thank you," replied Blue Star. "And you, Barley? How's the prey been running since we last passed this way?" "Not so bad," replied Barley, with an amiable gleam in his eye. "One good thing about two legs. You'll always find plenty of rats nearby." The black and white tom went on. "You seem in more of a hurry than usual. Is everything all right?" Tiger Claw looked up at Barley. A growl rumbled in his chest. Firepaw could sense that the warrior was suspicious of the loner's curiosity. "I don't like to be away from my clan too long," Blue Star answered smoothly. "As always, Blue Star. You are tied to your clan like a queen to her kits," observed Barley, not unkindly. "What is it that you want, Barley?" asked Tiger Claw. Barley flashed him with a reproachful look. "I just wanted to warn you that there are two dogs here now. You'd be safer going back into the cornfield instead of past the yard." "We know about the dogs. We saw them earlier," Tiger Claw began impatiently. We are grateful to you for the warning, interrupted Blue Star. Thank you, Barley. Until next time. Barley flicked his tail. Have a safe journey, he meowed as he bounced up the track. Come, ordered Blue Star, heading off the track. She pushed her way through the long grass between the path and the fence that led back into the cornfield. The three apprentices followed, but Tiger Claw hesitated. You trust the word of a loner? He meowed. Blue Star stopped and turned to face him. Would you rather face those dogs? They were tied up when we passed them earlier, Tiger Claw pointed out. They may be untied now. We're going this way, meowed Blue Star. She ducked under the fence into the field. Firepaw stepped after her, followed by Graypaw, Ravenpaw, and finally Tiger Claw. By now, the sun had lifted its head above the horizon. The hedgerows sparkled with dew, promising another warm day. The cats padded along the edge of the ditch. Firepaw looked down into the deep gully, steep-sided and filled with nettles. Firepaw could smell prey scent. There was something familiar about the bitter odor, but it was one he hadn't smelled for a long time. An ear-splitting squeal made Firepaw whip around. Ravenpaw was struggling and clawing at the earth. Something had a hold of his leg and was dragging him down into the ditch. Rats! Spat Tiger Claw. Barley has sent us into a trap. Before they could react, all 5 cats were surrounded. Huge brown rats swarmed out of the ditch, squeaking shrilly. Firepaw could see their sharp front teeth glinting in the early dawn light. Suddenly, one leaped onto Firepaw's shoulder. Fiery pain shot through his shoulder as the rat sank its yellow teeth into his flesh. Another grasped his leg between its powerful jaws. Firepaw flung himself down and writhed madly, trying to shake free. He knew the rats were not as strong as he was, but there were so many of them. Yowls, hisses, and spits told him that the others were also being attacked. Firepaw slashed fiercely with his claws, slicing out at a rat that held onto his leg. It let go, but another one gripped his tail. Fast as lightning, powered by fear and rage, Firepaw fought and hacked at his attackers. Twisting his head around, he sank his teeth into the rat that had embedded himself onto his shoulders. He felt the bones of its neck crunch in his mouth, and his body go limp before it fell away into the dirt track. Firepaw gasped with pain as yet another rat leaped onto his back and sank his teeth in. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of white fur. For a moment he was confused. Then he felt the rat being dragged off him. Firepaw spun around to see Barley flinging the rodent into the ditch. Without hesitating, Barley glanced around and sprinted over to Blue Star. She was writhing on the path, covered in rats. In a flash, Barley had the spine of one between his teeth and was plucking it off her with practiced ease. He spat it onto the ground and grabbed another in his mouth, and Blue Star thrashed beneath him. Firepaw rushed over to Graypaw, who was being attacked from both sides by 2 smaller rats. Firepaw lunged at the nearest one, giving it a bite that left it dead. Graypaw managed to turn around and pin the other one with his jaws. He grabbed it with his teeth and flung it into the ditch as hard as he could. It did not come back. They're running away, Tiger Claw yowled. Sure enough, the remaining rats were fleeing into the safety of the ditch. Firepaw could hear the scrabbling of small paws disappearing into the nettles. The bites in his shoulder and hind legs stung sharply. He looked carefully at his fur, wet and matted with blood, its sharp tang mingling with the stench of the rats. Firepaw looked around for Ravenpaw. Graypaw was standing at the edge of the nettles, mewing encouragement as Ravenpaw pulled himself out of the ditch, muddy and stung. A young rat was still hanging onto his tail. Firepaw bounded over and finished it off quickly while Graypaw helped to pull Ravenpaw over the top of the ditch. Now Firepaw looked for Blue Star. He saw Barley first, standing at the top of the ditch, scanning the depths for more rats. Blue Star was lying on the path nearby. Alarmed, Firepaw dashed to his leader's side. The thick gray fur at the back of her neck was drenched with blood. Blue Star? He mewed. Blue Star did not reply. A furious yowl made Firepaw look up. Tiger Claw leaped on top of Barley and pinned him to the ground. You sent us to a trap, he snarled. I didn't know there were rats in there, spat Barley, his paws scrabbling in the dust as he struggled to stand up. Why did you send us this way? Hissed Tiger Claw. The dogs! The dogs were tied up when we passed them earlier. The 2 legs untie them at night. They guard his nest, Barley panted out, wheezing under the weight of Tiger Claw's massive paws. Tiger Claw, Blue Star's injured, Firepaw burst out. Tiger Claw released Barley at once. Barley got back up and shook the dust from his coat. The great warrior bounded over to Blue Star's side and sniffed her wounds. Is there anything we can do? Firepaw asked. She is in the hands of Star Clan now, mewed Tiger Claw solemnly, stepping back. Firepaw opened his eyes wide with shock. Did Tiger Claw mean that Blue Star was dead? His fur prickled as he looked down at his leader. Is this what the spirits at the Moonstone had warned her about? Greypaw and Ravenpaw had joined them and stood beside their leader, horror-struck. Barley hung back, craning his neck to see what was happening. Blue Star's eyes were open but glazed, and her body lay motionless. She didn't appear to be breathing. Is she dead? Whispered Ravenpaw. I don't know. We must wait and see, replied Tiger Claw. The 5 cats waited in silence as the sun began to climb into the sky. Firepaw found himself wordlessly begging StarClan to protect his leader, to send her back to them. Then Blue Star stirred. The end of her tail twitched and she lifted her head. Blue Star? Mewed Firepaw, his voice trembling. It's all right, Blue Star rasped. I'm still here. I've lost a life, but it wasn't my 9th. Joy flooded Firepaw. He looked at Tiger Claw, expecting to see relief on his face, but the Dark Warrior was expressionless. Right, Tiger Claw meowed in a commanding tone. Ravenpaw, fetch cobwebs for Blue Star's wounds. Greypaw, find Marigold or Horsetail. The 2 apprentices dashed away. Barley, I think you should leave us now. Firepaw looked over to the loner who had fought so bravely to help them. He wanted to thank him, but under Tiger Claw's fierce gaze, he didn't dare. Instead of speaking, Firepaw gave Barley a tiny nod. Barley seemed to understand, for he nodded in return and left without another word. Blue Star was lying on the dirt track. Is everyone all right? She asked hoarsely. Tiger Claw nodded. Ravenpaw came charging back, his left forepaw wrapped in a thick wad of cobwebs. Here, he mewed. Should I put them on her wounds? Firepaw asked Tiger Claw. Yellowfang showed me how. Very well, agreed Tiger Claw. He walked away and scanned the ditch again, his ears pricked for more rats. Firepaw peeled a clump of cobwebs from Ravenpaw's paw and began to press them firmly on Blue Star's wounds. She winced under his touch. If it had not been for Tiger Claw, those rats would have eaten me alive, she murmured, her voice tight with pain. It wasn't Tiger Claw who saved you. It was Barley, Firepaw whispered as he took some more cobwebs from Ravenpaw. Barley? Blue Star sounded impressed. Is he here? Tiger Claw sent him away, Firepaw answered quietly. He thinks Barley sent us into a trap. And what do you think? Blue Star rasped. Firepaw didn't look up, but concentrated on pressing the last bit of cobweb into place. Barley is a loner. What would he gain by sending us into a trap only to rescue us from it? He mewed eventually. Blue Star laid down her head and closed her eyes again. Greypaw returned with some horsetail. Firepaw chewed the leaves and spit the juice onto Blue Star's wounds. He knew it would help stop infection, but he still wished Spotted Leaf were with him, with her knowledge and confidence in healing. We should rest here while Blue Star recovers, announced Tiger Claw, padding up. No, Blue Star insisted. We must return to the camp. Narrowing her eyes in pain, she struggled to her paws. Let's keep going. The ThunderClan leader limped along the edge of the field. Tiger Claw walked at her side, his face dark with unknowable thoughts. The apprentices exchanged anxious glances, and then followed. It's been a long time since I saw you lose a life, Blue Star. Firepaw overheard Tiger Claw's whispered words. How many have you lost now? Firepaw couldn't help feeling surprised at Tiger Claw's open curiosity. That was my 5th, replied Blue Star quietly. Firepaw strained his ears, but Tiger Claw did not reply. He padded on, lost in thought. Chapter 17. Sun High came and went as the cats made their way through WindClan's old hunting grounds. Their heavy silence showed that they were still sore after the rat fight. Firepaw felt scratched and bitten all over. He could see Greypaw was limping, occasionally hopping on 3 legs to protect his injured back leg. but it was Bluestar who worried him the most. Her pace was even slower now, but she refused to stop and rest. The grim look on her face, clouded by pain, told Firepaw how much she wanted to reach the ThunderClan camp. "Don't worry about Shadow Clan warriors," she meowed through gritted teeth as Tigerclaw paused to sniff the air. "You won't find any here today." How could she be so sure? Firepaw wondered. They picked their way carefully down the steep, rocky hillside that led to Four Trees and joined the familiar trail that led home. It was late afternoon, and Firepaw began to think longingly of rest and a plump helping of fresh kill. "I can still smell the stench of Shadow Clan," Greypaw muttered to Firepaw as they trekked through ThunderClan's hunting grounds. "Perhaps the breeze had carried it down from WindClan's territory," Firepaw suggested. He could smell it too, and his whiskers were trembling. Suddenly Ravenpaw stopped. "Can you hear that?" he mewed in a hushed voice. Firepaw strained his ears. At first he heard only the familiar sounds of the forest, leaves rustling, a pigeon calling. Then his blood ran cold. In the distance he could hear battle-hungry yowls and the shrill squeal of terrified kits. "Quick!" Bluestar howled. "It is as StarClan warned me. Our camp is being attacked." She tried to leap forward, but stumbled. She pushed herself up and limped onward. Tigerclaw and Firepaw pelted forward side by side. Greypaw and Ravenpaw followed. Their tail fur bristled to twice its usual size. Firepaw forgot his soreness as he charged towards his camp. The only concern he had was to protect his clan. The sounds of battle grew louder and louder as they neared the camp entrance. The stench of Shadow Clan filled his nostrils. He was right behind Tigerclaw as the cats dashed through the tunnel and into the clearing. They were met by a frenzy of fighting. ThunderClan cats battling furiously with Shadow Clan warriors. The kits were out of sight, and Firepaw hoped that they were safely hidden in the nursery. He guessed the weakest of the elders would be sheltering in the hollow trunk of the fallen tree. Every corner of the camp seemed alive with warriors. Firepaw could see Frostfur and Goldenflower clawing and biting at a huge gray tom. Even the young tabby queen Brindleface was fighting, though she was very close to kidding. Darkstripe was locked in a fierce battle with a black warrior. 3 of the elders, Smallear, Patchpelt, and One Eye, were nipping bravely at a tortoiseshell that fought with twice their speed and ferocity. The returning cats hurled themselves into battle. Firepaw caught hold of a tabby warrior queen, much larger than him, and sank his teeth into her leg. She yowled with pain and turned on him, lashing out with sharp claws and lunging at his neck with her teeth bared. He twisted and ducked to avoid her bite. She couldn't match his speed, and he managed to grasp her from behind and pull her down to the dirt. With his strong hind legs, he clawed at her back until she squealed and struggled away from him, running headlong into the thick undergrowth that surrounded the camp. Firepaw glanced around to see that Bluestar had arrived. Despite her injuries, she was fighting another tabby. Firepaw had never seen her fight before, but even wounded, she was a powerful opponent. Her victim struggled to escape, but she held him tightly and clawed him so fiercely that Firepaw knew he would bear the scars of the fight for many moons. Then he saw a white Shadow Clan cat with jet black paws dragging a ThunderClan elder away from the nursery. Firepaw remembered those unusual dark paws from the gathering. Blackfoot. The Shadow Clan deputy made quick work of killing the elder, who had been guarding the kits, and began to reach into the bramble nest with one massive paw. The kits were squealing and mewling, undefended now, as their mother wrestled with the other Shadow Clan warriors in the clearing. Firepaw prepared to spring toward the nursery, but a claw sliced painfully down his side, and he whipped around to see a scrawny tortoiseshell leap on top of him. As he slammed into the ground, he tried to call out to the other ThunderClan cats that the kits were in danger. Fighting with all his strength to escape the tortoiseshell's grip, he wrenched his head around so that he could see the bramble nest. Blackfoot had scooped 2 kits from their bedding already, and were reaching in for a third. Firepaw saw no more as the tortoiseshell raked his belly with her hind claws. Firepaw scrabbled onto his feet and crouched low, as if in defeat. The trick had worked before, and it worked now. As the tortoiseshell gripped him triumphantly and began to sink her teeth into Firepaw's neck, Firepaw sprang upward as hard as he could and flung the warrior away. He spun around and was on the wounded warrior in an instant. This time he showed no mercy, plunging his teeth deep into the cat's shoulder. The bite sent the she-cat howling into the undergrowth. Firepaw jumped up, dashed over to the nursery, and thrust his head through the nursery entrance. Blackfoot was nowhere to be seen. Inside the nest, crouching over the terrified kits, was Yellowfang. Her gray fur was spattered with blood, and one of her eyes was painfully swollen. She looked up at Firepaw with a ferocious hiss. Then, realizing it was him, she yelled, "They're okay. I'll protect them." Firepaw looked at her while she calmed the helpless kits, and Broken Star's dire warning about the Shadow Clan rogue flashed through his mind. He didn't have time to think about that now. He would have to trust Yellowfang. He nodded quickly and ducked back out of the brambles. There were now only a few Shadow Clan cats left in the camp. Ravenpaw and Greypaw were fighting side by side, lashing out at a Black Tom until he fled howling into the bushes. White Storm and Darkstripe chased the last two intruders out of the camp, sending them off with a few extra scratches and bites. Firepaw sat down, exhausted, and stared around the camp. It was devastated. Blood spattered the clearing, and tufts of fur drifted in the dust. The surrounding wall of undergrowth was ripped open where the invaders had crashed through. One by one, the ThunderClan cats gathered beneath the high rock. Greypaw came to sit by him, his sides heaving and blood trickling from a torn ear. Ravenpaw flopped down and began to lick a wound on his tail. The queens ran to the nursery to check on their kits. Firepaw found himself waiting tensely for their return, his view blocked by the other cats. He relaxed when he heard squeals and purrs of joy coming from the bramble nest. Frostfur wove her way back through the crowd, followed by Yellowfang. The White Queen stepped forward and addressed them. "Our kits are all safe, thanks to Yellowfang. A Shadow Clan warrior killed brave Rosetail and was trying to steal them from her nest, but Yellowfang fought him off." "It was no ordinary Shadow Clan warrior either," Firepaw put in. He was determined to let the clan know how much they owed Yellowfang. "I saw him. It was Blackfoot." "The Shadow Clan deputy," meowed Brindleface, who had fought so bitterly to protect the unborn kits in their swollen belly. There was a stir at the edge of the group, as Bluestar limped forward and made her way over to the apprentices. The grave expression on her face was enough to tell Firepaw that something was wrong. "Spotted Leaf is with Lionheart," she murmured. "He was injured in battle. It looks bad." She turned her head toward the shadow on the far side of the high rock where the warrior lay, a motionless bundle of dusty golden fur. A high-pitched wail rose from Greypaw's throat, and he raced over to Lionheart. Spotted Leaf, who had been leaning over the ThunderClan deputy, stepped back to let the young apprentice share tongues for the last time with his mentor. As Greypaw's howl of grief echoed around the clearing, Firepaw's fur tingled and his blood ran cold. It was the cry he had heard in his dream. For a moment his head swam, then he gave himself a shake. He had to keep calm, for Greypaw's sake. Firepaw looked at Bluestar, who nodded, and he padded over to join his friend by the high rock. He stopped for a moment beside Spotted Leaf. She looked exhausted and dull-eyed with grief. I can't help Lionheart now," she mewed quietly to him. "He's on the way to join StarClan." She pressed her body against Firepaw's side, and he felt comforted by the touch of her warm fur. The other cats looked on in silence as the sun slowly set behind the trees. Finally, Greypaw sat up and cried out, "He's gone!" He lay down again beside Lionheart's body and rested his head on his front paws. The rest of the clan walked silently forward to carry out their own grieving rituals for their beloved deputy. Firepaw joined them. He licked Lionheart's neck and murmured, "Thank you for your wisdom. You've taught me so much." Then he sat down beside Greypaw and began gently to groom his friend's ears. Bluestar waited until the other cats had left before padding quietly up. Firepaw looked away as Bluestar spoke her last words to her old friend. "Oh, what am I gonna do without you, Lionheart?" she whispered. Then she limped back to her den and crouched down beside, staring grief-stricken into the distance. She didn't even try to lick clean her bloody, matted fur. It was the first time Firepaw had seen her look utterly defeated, and he felt a chill run through him. He sat with Greypaw and Lionheart until the moon rose high. Ravenpaw joined them, and together they kept company with their grieving friend. Tigerclaw strode over and briefly shared tongues with Lionheart. Firepaw waited to hear what words he would share with his warrior friend, but Tigerclaw remained silent as he licked the matted fur. To Firepaw's confusion, the dark tabby's eyes seemed to be fixed on Ravenpaw rather than the fallen deputy. Spotted Leaf padded lightly around the camp, tending to wounds and battered nerves. Firepaw watched her approach Bluestar twice, but each time the leader sent her away to see the others. Only when Spotted Leaf had attended to the wounds of all the other cats did Bluestar allow herself to be treated. When she finished, Spotted Leaf turned and walked back to her den. Bluestar stood and slowly hauled herself up onto the high rock. The clan cats seemed to have been waiting for her. As soon as she had settled herself in her usual spot, they began to gather in the clearing below, unusually silent and somber-faced. Firepaw and Ravenpaw got stiffly to their paws and joined them, leaving Greypaw behind with Lionheart's body. The gray apprentice was still lying with his nose resting against Lionheart's cooling golden pelt. Firepaw guessed Bluestar would excuse Greypaw from the clan meeting this time. "It's nearly moon high," meowed Bluestar as Firepaw slipped into place next to Ravenpaw. "And it is once more my duty, much, much too soon, to name ThunderClan's new deputy." Her voice was tired and cracked with sadness. Firepaw looked from warrior to warrior. They were all looking expectantly at Tigerclaw. Even Whitestorm had turned to watch the dark tabby. From the bold expression on his face and the way his whiskers twitched in anticipation, Tigerclaw seemed to agree with them. Bluestar took a deep breath and continued, "I say these words before the deputy of Lionheart, so that his spirit may hear and approve of my choice." She hesitated. "I have not forgotten how one cat avenged the death of Redtail and brought his body back to us. ThunderClan needs this fearless loyalty even more now." Bluestar paused again and then meowed the name loud and clear. "Tigerclaw will be the new deputy of ThunderClan." There was a yowl of approval, with the loudest voices belonging to Darkstripe and Longtail. Whitestorm sat calmly, his eyes closed, his tail wrapped neatly around him. He was nodding slowly and approvingly. Tigerclaw lifted his chin proudly, his eyes half closed as he listened to the clan. Then he stalked through the crowd, accepting tributes with the smallest of nods, then leaped up onto the high rock beside Bluestar. "ThunderClan," he yowled, "I am honored to accept the position of clan deputy. I never expected to gain such a high rank, but by the spirit of Lionheart, I vow to serve you as best I can." He gravely dipped his head, fixing on the crowd with his wide yellow eyes, then jumped down from the high rock. Firepaw heard Ravenpaw murmur, "Oh no," under his breath beside him. He turned to look curiously at his friend. Ravenpaw's head was hanging low. "She should have never chosen him," he muttered. "What are you talking about? Are you talking about Tigerclaw?" Firepaw whispered. "He's wanted to be the deputy ever since he took care of Redtail," Ravenpaw mewed. He stopped abruptly. "Took care of Redtail?" Firepaw echoed. His mind suddenly raced with questions. What did Ravenpaw know? At the gathering, had his account of the battle with RiverClan been true? Was Tigerclaw responsible for Redtail's death? Chapter 18. "Are you telling Firepaw how I protected Redtail?" Firepaw felt a cold shiver ruffle on the fur at the back of his neck. Ravenpaw whipped around, eyes wide with fear. Tigerclaw loomed over him, his lips drawn back in a menacing snarl. Firepaw jumped up and faced the new deputy. "He was just saying he wished that you had been there to take care of Lionheart as well, that's all," he mewed, thinking quickly. Tigerclaw looked from one to the other, then stalked away in silence. Ravenpaw's green eyes clouded with terror, and he started to tremble uncontrollably. "Ravenpaw?" Firepaw meowed in alarm. But Ravenpaw didn't even look up at him. With his head held low, he slunk back to Greypaw and crouched next to him, pressing his skinny black body next to Greypaw's thick fur as if he were suddenly cold. Firepaw looked helplessly at his two friends as they huddled beside Lionheart's body. Not knowing what else to do, he padded over and settled himself beside them, ready to wait out the night. As the moon passed overhead, other cats came to join their vigil. Bluestar arrived at last, once the camp was calm and quiet. She said nothing, but sat a little ways off, gazing at her dead deputy with an expression of such unbearable grief that Firepaw had to look away. At dawn, a group of elders came to take Lionheart's body away to the burial place. Greypaw followed to help dig the hole where the great warrior would rest. Firepaw yawned and stretched. He felt chilled to the bone. Leaffall was nearly here now, and the woods were clouded with mist, but above the leaves Firepaw saw a rosy morning sky. He watched Greypaw disappear into the dew-soaked undergrowth with the elders. Ravenpaw jumped to his paws and hurried back to the apprentice's den. Firepaw followed him slowly. By the time he arrived, the black cat was curled up with his nose tucked under his tail, as if asleep. Firepaw was too exhausted to speak. He circled around on his mossy bed and then settled down for a long sleep. "Wake up!" Firepaw heard Dustpaw's voice calling through the den entrance. He opened his eyes. Ravenpaw was already awake, sitting bolt upright with his ears pricked. Greypaw was stirring beside him. Firepaw was surprised to see the familiar gray shape. He hadn't heard him come back after burying Lionheart. "Bluestar's called another meeting," Dustpaw hissed at them and ducked out of the ferns. The three apprentices crawled out of the warm den. The sun was already past its height, and the air felt cooler than before. Firepaw shivered, and his belly growled. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten, and he wondered briefly if he'd have the chance to hunt today. Firepaw, Greypaw, and Ravenpaw hurried to join the crowd gathered below the high rock. Tigerclaw was speaking from his position beside Bluestar. "During the battle, our leader lost another life. Now that she has only 4 of her 9 lives left, I'm going to appoint a bodyguard to stay at her side constantly. No cat will be allowed to approach her unless the guards are present." His amber eyes flicked to Ravenpaw and then back to the rest of the crowd. "Darkstripe and Longtail," he continued, turning its gaze on the warriors. "You will act as Bluestar's bodyguards." Darkstripe and Longtail nodded importantly and sat taller. Bluestar now spoke, her voice sounding gentle and calming after her deputy's commanding yowl. "Thank you, Tigerclaw, for your loyalty. But the clan must understand that I am still here for them. No cat should hesitate to approach me, and I am happy to speak to anyone with or without my bodyguards." Her eyes darted briefly in Tigerclaw's direction. "As the warrior code says, the safety of the clan is more important than the security of any given member." She paused, and her sky-blue gaze rested briefly on Firepaw. "And now, I wish to invite Yellowfang to join ThunderClan." Meows of surprise rose from some of the warriors. Bluestar looked at Frostfur, who nodded her agreement. The other queens looked on silently. Bluestar continued. "Her actions last night proved she is brave and loyal. If she wishes it, we would welcome her as a full member of this clan." From her place at the edge of the crowd, Yellowfang looked up at the clan leader and murmured, "I am honored, Bluestar, and I accept your offer." "Good," meowed Bluestar, her voice firm as if the matter is now closed. Firepaw purred with delight and nudged Greypaw. He was surprised to realize just how much Bluestar's public show of trust in Yellowfang meant to him. Bluestar began to speak again. "Last night we successfully defended ourselves against ShadowClan, but they are still a great threat. The repair work we began this morning will continue. Our boundaries will be patrolled constantly. We must not assume that this war is over." Tigerclaw stood up, his tail held high, and glared down at the assembled cats. "ShadowClan attacked us while we were away from camp," he growled. "They chose their moment well. How did they know that the camp was so poorly defended? Do they have eyes inside our camp?" Firepaw froze in terror as Tigerclaw fixed his cold stare on Ravenpaw. Some of the cats followed their new deputy's gaze and stared in puzzlement at the black apprentice. Ravenpaw looked at the ground and shifted his paws nervously. Tigerclaw went on. "We still have a while before sunset. We must concentrate on rebuilding our camp. Meanwhile, if you suspect anything or anyone, tell me. Be assured, anything you say will be held in confidence." He nodded to dismiss the clan, then turned and began to murmur to Bluestar. The cats separated and began to move around the camp,
assessing damage and forming work groups. "Ravenpaw," Firepaw called, still shocked by Tigerclaw's dark hint that his own apprentice had betrayed the clan. But Ravenpaw had already bounded away. Firepaw could see him offering to help Halftail and Whitestorm before rushing off to collect twigs so they could patch the holes in the boundary wall. Ravenpaw clearly didn't want to talk. "Let's go and help him," suggested Graypaw. His voice was flat and exhausted, and his eyes were dull. "You go. I'll be there in a moment," Firepaw answered. "First, I want to go check on Yellowfang, see if she's okay after her fight with Blackfoot." He looked for Yellowfang in her nest by the fallen tree. She was stretched out in the shadows, her eyes thoughtful. "Firepaw," she purred when she saw him. "I'm glad you've come." "I wanted to check that you were all right," Firepaw mewed. "Old habits stay longer than old scents, eh?" she meowed. Yellowfang flashed again with her old spirit. "I suppose so," Firepaw confessed. "How are you feeling?" "This old leg injury is playing up again, but I'll be fine," Yellowfang told him. "How did you manage to fight Blackfoot off?" Firepaw asked, unable to keep the admiration out of his voice. "Blackfoot's strong, but he's not a clever fighter. Fighting you was more of a challenge." Firepaw looked for the flicker of humor in the old cat's eyes, but there were none. She continued, "I've known him since he was a kid. He hasn't changed. A bully, but no brains." Firepaw sat down beside her. "I'm not surprised Blue Star asked you to join the clan," he purred. "You certainly showed your loyalty last night." Yellowfang twitched her tail. "Perhaps a truly loyal cat would have fought on the side of the clan that raised her." "But then I'd be fighting for my 2 legs, Firepaw pointed out. Yellowfang shot him an admiring glance. "Well said, youngster. But then, you've always been a thinker." Sorrow pierced Firepaw's heart as he remembered these were Lionheart's words too. "Do you miss Shadow Clan?" he asked Yellowfang. Yellowfang blinked slowly. "I miss the old Shadow Clan," she meowed at last. "The way it used to be. Until Broken Star became leader?" Firepaw was curious. "Yes," Yellowfang admitted softly. "He changed the clan." She gave a wheezy laugh. "He always knew how to give a good speech. He could make you believe a mouse was a rabbit if he set his mind to it. Perhaps that is why I was so blind to his faults." The old she-cat stared into the distance, lost in memories. "Bet you can't guess who the new Shadow Clan medicine cat is," Firepaw mewed, suddenly remembering what he had learned at the gathering. It felt like moons ago now. His words seemed to shake Yellowfang back into the present. "Not Running Nose," she mewed. "Yep," Yellowfang shook her head. "But he can't even cure his own cold." "That's what Graypaw said." They purred together for a moment, amused. Firepaw got to his paws. "Well, I'll leave you to rest now. Call me if you need anything else today." Yellowfang lifted her head. "Before you go, Firepaw, I hear you were in a rat fight. Did they draw blood?" "It's okay. Spotted Leaf has treated my wounds with Marigold." "Sometimes Marigold is not strong enough for rat bites. Go and find a patch of wild garlic to roll in. I think there's some not far from the camp entrance. That'll draw out any poisons the rat may have left. Although," she added dryly, "your den mates might not thank me for my advice." "Well, I do. Thanks, Yellowfang," Firepaw purred. "Go carefully, young one." Yellowfang held his gaze for a moment, then let her chin rest on her front paws and closed her eyes. Firepaw slipped under the branches around Yellowfang's nest and headed for the gorse tunnel in search of wild garlic. The sun was setting now, and he could hear the queens settling their kits for the night. "Where do you think you're going?" growled a voice from the shadows. It was Darkstripe. "Yellowfang told me to go out and—" "You don't take orders from that rogue," hissed the warrior. "Go and help with the repairs. No cat is to leave the camp tonight." He lashed his tail from side to side. "Yes, Darkstripe," Firepaw mewed, dipping his head submissively. He turned around and muttered "Dirtstripe" under his breath, then headed toward the camp boundary, where he could see Graypaw and Ravenpaw busily patching a large hole in the wall of the greenery. "How's Yellowfang?" asked Graypaw as Firepaw trotted up. "She's fine. She said wild garlic would be good for my rat bites. I was on my way to find some, but Darkstripe ordered me to stay back in camp," Firepaw told him. "Wild garlic," mewed Graypaw. "I wouldn't mind trying that.
My leg still hurts. I could sneak out and get some, Firepaw offered. He had resented Darkstripe's offhand treatment and welcomed the chance to outwit him. No one would notice if I slipped out of this hole here. It'd only take a couple of rabbit hops. Ravenpaw frowned, but Graypaw nodded. We'll cover for you, he whispered. Firepaw nuzzled him gratefully and jumped out through the tear in the boundary wall. Once outside the camp, he began to make his way to the wild garlic patch, the sharp tang alerting him easily to its location. The moon was rising in the violet sky, and the sun sank below the horizon. A cold breeze ruffled Firepaw's fur. Suddenly, he caught a cat scent carried toward him on the wind. He sniffed cautiously. Shadow Clan? No, just Tigerclaw and 2 other cats. He sniffed the air again. Darkstripe and Longtail. What were they doing here? Curious, Firepaw dropped into a stalking position. He prowled through the undergrowth paw by paw, keeping downwind so that he was not detected. The warriors were standing in the edge of the shadow of a clump of ferns, their heads very close together. Soon Firepaw was near enough to hear them speak. StarClan knows. My apprentice has shown little promise from the start, but I never expected him to turn traitor, growled Tigerclaw. Firepaw's eyes widened and his fur pricked with shock. It sounded like Tigerclaw intended to do more than just hint that Ravenpaw had betrayed the clan. How long did you say Ravenpaw was missing from the journey to Mothermouth? Asked Darkstripe. Long enough to have traveled to Shadow Clan's camp and back, came the deputy's menacing answer. The fur on Firepaw's tail bristled angrily. That's impossible, he thought. He was with us the whole time. Longtail's voice sounded now, high-pitched with excitement. Oh, he must have told him that ThunderClan's leader and the strongest warrior had left the camp. Why else would they attack when they did? We were the last clan to stand against Shadow Clan. We must remain strong, purred Tigerclaw. His tone had become velvety soft now. He waited in silence for a response. It was Darkstripe who answered, eagerly, as if he were still Tigerclaw's apprentice, giving the correct answer to a question on hunting techniques. His words made Firepaw breathless with fear, and the clan would be better off without a traitor like Ravenpaw. I have to say I agree with you, Darkstripe, murmured Tigerclaw, his voice heavy with emotion, even though he's my own apprentice. He trailed off as if he were too upset to say any more. Firepaw had heard enough. Forgetting all about the wild garlic, he turned and crept as silently and as quickly as he could back to the camp. He decided not to tell Ravenpaw what he had heard. He would be terrified. Firepaw's mind raced. What could he do? Tigerclaw was the clan deputy, a great warrior, and popular with all the other cats. No one was going to listen to any accusations made by an apprentice. But Ravenpaw was in terrible danger. Firepaw shook himself, trying to clear his head. There was only one thing to do. He must tell what he had heard to Bluestar, and somehow convince her that he was telling the truth. Chapter 19. Graypaw and Ravenpaw were still patching the hole when Firepaw reached them. They had left a gap just wide enough for him to squeeze back through. No luck with the garlic, Firepaw panted as he slipped in. Darkstripe's prowling around out there. Never mind, mewed Graypaw. We can get some tomorrow. I'll go and see if I can get you some poppy from Spotted Leaf, Firepaw offered. He was worried by the dull look in his friend's eyes and the way his muscles seemed stiff with pain. No, don't worry, mewed Graypaw. I'll be fine. It's no trouble, Firepaw insisted, and before Graypaw could argue, he bounded off towards Spotted Leaf's den. She was pacing her small clearing, her eyes clouded with unhappiness. Are you okay? Firepaw asked. The spirits of StarClan are restless. I think they're trying to tell me something, she replied, flicking her tail uneasily. What can I do for you? I think Graypaw could do with some poppy seeds for his leg, Firepaw explained. His rat bites are still hurting him. The pain of losing Lionheart will make his injuries feel worse. But he'll mend in time. Don't worry. In the meantime, you're right. Poppy seeds will help. Spotted Leaf went into her den and brought out a dried poppy head. She placed it carefully on the ground. Just shake out 1 or 2 and give them to him, she meowed. Thanks, Firepaw mewed. Are you sure you're okay? Go and see to your friend. answered Spotted Leaf, avoiding his gaze. Firepaw picked up the poppy head between his teeth and began to walk away. "Wait!" Spotted Leaf hissed suddenly. Firepaw spun around expectantly and met her tawny gaze. Her eyes burned back at him. "Firepaw," she hissed. "StarClan spoke to me moons ago, before you joined the clan. I sense they want me to tell you this now. They said only fire can save our clan." Firepaw stared at Spotted Leaf, mystified. The strange passion faded from her eyes. "Take care, Firepaw," she meowed in her normal voice, and turned away. "See ya," Firepaw replied uncertainly. He padded back through the fern tunnel. Her strange words were echoing in his mind, but he could not make sense of them. Why had she shared them with him? Surely fire was an enemy to all that lived in the forest. He shook his head in frustration and bounded over to the apprentice's den. "Graypaw!" Firepaw hissed into the ear of his sleeping friend. They'd been allowed to rest all morning, after working on repairs most of the night. Tigerclaw had ordered them to be ready to begin training at sun-high. The strong yellow light filtering through the den told Firepaw it was already near that now. He had a restless night. Dreams swirled through his mind each time he fell asleep, confusing and indistinct, but full of darkness and menace. "Graypaw!" Firepaw hissed again. But his friend did not stir. He'd eaten 2 of the poppy seeds before he slept, and now he was in deep slumber. "Are you awake, Firepaw?" Ravenpaw mewed from his nest. Firepaw spat silently under his breath. He had wanted to tell Graypaw before Ravenpaw woke. "Yes," he replied. Ravenpaw sat up in his bed of moss and heather and began to wash with quick flicks of his tongue. "Are you going to wake him?" he asked, nodding to Graypaw. A deep voice growled outside their den. "I hope so. Training is about to start." Firepaw and Ravenpaw jumped. "Graypaw, wake up!" Firepaw poked his friend with one paw. "Tigerclaw's waiting." Graypaw lifted his head. His eyes were still heavy with sleep. "Are you ready yet?" called Tigerclaw. Firepaw and Ravenpaw crept out of the den, blinking as they emerged into the sunlight. The deputy was sitting beside the tree stump. "Is the other one coming?" he asked. "Yes," Firepaw replied, feeling defensive on behalf of his friend. "He's only just waking up." "Training will do him good," growled Tigerclaw. "He's grieved for long enough." Firepaw held the menacing amber gaze for a few moments. Warrior and apprentice. For a heartbeat their eyes were locked as enemies. Graypaw scrambled sleepily out of the den. "Blue Star will be ready for you in a moment, Firepaw," announced Tigerclaw. The words distracted Firepaw from his anger. His first training session with Blue Star. Excitement surged through him. He'd expected his wounded mentor to be resting still. "Graypaw," continued Tigerclaw, "you can join my training session. Do you think you're up to it, Ravenpaw? After all, you've got some pretty nasty nettle stings while the rest of us were fighting those rats." Ravenpaw looked at the ground. "I'm fine," he mewed. Graypaw and Ravenpaw followed the deputy out of the camp entrance. Ravenpaw's head hung low as he disappeared through the gorse tunnel. Firepaw sat and waited for Blue Star. She did not keep him long. The Gray Queen emerged from her den and padded across the clearing. Her fur was still matted in places where her wounds were fresh, but she betrayed no pain in her confident stride. "Come," she called to him. Firepaw noticed with surprise that she was alone. Darkstripe and Longtail were nowhere to be seen. A thought occurred to him, and suddenly his excitement was tinged with anxiety. Here was an opportunity to tell Blue Star what he had heard last night. He caught up with her as she headed for the gorse tunnel and fell in step behind her. "Will your guards be joining us?" he asked hesitantly. Blue Star replied without looking back. "I've ordered Darkstripe and Longtail to help with camp repairs. Securing ThunderClan's base is our first priority." Firepaw's heartbeat quickened. He would tell her about Ravenpaw as soon as they left camp. The 2 cats followed the trail to the training hollow. The path was strewn with freshly fallen golden leaves that rustled beneath their paws. Firepaw's mind raced as he searched for suitable words. What should he tell his leader? That Tigerclaw was plotting to get rid of his apprentice? And what would he say when Blue Star asked him why? Could he bring himself to say out loud that he suspected Tiger Claw had killed Redtail, even though he had no evidence beyond Ravenpaw's excited storytelling at the gathering? By the time they reached the sandy hollow, Firepaw had still not spoken. The hollow was empty. "I asked Tiger Claw to hold his training session in another part of the forest today," Bluestar explained as she padded into the center of the hollow. "I want to concentrate on your fighting skills, and I want you to concentrate on them too, which means no distractions." I must tell her now, thought Firepaw. She needs to know about what danger Ravenpaw is in. His paws pricked with anxiety. I won't have another chance like this. Sudden movement flashed in the corner of his eye. A swish of gray whirled past his nose, and Firepaw fell forward as his forepaws were knocked lightly from underneath him. He staggered, regained his balance, and spun around to see Bluestar sitting calmly beside him. "Do I have your attention now?" she growled. "Yes, Bluestar, sorry," he replied hastily, looking into her blue eyes. "That's better. Firepaw, you have been with us for many moons now. I have watched you fight. With the rats you were quick, and with ShadowClan warriors you were fierce. You outwitted Greypaw on the very first day we met, and you defeated Yellowfang with your cleverness too." She paused, then lowered her voice to an intense hiss. "But one day you will meet an opponent who is all of these things as well, quick and fierce and clever. It's my duty to prepare you for that day." Firepaw nodded, completely caught up in her words. His senses were fully alert. All his thoughts of Ravenpaw and Tiger Claw had disappeared, and the musty odors and tiny noises of the forest rushed in upon him. "Let's see how you fight," Bluestar ordered. "Attack me." Firepaw looked at her, sizing her up and wondering the best way to begin. Bluestar was standing less than 3 rabbit lengths away. She was twice his size, so it would be a waste of effort to begin with the usual paw swipes and wrestling. But if he could leap straight onto her back with a powerful enough jump, he might be able to unbalance her. She hadn't taken her piercing blue eyes off him for an instant. Firepaw stared back and leaped. He had aimed to land squarely on her shoulders, but Bluestar was ready for him. She dropped swiftly into a crouch. As Firepaw hit her, she rolled onto her back. Instead of landing on her shoulders, he found himself crashing down toward her upturned belly. She had caught him with all 4 paws and flung him easily away from her. Firepaw felt he had been bundled away like some bothersome kit. He hit the dusty ground hard and lay for a moment before he scrambled to his feet. "Interesting strategy, but your eyes betrayed where you were aiming," growled Bluestar as she stood up and shook off the dust from her thick coat. "Now, try again." This time Firepaw looked at her shoulders but aimed for her paws. When Bluestar dropped to the ground, he would hit her as she crouched. Firepaw felt a rush of satisfaction as he leaped, but it turned into confusion as Bluestar unexpectedly sprang into the air and let him crash into the ground where he had just stood a heartbeat before. She timed it perfectly. As he landed, she thundered down on top of him, squishing the breath out of him. "Now try something I won't expect," she hissed into his ear, climbing off of him and backing away with a challenging gleam in her eyes. Firepaw scrambled up, panting, and shook himself crossly. Even Yellowfang had not been so tricky. He hissed and leaped again. This time, as he flew at Bluestar, he stretched out his 4 paws. She reared up on her hind legs and used her 4 paws to twist him away. As he felt himself slipping, Firepaw scrabbled with his hind paws in the sand, but it was too late and he flopped heavily onto his side. "Firepaw," Bluestar meowed calmly, as once more he struggled to his paws. "You're strong and quick, but you must learn to keep control of your speed and body weight so that it's not so easy for me to unbalance you. Try again." Firepaw backed away, hot, dusty, and out of breath. Frustration raged through him. He was determined to get the better of his mentor this time. Slowly he crouched and began to creep towards Bluestar. She mirrored his crouch and hissed into his face as he approached. He raised a paw and swiped at her left ear. She ducked to avoid his strike and reared up, towering over him. Quickly, Firepaw rolled onto his back, slithered underneath her body, and in one fast movement kicked up both of his hind legs into her belly. Bluestar was flung backward and fell into the sandy earth with a loud grunt. Firepaw flipped himself over and leaped to his paws. He felt jubilant. Then he saw Bluestar laying in the dirt, and for the first time he remembered her wounds. Had he reopened them? He dashed to her side and stared down at her. To his relief, her eyes glinted proudly back at him. That was much better, she puffed. She stood and shook herself. Now it's my turn. She sprang at him, knocking him to the ground, then retreated and let him pick himself up before leaping again. Firepaw braced himself, but she bowled over him easily again. Look at my size, Firepaw. Don't try to stand up against my attack. Use your wits. If you're fast enough to avoid me, then avoid me. Firepaw scrabbled to his feet again, preparing for her attack. This time he didn't dig his paws into the soft ground, but stood lightly, keeping his weight on his toes. As Bluestar flew toward him, he hopped neatly out of her path, reared up onto his hind legs, and with his forepaws pushed her flying body onward past him. Bluestar landed gracefully on all four paws and turned. Excellent! You learn quickly, she purred. But that was an easy move. Let's see how you deal with this one. They trained until sunset. Firepaw heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Bluestar's meow. That's enough for today. She seemed a little tired and stiff, but she leaped easily out of the sandy hollow. Firepaw scrambled after her. His muscles were aching and his head spinning with all that he had learned. As they trekked together back through the trees, he couldn't wait to tell Graypaw and Ravenpaw about this training session. And it wasn't until they reached the camp boundary that Firepaw realized he'd forgotten to tell Bluestar about Ravenpaw. Chapter 20. By the time Firepaw returned, the camp was starting to look a little better. Parties of cats had clearly been patching and repairing continuously throughout the day. Frostfur and Goldenflower were still furiously fortifying the nursery walls, but the outer wall looked solid and secure once more. Firepaw trotted across the clearing to see if there were any Freshkill around. He passed Sandpaw and Dustpaw, who were preparing to leave on the next patrol. Sorry, mewed Sandpaw, as Firepaw sniffed hopefully around the eating area. We ate the last 2 mice. Firepaw shrugged. He would catch something for himself later. He headed back to the apprentice's den, where Graypaw was sitting with his back resting against the tree stump, licking a forepaw. Where's Ravenpaw? Firepaw asked as he sat down. Not back from his task yet, replied Graypaw. Look at that. He held out his paw for Firepaw to inspect. The pad was torn and bleeding. Tigerclaw sent me fishing, and I stepped on a sharp stone in the stream. That looks pretty deep. You should get Spotted Leaf to take a look at it, Firepaw advised. Where did Tigerclaw send Ravenpaw, by the way? Don't know. I was up to my belly in cold water, muttered Graypaw. He stood up and limped away toward Spotted Leaf's den. Firepaw settled down, his eyes fixed on the entrance to the camp, and waited for Ravenpaw. After overhearing the warriors' conversation last night, he couldn't shake the feeling that something dreadful was going to happen to his friend. His heart lurched as he saw Tigerclaw enter the camp alone. He waited longer. The moon was high in the sky. Surely Ravenpaw should be back by now. Firepaw found himself wishing he'd spoken to Bluestar when he had the chance. He could see Darkstripe and Longtail guarding her den now, and he certainly didn't want them to overhear his concerns. Tigerclaw had brought back Freshkill, which he was sharing with Whitestorm outside the warrior's den. Firepaw realized he was very hungry still. Perhaps he should go and hunt. He might come across Ravenpaw outside the camp. As he wondered what to do, Firepaw saw Ravenpaw trotting through the entrance of the camp. A thrill of relief raced through him, and not just because Ravenpaw was holding Freshkill between his teeth. The apprentice came straight over to Firepaw and dropped the mouthful of food on the ground. Enough for all 3 of us, he mewed proudly, and it should taste extra good. It's from ShadowClan territory. Firepaw gasped. You hunted in ShadowClan territory? That was my task, Ravenpaw explained. Tigerclaw sent you into enemy territory to hunt? Firepaw could hardly believe it. We must tell Bluestar. That was too dangerous. At the mention of Bluestar's name, Ravenpaw shook his head. His eyes looked hunted and shadowed with fear. Look, just keep quiet, okay? He hissed. I survived. I even caught some prey. That's all there is to it. You survived this time, Firepaw spat. Shh! Tigerclaw's looking. Just eat your share and keep quiet, snapped Ravenpaw. Firepaw shrugged and took a piece of the Freshkill. Ravenpaw ate quickly, avoiding Firepaw's eye. "Shall we save some for Graypaw?" he asked after a while. "He went to go see Spotted Leaf," Firepaw mumbled through a mouthful. "He cut his paw. I don't know when he'll be back." "Well, save him whatever you want," replied Ravenpaw, suddenly sounded worn out. "I'm tired. I need to sleep." He stood up and pushed his way into the den. Firepaw stayed outside, watching the rest of the camp prepare for the night. He was going to have to tell Ravenpaw what he'd just overheard in the forest last night. He needed to know just how much danger he was in. Tigerclaw was laying beside Whitestorm, sharing tongues, but with one eye fixed on the apprentice's den. Firepaw yawned to show Tigerclaw how exhausted he was. Then he got on his paws and followed Ravenpaw inside. Ravenpaw was asleep, but Firepaw could tell from his twitching paws and whiskers that he was dreaming. He knew it wasn't a good dream by the tiny mewls and squeaks that he made. Suddenly, the black cat leaped to his paws, his eyes stretched wide in terror. His fur was standing on end, and his back was arched. "Ravenpaw," Firepaw meowed in alarm. "Calm down. You're in our den. There's only me here." Ravenpaw looked around wildly. "It's just me." Ravenpaw blinked and seemed to recognize his friend. He collapsed into his bed. "Ravenpaw," mewed Firepaw seriously, "there's something you need to know. Something I heard last night when I was out looking for wild garlic." Ravenpaw looked away, still trembling from his dream, but Firepaw persisted. "Ravenpaw, I heard Tigerclaw telling Darkstripe and Longtail that you betrayed ThunderClan. He told them you slipped away during the trip to Mothermouth and told ShadowClan that the camp was unguarded." Ravenpaw spun around to face Firepaw. "But I didn't!" he exclaimed, horrified. "Of course you didn't," Firepaw agreed, "but Darkstripe and Longtail believed that you did, and Tigerclaw persuaded them that they should get rid of you." Ravenpaw was speechless, his breath coming in gasps. "Why would Tigerclaw want to get rid of you, Ravenpaw?" Firepaw asked gently. "He's one of the clan's greatest warriors. What threat are you to him?" Firepaw suspected he already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear the truth from Ravenpaw's own mouth. He waited while Ravenpaw fumbled for words. At last, the black apprentice crawled closer to Firepaw and whispered hoarsely into his ear. "Because the River Clan deputy didn't kill Redtail. Tigerclaw did." Firepaw nodded silently, and Ravenpaw continued, his whisper cracking with tension. "Redtail killed the River Clan deputy." "So Tigerclaw didn't kill Oakheart," Firepaw couldn't help interrupting. Ravenpaw shook his head. "No, he didn't. After Redtail had killed Oakheart, Tigerclaw ordered me back to the camp. I wanted to stay, but he yowled at me to go, so I ran into the trees. I should have carried on running, but I couldn't leave while they were still fighting. I turned around and crept back to see if Tigerclaw needed help. By the time I got near, all the River Clan warriors had fled, leaving just Redtail and Tigerclaw. Redtail was watching the last warrior running away, and Tigerclaw—" Ravenpaw paused, then gulped. "Tigerclaw jumped on him. He sank his teeth into the back of his neck, and Redtail fell to the ground, dead. That's when I ran. I don't know if Tigerclaw saw me or not. I just kept running until I got back to camp." "Why didn't you tell Blue Star?" Firepaw pressed gently. "Would she have believed me?" Ravenpaw's eyes rolled wildly. "Do you believe me?" "Of course I do," Firepaw mewed. He licked Ravenpaw between the ears in an effort to calm and comfort his friend. He was going to have to find another opportunity to tell Blue Star about Tigerclaw's treachery. "Don't worry. I'll sort it out," he promised. "Meanwhile, you make sure you stick close to me or Graypaw. Does Graypaw know about them wanting to get rid of me?" "Not yet, but I'll have to tell him." Ravenpaw settled silently onto his belly and stared ahead. "It's okay, Ravenpaw," Firepaw purred, touching the skinny black body with his nose. "I'll help you out of this." Graypaw padded into the den at dawn. Sandpaw and Dustpaw had returned from their patrol a while ago and were asleep in their nests. "Hi," mewed Graypaw, sounding more cheerful than he had for days. Firepaw woke at once. "You sound better," he purred. Graypaw licked Firepaw's ear. "Spotted Leaf put some gunk on my cut and then made me lie still for hours. I must have fallen asleep. By the way, I hope that chaffinch out for there's for me. I'm starving." "It was. Ravenpaw caught it yesterday,"
Tigerclaw sent him into. "Shut up, you two," growled Sandpaw. "Some of us are trying to sleep." Graypaw rolled his eyes. "Come on, Firepaw," he mewed. "Brindleface has just had her kits. Let's go and visit them." Firepaw purred with pleasure. At last, something for ThunderClan to celebrate. He looked down at Ravenpaw, who was still sleeping, and padded out of the den. With Graypaw, he trotted across the clearing and toward the nursery. The rising sun made his pelt glow with the warmth, and he stretched appreciatively, reveling in the suppleness of his spine and the strength of his legs. "Stop showing off," Graypaw called over his shoulder. Firepaw stopped stretching and bounded after his friend. Whitestorm was sitting outside of the nursery, guarding the entrance. "Have you two come to see the new kits?" he meowed, as Firepaw and Graypaw approached. Firepaw nodded. "One at a time only, and you'll have to wait. Bluestar's with her now," Whitestorm told them. "Well, you can go first," Firepaw offered. "I'll go and see Yellowfang while I'm waiting." He dipped his head respectfully to Whitestorm and headed off towards Yellowfang's nest. The old cat was washing behind her ears, her eyes half closed with concentration. "Don't tell me you're expecting rain," Firepaw teased. Yellowfang looked up. "You've been listening to too many elders' tales," she meowed. "What would be the point of a cat washing its ears if they're only going to get rained on anyway?" Firepaw's whiskers twitched with amusement. "Are you going to see Brindleface's new litter?" he asked. Yellowfang stiffened and she shook her head. "I don't think I'd be very welcome," she growled. "But they know you saved," Firepaw began. "A she-cat is very protective of her newborns, especially when it's her first litter." "I think I'll stay away," Yellowfang replied in a tone that invited no argument. "As you wish, but I'm gonna go see them. It must be a good sign, having new kits in the camp." Yellowfang shrugged. "Sometimes," she muttered darkly. Firepaw turned and trotted back to the nursery. Clouds had covered the sun, making the air turn fresher. A fierce breeze tugged at his fur and rustled the leaves around the clearing. Bluestar was sitting outside the nursery. Behind her, Graypaw's tail was just disappearing into the narrow entrance. "Firepaw," she greeted him, "have you come to see ThunderClan's newest warriors?" The ThunderClan leader sounded tired and sad. Firepaw was surprised. Surely the kits were good news for ThunderClan. "Yes, I have," he replied. "Well, when you're finished, come and see me in my den." "Yes, Bluestar," Firepaw mewed as he walked slowly away. He felt his fur prickle. Here was another chance to speak to Bluestar alone. Perhaps StarClan was on his side after all. Graypaw crawled out of the nursery entrance. "They're really cute," he mewed, "but I'm starving now. I'm off to find some fresh kill. I'll save some for you if I find any." He blinked affectionately at Firepaw and bounded away. Firepaw purred a goodbye and looked up at Whitestorm, who nodded his permission for him to enter the nursery. Firepaw squeezed through the tiny entrance. 4 tiny kits huddled warmly in Brindleface's deeply lined nest. Their fur was pale gray with darker flecks, just like their mother, except for one tiny dark gray tongue. They mewed and squirmed beside Brindleface's belly, their eyes shut. "How are you feeling?" Firepaw whispered to her. "A little tired," answered Brindleface. She looked down proudly at her litter. "But the kits are all strong and healthy." "ThunderClan is lucky to have them," Firepaw purred. "I was just talking about them to Yellowfang." Brindleface didn't answer, and Firepaw couldn't miss the look of worry that flashed in her eyes as she nudged a straying kit closer to her. Firepaw felt a tremor of anxiety in his belly. Bluestar may have accepted Yellowfang into ThunderClan, but it looked like the old cat was still not trusted by all of it. He touched his nose affectionately to Brindleface's flank, then turned and made his way out into the clearing. The clan leader was waiting for Firepaw at the entrance to her den. Longtail was at her side. The pale tabby warrior stared hard at Firepaw as he approached. Firepaw ignored his gaze and looked expectantly at Bluestar. "Come inside," she meowed, turning to lead the way. Firepaw trotted after her. Longtail immediately stood up as if to follow them. Bluestar looked back at him over her shoulder. "I think I'll be safe enough with young Firepaw," she meowed. Longtail looked uncertain for a moment, then sat down again outside the entrance. Firepaw had never been inside Bluestar's den. He padded after her through the lichen that draped at its entrance. "Brindleface's kits are lovely," he purred.
Blue Star looked serious. Lovely they may be, but they mean more mouths to feed, and the season of Leaf Bear will soon be here. Then she glanced at Firepaw, who was unable to hide his surprise at her melancholy tone. Oh, don't listen to me, meowed Blue Star, shaking her head impatiently. The first cold wind always worries me. Come, make yourself comfortable. She tipped her head toward the dry, sandy floor. Firepaw dropped onto his belly and stretched his paws out in front of him. Blue Star circled slowly in her mossy nest. I'm still aching from our training session yesterday, she admitted when she finally settled herself and curled her tail around her paws. You fought well, young one. For once, Firepaw didn't stop to bask in her praise. His heart was thumping. This was the perfect moment to tell his leader his fears about Tigerclaw. He lifted his chin, ready to speak. But it was Blue Star who spoke first, staring past him at the wall of her den. I can still smell the stale stench of ShadowClan in the camp, she murmured. I hope never to see the day when our enemy broke into the heart of ThunderClan. Firepaw nodded in silent agreement, sensing Blue Star was about to say more. And so many deaths, she sighed. First Redtail, then Lionheart. I think StarClan, at least the warriors we have left, are strong and loyal like them. At least with Tigerclaw's deputy, ThunderClan may still be able to defend itself. Firepaw's heart plummeted, and an icy chill cut deep into him as Blue Star went on. There was a time, when Tigerclaw was a young warrior, that I feared for the strength of his passion. Such energy can need careful channeling. But now I'm proud to see how much respect the clan has for him. I know he is ambitious, but his ambition makes him one of the bravest cats I've ever had, and an honor to fight alongside. Firepaw knew at once that he could not tell Blue Star his suspicions about Tigerclaw. Not when Blue Star looked to her deputy to protect the whole clan. He would have to save Ravenpaw himself. He took a deep breath and blinked slowly, so that when Blue Star turned and looked directly into his eyes, no trace of his shock or disappointment remained. Her next words were quiet and full of concern. You know Broken Star will return. He made it clear at the gathering that he wants hunting rights in all the territories. We fought him off once. We can do it again, Firepaw insisted. That's true, Blue Star acknowledged with a wry nod. StarClan will honor your courage, young Firepaw. She paused and licked a healing wound on her side. I think you ought to know that. In the battle with the rats, it was not my 5th life that I lost, but my 7th. Firepaw sat bolt upright, shocked. Blue Star went on. I have let the clan believe it was my 5th because I don't want them to fear for my safety, but 2 more lives, and I will have to leave you to join StarClan. Firepaw's mind was racing. Why was she telling him this? Thank you for sharing this with me, Blue Star, he purred respectfully. Blue Star nodded. I'm tired now, she rasped. Off you go. And Firepaw, I don't expect you to repeat this conversation to anyone. Of course, Blue Star, Firepaw replied as he nosed his way out the curtain of lichen. Longtail was still sitting by the entrance. Firepaw stepped past him and made his way around towards his den. He didn't know which part of his conversation with Blue Star had been more bewildering. He was stopped in his tracks by a yowl of horror coming from the nursery. Frostfur came sprinting into the clearing, her tail bristling and her eyes wide with alarm. My kits! Someone has taken my kits! Tigerclaw bounded over to her. He called to the clan, Quick, search the camp. White Storm, stay where you are. Warriors, patrol the camp boundary. Apprentices, search every den. Firepaw rushed to the nearest den, the warriors, and pushed his way inside. It was empty. He scrabbled through the bedding with his paws, but there were neither sight nor scent of Frostfur's kits. He charged outside and headed for his own den. Ravenpaw and Greypaw were already inside, pushing aside their nests, sniffing every corner. Dustpaw and Sandpaw were searching the Elder's den. Firepaw left them to it and charged from one clump of grass to the other, pushing his muzzle into them, ignoring the nettles that stuck his nose. There was no sign of the kits anywhere. He looked around the camp boundary. Warriors paced back and forth, urgently sniffing the air. Suddenly, Firepaw spotted Yellowfang in the distance. She was pushing her way through an unguarded part of the fern wall. She must have found a scent, he thought, and raced toward her as her tail disappeared into the greenery. By the time he arrived at the fern wall, she had gone. He sniffed the air. No kit scent. just the bitter smell of Yellowfang's fear. What was she afraid of? Firepaw wondered. Tiger Claw's yowl sounded from the bushes behind the nursery. All the cats raced over to him, headed by Frostfur. They crowded as closely as they could, jostling to see through the dense undergrowth. Firepaw nosed his way forward and saw Tiger Claw standing over a motionless bundle of dappled fur. Spotted Leaf! Firepaw stared in disbelief at her lifeless body. Fury rose in him like a dark cloud, and he felt the blood roaring in his ears. Who had done this? Bluestar stepped through the crowd and leaned over the medicine cat. She's been killed by a warrior blow, she mewed softly. Firepaw craned his neck and saw a single wound on the back of Spotted Leaf's neck. His head swam and suddenly he was unable to see clearly. Through his grief, Firepaw heard a murmur at the back of the crowd that swelled into a single piercing yowl. Yellowfang is gone! Chapter 21. Yellowfang has killed Spotted Leaf and taken my kits, screeched Frostfur. The other queens rushed to Frostfur's side and tried to calm her with licks and caresses, but Frostfur pushed them away and wailed in grief to the darkening sky. As if in reply, the sky rumbled ominously and a cold wind ruffled the cat's fur. Yellowfang, hissed Tiger Claw, I always knew she was a traitor. Now we know how she managed to fight off the Shadow Clan deputy. It was a setup to let her trick her way into the clan. Lightning crackled overhead, punctuating Tiger Claw's words with a glaring white flash, and a clap of thunder rolled over the woods. Firepaw couldn't believe what he was hearing. Dazed with grief, his mind whirled. Could Yellowfang really have killed Spotted Leaf? Above the shocked murmurings, Darkstripe meowed loudly. Bluestar, what do you say? The cats fell silent as they turned to look at their leader. Bluestar's gaze moved across the crowd of cats and settled finally on Spotted Leaf's body. The first drops of rain began to fall, sparkling like dewdrops on the medicine cat's still glossy fur. Bluestar blinked slowly. Grief clouded her face, and for a moment Firepaw was afraid that this new death would overwhelm her. But when her eyes opened, they glittered with a fierceness that showed her determination to seek revenge for this cruel attack. She lifted her head. If Yellowfang has killed Spotted Leaf and stolen Frostfur's kits, she will be hunted down without mercy. The crowd meowed approvingly. But we must wait, Bluestar went on. There is a storm coming, and I'm not prepared to risk more lives. If Shadow Clan has our kits, they will come to no immediate harm. I suspect Broken Star wants them as recruits for his own clan, or as hostages, to force us to let him into our territory. As soon as the storm is past, a patrol will follow Yellowfang and bring back our kits. We cannot waste time, or the scent will be lost in the rain, Tiger Claw protested. Bluestar flicked her tail impatiently. If we send out a hunting party now, our efforts will be wasted anyway. In this weather, the scent will already be lost by the time we are ready. If we wait until after the storm, we stand a better chance of success. There were murmurs of agreement among the clan. Even though it was barely sun-high, the sky was growing much darker. The cats were unsettled by the lightning and thunder, and seemed willing to listen to their leader's advice. Bluestar looked at her deputy. I'd like to discuss our plans with you, please, Tiger Claw. Tiger Claw nodded and stalked away towards Bluestar's den, but the leader hesitated. She glanced at Firepaw, signaling with a flick of her tail and ripple of her whiskers that she wanted to speak to him alone. The other cats gathered around Spotted Leaf and began to share tongues with her, their wails of grief sounding above the thunder. Bluestar wound her way through them and went toward the fern tunnel that led to Spotted Leaf's den. Firepaw quietly skirted the mourning cats and followed her inside. It was very dark beneath the ferns. The storm had blotted out the remaining sun, so it seemed as if night had really fallen. Rain was falling even more heavily now, spattering noisily against the leaves, but at least it was sheltered in Spotted Leaf's clearing. Firepaw, Bluestar meowed urgently as he arrived at her side. Where is Yellowfang? Do you know? Firepaw hardly heard her. He couldn't help remembering the last time he'd come to this clearing. An image of Spotted Leaf, trotting out of her den with her coat gleaming in the sunlight, burned in his mind, and now he closed his eyes to preserve it. Firepaw, snapped Bluestar. You must save your grieving for later. Firepaw shook himself. I saw Yellowfang go through the camp boundary after the kits went missing. Do you really think she killed Spotted Leaf and took the kits? Bluestar gazed steadily at him. I don't know, she admitted. I want you to find her and bring her back, alive. I need to know the truth. You're not sending Tigerclaw? Firepaw couldn't help asking. Tigerclaw is a great warrior, but in this case his loyalty to the clan may cloud his judgment, Bluestar explained. He wants to give the clan the vengeance it deserves. No cat can blame him for that. The clan believes Yellowfang has betrayed us, and if Tigerclaw thinks he can reassure the clan by handing them the dead body of Yellowfang, that's exactly what he'll do. Firepaw nodded. She was right. Tigerclaw would kill Yellowfang without question. Bluestar looked stern for a moment. If I find that Yellowfang is a traitor, then I will kill her myself. But if she is not, her blue eyes turned into Firepaw's, I will not let an innocent cat die. But what if Yellowfang won't come back? Firepaw meowed. She will, if you ask her. Firepaw felt stunned by Bluestar's faith in him. The enormity of what she was asking him to do weighed down on him, and he wondered if he had enough courage to carry through it. Go, at once, she ordered. But be careful. You will be on your own and there may be enemy patrols about. This storm will keep our own warriors in the camp for a little while. Thunder rolled overhead as Firepaw dashed out into the clearing. Rain hammered down, pelting against his fur like tiny stones. A bolt of lightning lit up the faces of Darkstripe and Longtail as they watched him cross the clearing. Firepaw bounded past the nursery. He couldn't leave without sharing tongues with Spotted Leaf. The other cats had run for shelter, abandoning the medicine cat's body to the downpour while they huddled beneath the dripping ferns, meowing their fear and loss. Firepaw buried his nose in Spotted Leaf's wet fur and breathed in her scent one last time. Goodbye, my sweet Spotted Leaf, he murmured. His ears pricked as he overheard the voices of Frostfur and Speckletail talking nearby. He froze, straining to listen. Yellowfang must have had to help, Speckletail growled. Someone from ThunderClan? Came the anxious voice of Frostfur. You've heard what Tigerclaw's been saying about Ravenpaw. Perhaps he had something to do with it. I've never felt comfortable with him myself. The fur on Firepaw's spine prickled. If Tigerclaw had been spreading his malicious rumors as far as the nursery, Ravenpaw wouldn't be safe anywhere in the camp. Firepaw realized he had to act quickly. He would find Yellowfang first, then deal with Ravenpaw. He raced to the spot where he had last seen Yellowfang. He knew her scent so well that he could smell it through the rain-soaked leaves. He began to push through the bushes, mouth open, to detect where her trail led. Firepaw! Firepaw jumped and then relaxed as he realized it was Graypaw's voice. I have been looking for you, mewed his friend as he rushed towards him. Firepaw gingerly stepped back out of the ferns. Graypaw squinted as the rain dripped down on his long fur and into his eyes. Where are you going? He mewed. To look for Yellowfang, Firepaw replied. On your own? Graypaw's face showed concern. Firepaw thought for a moment and decided to tell Graypaw the truth. Bluestar asked me to bring Yellowfang back, he mewed. What? Graypaw looked shocked. Why you? Maybe she thinks I know Yellowfang best, and that I'd find her more easily. Wouldn't a party of warriors stand more of a chance? Graypaw pointed out. Tigerclaw's the best tracker in the clan, and if anyone could bring her back, he could. Maybe Tigerclaw wouldn't bring her back, Firepaw murmured. What do you mean? Tigerclaw's out for revenge. He would just kill her. But if she killed Spotted Leaf and took the kits, do you really believe that? Firepaw asked. Graypaw looked at his friend, shaking his head in confusion. Do you think she's innocent? He mewed. I don't know, Firepaw admitted, and neither does Bluestar. She wants to find out the truth. That's why she's sending me instead of Tigerclaw. But if she ordered Tigerclaw to bring her back alive... Graypaw's words were drowned by a deafening crack of thunder, and a flash of lightning lit up the trees around them. In the dazzling light, Firepaw glimpsed Frostfur chasing Ravenpaw away from the nursery. The White Queen's face was twisted with fury as she hissed at the young black cat and lunged forward to give him a warning nip on the hind leg. Graypaw turned to Firepaw. What's that all about? He mewed. Firepaw stared back at his friend, his mind leaping ahead to a new idea. It looked like Ravenpaw's time had run out, and Firepaw needed Graypaw's help. But would his friend believe him? The wind was beginning to roar through the trees above him, and Firepaw had to raise his voice. Ravenpaw's in great danger, he meowed. What? I have to get him away from ThunderClan, right now, before anything happens to him. Greypaw looked puzzled. Why? What about Yellowfang? There's no time to explain, Firepaw mewed urgently. You have to trust me. There must be a way we can get Ravenpaw away. Bluestar's going to keep the warriors in camp until the storm is over, but that doesn't leave us much time. He tried to picture the hidden corners of the woods, beyond ThunderClan territory. We'll have to take him somewhere Tigerclaw won't find him, somewhere he can survive without the clan. Greypaw stared at him for a moment. What about Barley? Barley, Firepaw echoed. You mean take Ravenpaw to the two-leg place? His ears twitched with excitement. Yes, that might be the best idea. Come on then, mewed Greypaw. What are we waiting for? Relief washed over Firepaw. He should have known his old friend would help. He shook the rain from his head, then touched Greypaw's fur with his nose. Thank you, he purred. Now, let's go get Ravenpaw. They found their friend huddled miserably inside their den. Sandpaw and Dustpaw were in their nest too, looking tense and scared as the storm crashed overhead. Ravenpaw, Firepaw hissed through the entrance. Ravenpaw looked up. Firepaw flicked his ears and the black cat followed him out into the storm. Come on, Firepaw whispered. We're taking you to Barley. Barley? Ravenpaw mewed with bewilderment, narrowing his eyes in the driving rain. Why? Because you'll be safe there, Firepaw answered, looking the black cat straight in the eye. Did you see what Frostfur did? Mewed Ravenpaw, his voice quavering. I was only going to check on the kits. Come on, Firepaw interrupted him. We must hurry. Ravenpaw met his friend's gaze. Thanks, Firepaw. Then he turned to the wind and bounded across the clearing. The three apprentices rushed towards the camp entrance, their fur flattened by the howling wind. As they entered the gorse tunnel, a voice called them back. You three, where are you going? It was Tigerclaw. Firepaw whirled around, feeling his heart sink. He wondered desperately what he could say. When he spotted Bluestar striding toward them, she frowned for a moment. Then her face cleared. Well done, Firepaw, she meowed. I see you've persuaded your two friends to go with you. ThunderClan has brave apprentices, Tigerclaw, if they're willing to run an errand in weather like this. Surely this is not the time for errands, objected Tigerclaw. One of Brindleface's kits has a cough. Bluestar's voice was icily calm. Firepaw has offered to fetch some coltsfoot for her. Does he really need his friends to go too? Asked Tigerclaw. In this storm, I think he's lucky to have the company, answered Bluestar. She looked deep into Firepaw's eyes, and he was suddenly aware of the trust she was placing in him. Off you go, you three, she meowed. Firepaw returned her gaze gratefully. Thank you. With a swift glance at his companions, he led the way along the familiar paths towards Four Trees. The wind roared through the branches above them, and the trees swayed, their trunks creaking and cracking as though they might fall at any moment. The rain poured down through the leaves, soaking the cats to their hides. They reached the stream, but the stepping stones they usually leaped across had completely disappeared. The cats stopped on the bank and looked down in dismay at the wide, brown, swirling river. This way, Firepaw meowed. There's a fallen tree up here. We can use it to cross. He led Greypaw and Ravenpaw upstream to a log that rested only a kitten's step above the rushing water. Be careful, it'll be slippery, Firepaw warned, leaping carefully up onto it. The log's bark had been stripped away, leaving only smooth, wet wood to balance on. Carefully, the three cats walked along the trunk. Firepaw jumped down onto the other side and watched his friends until they, too, had landed safely. The trees were bigger on the other side, offering some shelter from the storm as they hurried on, side by side. Are you going to tell me exactly why we need to get Ravenpaw away? Panted Greypaw. Because he knows Tigerclaw killed Redtail, Firepaw answered. Tigerclaw killed Redtail? Greypaw echoed in disbelief, stopping dead and staring at Firepaw. At the battle with RiverClan, puffed Ravenpaw. I saw him. But why would he do that? Greypaw protested, setting off again. They started down the slope that led into the clearing at Four Trees. I don't know, maybe he thought Bluestar would make him deputy, Firepaw suggested, raising his voice against the wind. Greypaw didn't reply, but his face darkened. The cats began to climb the steep slope that led up to WindClan territory. As Firepaw leaped up from rock to rock, he called down to Greypaw behind him. He wanted his friend to understand just how dangerous it was for Ravenpaw in the ThunderClan camp. I overheard Tigerclaw talking to Darkstripe and Longtail on the night Lionheart was killed, he yowled. He wants to get rid of Ravenpaw. Get rid of him? You mean kill him? Greypaw sat heavily on a rock. Firepaw stopped too. He looked down at his friends. Ravenpaw had halted farther down the slope, his sides heaving as he caught his breath. He looked smaller than ever with his sodden fur clinging to his scrawny body. You saw the way Frostfur went for Ravenpaw today, Firepaw meowed to Greypaw. Tigerclaw's been hinting to everyone that Ravenpaw is a traitor, but he'll be safe with Barley. Now, come on. We must hurry. It was impossible to talk in the open expanse of WindClan territory. The wind howled around him, while the thunder and lightning rolled and flashed overhead. The three cats lowered their heads and pushed onward into the heart of the storm. Eventually, they reached the edge of the plateau that marked the end of WindClan's territory. We can't take you any farther, Ravenpaw, meowed Firepaw through the gale. We have to get back and find Yellowfang before the storm passes. Ravenpaw looked up through the battering rain, alarmed. Then he nodded. Will you be able to find Barley alone? Yowled Firepaw. Yes, I remember the way, answered Ravenpaw. Watch out for those dogs, warned Greypaw. Ravenpaw nodded. I will. Suddenly he frowned. How can you be sure that Barley will welcome me? Just tell him you caught an adder once, answered Greypaw, affectionately nudging his friend's rain-soaked shoulder. Go, Firepaw urged, aware that time was short. He licked Ravenpaw's skinny chest. And don't worry, I'll make sure that everyone knows you didn't betray ThunderClan. But what if Tigerclaw comes looking for me? Ravenpaw's voice was small against the rumbling storm. Firepaw met his gaze steadily. He won't. I shall tell him that you are dead. Chapter 22. Firepaw and Greypaw retraced their steps to ThunderClan territory. Both cats were bone-weary and wet through, but Firepaw kept up the pace. The storm was beginning to move away. A ThunderClan patrol would soon be out and on Yellowfang's trail. They had to find her first. The sky was still dark, even though the black thunderclouds were beginning to roll away towards the horizon. Firepaw guessed that it must nearly be sunset. Why don't we head straight into ShadowClan territory? Suggested Greypaw as they ran down the steep hillside into 4 trees. We need to pick up Yellowfang's scent first, Firepaw explained. I just hope it won't lead to ShadowClan's camp. Greypaw glanced sideways at his friend, but didn't reply. They headed back over the stream into ThunderClan territory. There was no scent of Yellowfang until they crossed into the oak woods close to camp. Now that the rain had fully stopped, the scents around them were beginning to return. Firepaw hoped that the rain had not washed away Yellowfang's trail completely. He stopped and brushed at a fern with the tip of his nose and recognized the familiar smell. Yellowfang's fierce scent prickled in his nostrils. She came this way, he meowed. He pushed his way through the wet undergrowth. Greypaw followed. The rain was easing, and the thunder was falling into the distance. Time was running out. Firepaw pushed on faster. To his dismay, he realized Yellowfang's scent was indeed leading them straight into ShadowClan territory. His heart sank. Did this mean Tigerclaw's accusations were true? Firepaw began to hope that each new smell would take them in a different direction, but the trail was unfaltering. They arrived at the Thunderpath and halted. Several monsters roared by, throwing up fountains of dirty water. The 2 cats hung back from the edge of the wide, gray track until there was a gap. Then they raced across the path and into ShadowClan territory. The scent markers that lined the border made Firepaw's paws tingle. Greypaw halted and looked around nervously. I always thought I'd have a few more warriors with me when I finally entered ShadowClan territory, he confessed. Not afraid, are you? Firepaw murmured. Aren't you? My mother warned me about the stench of ShadowClan many times. My mother never taught me such things, Firepaw replied, but for the first time he was relieved that his fur was so wet that it clung to his body. Greypaw might not notice the way it was bristling fearfully along his spine. The 2 cats prowled onward, alert to every sight and sound. Greypaw was on the lookout for ShadowClan patrols, and Firepaw for the ThunderClan party he knew must come soon. Yellowfang's scent trail led them steadily into the heart of ShadowClan's hunting grounds. The woods here were gloomy, the undergrowth crowded with nettles and brambles. I can't smell her, complained Greypaw. It's too wet. It's here, Firepaw assured him. I can smell that, though, Greypaw spat suddenly. What?
Firepaw hissed. He stopped, alarmed. Kit scent. There's blood here. Firepaw sniffed again, seeking out the smell of ThunderClan offspring. I smell it too, he agreed. And something else. He flicked his tail down sharply, warning Greypaw to keep quiet. Then, silently, he signaled with his whiskers toward a blackened ash tree up ahead. Greypaw twitched his ears questioningly. Firepaw gave him a tiny nod. Yellowfang was sheltering behind the wide, split trunk. Instinctively, the two cats separated, each moving toward the tree, one on either side. They crept over the soft forest floor, using all the tricks of basic training, stepping lightly and keeping their bodies low. Then they leaped. Yellowfang yowled with surprise as the two cats landed beside her and pinned her to the ground. She struggled free, spitting, and backed into a sheltered hollow at the base of the trunk. Firepaw and Greypaw moved forward, blocking her way out. I knew ThunderClan would blame me, she hissed, her eyes flashing with all her old hostility. Where are the kits? Firepaw demanded. We can smell their blood, spat Greypaw. Have you harmed them? I don't have them, she snarled angrily. I've come to find them and take them back. I stopped because I smelled blood too, but they're obviously not here, are they? Firepaw and Greypaw looked at one another. I don't have them, insisted Yellowfang. Why did you run away then? Why did you kill Spotted Leaf? Greypaw asked the questions Firepaw couldn't bring himself to say out loud. Spotted Leaf is dead? There was no mistaking the shock in Yellowfang's voice. Relief washed over Firepaw. You didn't know? He croaked. How could I? I left the camp as soon as I heard the kits were missing. Greypaw looked suspicious, but Firepaw could hear the truth in her voice. I knew who's taken the kits, she continued. I smelled his scent near the nursery. Who was it? Firepaw asked. Clawface, one of Broken Star's warriors. And as long as the kits are with ShadowClan, they're in great danger. But surely even ShadowClan wouldn't harm kits, Firepaw protested. Don't be so sure, spat Yellowfang. Broken Star intends to use them as warriors. But they're only 3 moons old, Greypaw gasped. That hasn't stopped him before. He's been training kits as young as 3 moons since he became leader. At 5 moons, he sends them out as warriors. Surely they'd be too small to fight, Firepaw protested. But in his mind's eye, he pictured the undersized ShadowClan warrior apprentices he'd seen at the gathering. They weren't just small. They were kits. Yellowfang hissed scornfully. Broken Star doesn't care about that. He has plenty more kits to spare, and if they run out, he can steal them from the other clans. Her voice was filled with rage. After all, we're talking about a cat who killed kits from his own clan. Firepaw and Greypaw were stunned. If he killed ShadowClan's kits, why wasn't he punished? Firepaw asked at last. Because he lied, growled Yellowfang. Bitterness made her voice hard. He accused me of their murder, and ShadowClan believed him. Firepaw suddenly understood. Is that why you were driven out of ShadowClan? He asked. You have to come back with us and tell all of this to Blue Star. Not before I've rescued your kits, Yellowfang spat. Firepaw lifted his head and sniffed the air. The rain had stopped, and the wind was dying down. The ThunderClan patrol would be well on its way. They were not safe here. Greypaw still seemed shocked by Yellowfang's accusation. How could a leader kill kits from his own clan? He demanded. Broken Star insisted on training them too hard and too young. He took 2 of the kits away for battle practice. Yellowfang took a deep, wheezing breath. They were only 4 moons old. They were already dead when he brought them back to me. They bore the scratches and bites of a full warrior, not apprentices. He must have fought them himself. There was nothing I could do. When their mother came to see them, Broken Star was with me. He said that he had found me standing over their dead bodies. Her voice cracked and she looked away. Why didn't you tell her it was Broken Star? Firepaw asked in disbelief. Yellowfang shook her head. I couldn't. Why not? The old she-cat hesitated. When she spoke, her voice was heavy with regret. Broken Star is ShadowClan's leader. Noble Ragged Star was his father. His word is law. Firepaw looked away, and the 3 cats sat in silence for a moment. Then Firepaw meowed, We'll rescue the kits together. Tonight. But we can't stay here. I can smell the ThunderClan patrol coming. He paused. If Tiger Claw is with them, Yellowfang doesn't stand a chance. He'll kill her before we can explain. Yellowfang looked at him, alert and determined again. There's Pete this way.
It'll be wet after the rain, she told him. Our scents will be disguised there. She leaped into a clump of ferns, and Firepaw and Graypaw quickly followed her. They could hear the rustling of the undergrowth in the distance now. It was no longer the wind that disturbed the bushes, but an approaching patrol, no doubt hungry for revenge and fired up by Tigerclaw's lies. An eerie stillness settled over the woods, and a thin fog was beginning to gather between the tree trunks. Firepaw shook the droplets off his coat and impatiently pulled a burr off of his chest. Yellowfang led them onward. The ground grew soggier, and their paws began to sink into soft peat. The musty smell choked Firepaw's nostrils, but at least it would mask their own trail. Beside them, the noise of the cats grew louder. "Quick, under here," Yellowfang urged, ducking under a broad-leafed bush. The three cats crouched beneath it, drawing in their tails. Firepaw kept as still as he could, trying to ignore the rank wetness of the ground seeping into his belly fur and listening to the rustling of the ThunderClan patrol as it came nearer and nearer. Chapter 23. Firepaw could tell there were several cats in the patrol, traveling fast. He couldn't recognize the individual scents of the cats through the earthly bog odors, but he knew it was ThunderClan. He held his breath as the paw steps raced past and away. "Are we really going to try to rescue the kids from ShadowClan alone?" whispered Graypaw. Yellowfang answered him first. "I might be able to help us find some help from inside ShadowClan. Not all the cats support Broken Star." Firepaw pricked up his ears, and Graypaw flicked his tail in surprise. "When he became leader," Yellowfang explained, "Broken Star forced the elders to leave the security of the inner camp. They had to live on the boundary and hunt for themselves. These are cats who have grown up with the warrior code. Some of them might help us." Firepaw stared into her old eyes, thinking quickly. "And I might be able to persuade the ThunderClan hunting party to help us too," he meowed. "If I can speak to them before they see Yellowfang, I might be able to make them believe her story. Graypaw, you wait at the dead ash, where we smelled the kit blood, till one of us returns anyways." Graypaw looked worried. "But do you really trust Yellowfang to bring back help?" "You must trust me," growled Yellowfang. "I will return." Graypaw looked at Firepaw, who nodded. Without another word, Yellowfang sprang past the two apprentices and disappeared into the bushes. "Have we done the right thing?" asked Graypaw. "If we have, we are heroes and the kits are safe. If we are wrong, then we're as good as dead." Firepaw sprinted after the patrol, around the brambles, past the gorse and through the nettles. The trail was very easy to follow. The angry ThunderClan cats weren't trying to disguise their presence in ShadowClan territory. Overhead, the thick layer of cloud had finally rolled away. Beyond the treetops, silver pelt glittered across the night sky. The moon was just rising, but its cold light couldn't pierce the mist that clung to the shadowy undergrowth. Firepaw concentrated on the scent from up ahead. He could smell White Storm. He sniffed again. Tigerclaw wasn't with them. He raced to catch up and skidded to a halt behind the band of ThunderClan cats. The warriors turned and glared at him, fur bristling, ears flattened aggressively. Darkstripe was with them and the young she-cat Mousefur, as well as the tabby warrior Running Wind. Mousefur wasn't the only she-cat in the patrol. Willowpelt was there too. "Firepaw," growled Whitestorm. "What are you doing here?" Firepaw gasped for breath. "Bluestar sent me," he panted. "She wanted me to find Yellowfang before—" Whitestorm interrupted him. "Ah," he meowed. "Bluestar told me I might find a friend out here. Now I understand what she meant." He looked thoughtfully at Firepaw. "Is Tigerclaw nearby?" Firepaw asked, feeling a tingle of pride at their shared gaze. Whitestorm looked at him curiously. Bluestar insisted she needed him to remain at camp, to protect the remaining kits. Firepaw nodded quickly, relieved. He meowed urgently. "Whitestorm, I need your help. I can lead you to the kits. Graypaw is waiting for me. We plan to rescue them tonight. Will you come?" "Of course we'll come." The warriors flicked their tails with excitement. "It will mean raiding the ShadowClan camp," Firepaw warned. "Can you lead us there?" asked Running Wind eagerly. "No, but Yellowfang can, and she has promised to bring help from her old allies in the camp." Mousefur glared at him and thrashed her tail angrily. "You found Yellowfang?" she hissed. "I don't understand."
mewed Whitestorm, puzzled. The traitor is going to help rescue the kits that she stole? Firepaw took a deep breath to calm himself, then looked steadily into Whitestorm's eyes. Yellowfang didn't take them, he meowed, nor did she murder Spotted Leaf. She wants to help us rescue our kits. Whitestorm stared back at him, then blinked slowly. Lead the way, Firepaw, he ordered. Greypaw was waiting by the ash tree, pacing restlessly around its rotten trunk. He stopped as soon as he saw the patrol emerge from the mist and twitched his whiskers in greeting. Any sign of Yellowfang? Firepaw asked. Not yet, answered Greypaw. We don't know how far it is to the Shadow Clan camp, Firepaw pointed out quickly, feeling Whitestorm stiffen beside him. She may be on her way back right now. Or she might be happily sharing tongues with her Shadow Clan comrades while we sit here like fools waiting to be ambushed, mewed Greypaw. Whitestorm watched the two apprentices. His ears flicked uneasily. Firepaw? He prompted. She will come back, Firepaw promised. Well said, young Firepaw. Yellowfang stalked out from behind the ash tree and sat down. You're not the only one who can sneak up on someone, you know, she mewed at Firepaw. Remember the day we met? You were looking the wrong direction at that time, too. 3 other Shadow Clan cats appeared from behind the tree and settled themselves calmly on either side of Yellowfang. The Thunder Clan cats bristled, alert and suspicious. Both clans stared silently at each other. Firepaw fidgeted uncomfortably, unsure what to do now. Eventually, one of the Shadow Clan cats, a gray Tom, spoke. His long body was skinny, and his fur looked dull. We have come to help you, not to harm you. You have come for your kits. We will help you rescue them. What's in it for you? Asked Whitestorm warily. Well, we want you to help get rid of Broken Star. He has broken the warrior code, and Shadow Clan is suffering. So it's that simple, is it? Growled Running Wind. We just drop into your camp, snatch the kits, kill your leader, and go home? You will not meet as much resistance as you think, murmured the Grey Tom. Yellowfang stood up. Let me introduce my old friends, she meowed, weaving her way around the Shadow Clan cats. She brushed past the Grey Tom. This is Ashfur. He's one of the clan elders. And this is Nightpelt, a senior warrior before Ragged Star was killed. She circled a battered black Tom, who nodded at them. And this is one of her elder queens, Dawncloud. 2 of her kits died driving out WindClan. Dawncloud, a small tabby, meowed in greeting. I do not wish to lose any more of my kits, she told them. Whitestorm gave his chest a quick lick to smooth down his fur. You are clearly skilled warriors if you manage to creep up on us like that. But are there enough of you? We need to know what we'll face when we raid the Shadow Clan camp. The old and the sick of Shadow Clan are slowly starving, meowed Ashfur. The casualties among our kits are more than we can cope with. But if Shadow Clan is a mess, burst out Darkstripe, how come you've shown so much strength lately? And why is Broken Star still your leader? Broken Star is surrounded by a small group of elite warriors, answered Ashfur. They are the ones to fear, because they would die for him without question. The other warriors obey his orders only because they are frightened. They will fight by his side as long as they think Broken Star is going to win. If they thought he would lose, then they would fight against him, not for him. Darkstripe finished the elder's words in disgust. What sort of loyalty is that? The hackles of the Shadow Clan cats began to rise. Our clan has not always been like this, Yellowfang interrupted. When Ragged Star led Shadow Clan, we were feared for our strength. But in those days our strength came from the warrior code and clan loyalty, not from fear or bloodlust. The old medicine cat sighed. If only Ragged Star had lived longer. How did Ragged Star die? Asked Whitestorm curiously. There were so many rumors at the gatherings, but no one seemed to know for sure. Yellowfang's eyes clouded with sorrow. He was ambushed by a warrior patrol from another clan. Whitestorm nodded thoughtfully. Yes, that is what most cats seem to think. These times are bad indeed, when leaders are picked off in the dark, instead of open and honorable in battle. Firepaw frowned, his mind racing over different battle plans. Is there any way of taking the kits without alerting the whole clan? He asked. Dawncloud answered him. They are very closely guarded. Broken Star will be expecting ThunderClan to try to take them. He won't be able to steal them in secret. Open attack is your only hope.
Then we must concentrate our strength on Broken Star and his inner guard, meowed Whitestorm. Yellowfang had a suggestion. The Shadow Clan warriors should lead me into the Shadow Clan camp. They could say they had captured me. We have to make sure Broken Star and his warriors are out of their dens. News of my capture will bring them into the clearing. Once they're all out in the open, I'll give the signal to attack. Whitestorm was silent for a moment. Then he nodded, his face grave as he committed his warriors to the attack. Very well, Yellowfang, he meowed. Please, lead the way to the Shadow Clan camp. Chapter 24. Yellowfang turned and pushed her way into the bracken. Whitestorm and the others followed her. Firepaw was tingling with excitement. He didn't feel the damp chill in the air, and his wariness was long forgotten. Yellowfang guided them to a small hollow surrounded by thick undergrowth and pointed out the entrance to the Shadow Clan camp. The tangled mass of brambles looked very different from the neat gorse tunnel that led into the ThunderClan camp. The camp boundary was full of holes and gaps, and the stench of rotting meat wafted toward them. You eat crow food? Whispered Greypaw, curling his lip. Our warriors are used for attacking, not hunting, replied Ashfur. We eat whatever we can find. ThunderClan, hide in the clump of bracken over there, hissed Yellowfang. It's full of toadstools that will disguise your scent. Wait until you hear my call. She stepped back to let the other Shadow Clan cats lead the way, tucking herself into the center of the group as though she were their prisoner. They headed silently into the camp. The ThunderClan cats settled themselves among the toadstools, tense and alert. Firepaw could feel his coat prickling. He looked at Greypaw beside him. The thick fur on the back of his friend's neck was standing on end, and Firepaw could hear him panting with suppressed excitement. Suddenly, yowling erupted from the Shadow Clan camp. Without hesitating, the ThunderClan cats sprang from their hiding places and raced through the entrance. Yellowfang, Ashfur, Dawncloud, and Nightpelt were in a well-trodden, muddy clearing, wrestling with 6 vicious-looking warriors. Firepaw recognized Broken Star and his deputy Blackfoot among them. The warriors looked angry and battle-scarred, but Firepaw could see the hard muscles pounding beneath their patchy fur. Around the edge of the clearing, groups of scrawny cats stared uncertainly at the mayhem. Their skinny bodies seemed to recoil at the violence, while their dull eyes looked on, shocked and confused. Out of the corner of his eye, Firepaw saw Running Nose back away and hide underneath a bush. At Whitestorm's nodded signal, the ThunderClan cats leapt into battle. Firepaw grabbed a silver tabby with his claws, but was shaken loose. He tumbled over and the Shadow Clan warrior turned on him and gripped him with his claws sharp as blackthorns. Firepaw managed to twist and sink his teeth deep into the cat's flesh. The warrior's yowl told him he had found a tender spot, so he bit harder. The warrior screeched again, ripping himself free, and ran off into the bushes. Firepaw stood up. A young Shadow Clan apprentice leaped at him from the edge of the camp, its soft kitten fur fluffed up with fear. Firepaw sheathed his claws and batted him away easily. This is not your battle, he hissed. Whitestorm already had Blackfoot pinned to the ground. He gave him a vicious bite, and the injured deputy raced away toward the camp entrance and out into the safety of the forest. Firepaw! Firepaw heard Dawncloud screech his name. Watch out! Clawface's... He didn't hear the rest. A heavily built brown cat crashed into him. Clawface! Firepaw dug his claws into the ground and whirled around to fight. The warrior that killed Spotted Leaf. Rage surged through him, and he flung himself onto the brown tom. Firepaw pushed the warrior into the ground and pressed his head into the dirt. Blinded by fury, he prepared to sink his teeth into Clawface's neck, but before he could deal his death blow, Whitestorm knocked him aside and grabbed the Shadow Clan warrior. ThunderClan warriors do not kill unless they have to, he growled in Firepaw's ear. We just need to let them know not to show their faces here again. He gave Clawface a fierce bite that sent him screeching out of the camp. Still raging, Firepaw looked around wildly. Broken Star's warriors had gone. An angry screech sounded from behind Greypaw. Greypaw leaped out of the way, and Firepaw saw Yellowfang gripping Broken Star with muddy, blood-stained paws. His body bled from several wounds. His ears were flattened against his head, and his whiskers were drawn back as he crouched, flattened beneath Yellowfang's powerful grasp. I never thought you would be harder to kill than my father, he snarled up at her. Yellowfang recoiled as if she had been stung by a bee. Her face twisted suddenly by shock and grief. She loosened her grip on Broken Star, and instantly he threw her aside with a twist of his powerful body. "You killed Ragged Star?" Yellowfang wailed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Broken Star eyed her coldly. "You found his body. Didn't you recognize my fur between his claws?" Yellowfang stared in horror as he continued. "He was a soft and foolish leader. He deserved to die." "No!" hissed Yellowfang, her head drooping. Then she gave herself a shake. She looked up at Broken Star, arching her back. "And Bright Flower's kits? Did they deserve to die too?" she rasped. Broken Star growled and hurled himself at Yellowfang, forcing her onto her belly. Yellowfang didn't even attempt to struggle against his thorn-sharp claws. Firepaw saw with alarm that her eyes were glazed with sadness. "Those kits were weak," Broken Star insisted, bending his face toward Yellowfang's ear. "They would have been no use to Shadow Clan. If I hadn't killed him, some other warrior would have." A wail of grief went up from a black and white Shadow Clan queen. Broken Star ignored her. "I should have killed you when I had the chance," he spat at Yellowfang. "It seems I must have some of my father's softness. I was a fool to let you leave Shadow Clan alive." He lunged, teeth bared, ready to sink them into her neck, but Firepaw was quicker. He jumped onto Broken Star's back before he could clamp his jaws shut. Firepaw dug his claws into the matted tabby fur and pulled him off the exhausted queen, flinging him to the edge of the clearing. Broken Star twisted around in midair to land on his feet and looked in Firepaw's eyes, spitting viciously. "Don't waste your time, apprentice. I've shared dreams with StarClan. You'll have to kill me 9 times over before I join them. Do you think you're really strong enough for that?" His eyes glowed with confidence and defiance. Firepaw stared back at him. His belly tightened. Broken Star was a clan leader. How on earth could he expect to defeat him? But the watching Shadow Clan cats had begun to pad slowly toward their defeated leader, snarling and hissing with hatred. They were battered and half-starved, but Broken Star was outnumbered, and he seemed to realize this with a nervous flick of his tail. He crouched and backed away through the bushes. His eyes glittered menacingly from the shadows, his gaze finding Firepaw through the crowd. "This isn't over, apprentice," he hissed before he turned and vanished into the forest after his broken warriors. Firepaw looked to Whitestorm. "Should we go after them?" he meowed. The warrior shook his head. "I think they got the message that they are not welcome here." Nightpelt, a Shadow Clan warrior, nodded in agreement. "Leave them. If they dare show their faces here again, Shadow Clan will be strong enough by then to tackle them alone." The rest of Shadow Clan was huddled together in the ruins of their camp, as if numbed by the realization that their leader had gone. It will take time to rebuild this clan, Firepaw thought. "The kits!" Firepaw heard Greypaw's meow from a far corner of the clearing. He rushed over to his friend, Mousefur and Whitestorm bounding at his heels. As they approached, they could hear the pitiful mewling of kits coming from beneath the pile of leaves and twigs. Quickly, Greypaw and Mousefur dug through the foliage until they had uncovered the missing ThunderClan kits at the bottom of a small pit. "Are they okay?" demanded Whitestorm, his tail twitching with anxiety. "They're fine," replied Greypaw. "Most have only a few scratches, but that little tabby has a pretty nasty wound on his ear. Can you take a look, Yellowfang?" The old she-cat was licking her own wounds, but at Greypaw's call she raced to the side of the pit, where Greypaw had carefully deposited the tabby kit. Firepaw helped Greypaw to lift out the rest of the kits. The last one was gray, like the embers of an old fire. She mewed and squirmed as Firepaw placed her on the ground. Mousefur gathered all the kits to her and comforted them with licks and caresses. Yellowfang looked closely at the torn ear. "We need to stop this bleeding," she meowed. Running Nose stepped out of the shadows. His forepaw was coated in a layer of cobwebs, which he silently passed to Yellowfang. She nodded her thanks and began to treat the kit's wound. Nightpelt approached the group of ThunderClan cats. "You helped Shadow Clan rid itself of a brutal and dangerous leader, and we are grateful. But it is time you left our camp and returned to your own. I promise your hunting grounds will be free of Shadow Clan warriors as long as we find enough food in our own territory." Whitestorm nodded. "Hunt in peace for 1 moon, Nightpelt. ThunderClan knows you need time to rebuild your clan. He turned to Yellowfang. And you, Yellowfang, he asked, do you wish to return with us, or stay here with your old comrades? Yellowfang looked up at him. I will make the journey back with you. She glanced at a deep gash on Whitestorm's hind leg. You will need a medicine cat, for yourself as well as your kits. Thank you, purred Whitestorm. He signaled to the ThunderClan cats with the sweep of his tail and led them out of the clearing. Mousefur and Willowpelt helped the kits, who stumbled along, exhausted and bewildered. Yellowfang walked close to the wounded Tabby kit, lifting him by the scruff of his neck every time he slipped. Firepaw and Greypaw followed them through the brambles, past the camp's scent line, and out into the forest. The moon was still rising in the quiet sky as the ThunderClan party began the long trudge home, while around them showers of brown leaves fluttered to the forest floor. Chapter 25. Buoyed up with the relief of being home again, Firepaw and Greypaw sprinted ahead of the patrol into the ThunderClan camp. Frostfur was lying in the middle of the clearing, her head resting sadly on her paws. As the two apprentices bounded in, she lifted her nose and sniffed the air. My kits! She cried. She leaped up and raced past Firepaw and Greypaw to meet the rest of the party as they emerged from the tunnel. The kits rushed over to Frostfur and nuzzled into her side. She curled her soft body around them and licked them each in turn, purring loudly. Yellowfang hung back at the camp entrance and looked on silently. Bluestar strode up to the returning patrol. She glanced fondly at Frostfur and her kits and then turned her eyes to Whitestorm. Are they all right? She asked. They're fine, meowed Whitestorm. Well done, Whitestorm. ThunderClan honors you. Whitestorm bent his head to accept her praise and added, but it was thanks to this apprentice that we found them. Firepaw lifted his head and tail proudly, about to speak, but Tigerclaw's accusing snarl sounded from across the clearing. Why did you bring back the traitor? The dark warrior stalked up to the patrol and stood beside his leader. She's no traitor, Firepaw insisted. He looked around the camp. The rest of the cats had quickly gathered in the clearing to see the kits and congratulate the hunting party. Some of them had spotted Yellowfang and were eyeing her with looks of pure hatred. She killed Spottedleaf, spat Longtail. Look between Spottedleaf's claws, Greypaw suggested. You will find the brown fur of Clawface, not Yellowfang's gray fur. Bluestar nodded at Mousefur, who darted away from the crowd towards the spot where Spottedleaf's body lay, waiting for its dawn burial. The clan waited in tense silence till she returned. Greypaw's right, Mousefur panted, rushing back to the clearing. Spottedleaf was not attacked by a gray cat. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. But that doesn't mean she didn't help to take the kits, hissed Tigerclaw. Without Yellowfang, we would have never recovered the kits, Firepaw spat, his exhaustion making him more impatient. She knew that a ShadowClan warrior had taken them. She was hunting for them when I found her. She risked her life returning to the ShadowClan camp. It was Yellowfang who thought up the battle plan that got us into the ShadowClan camp and gave us a chance to defeat Brokenstar. The cats listened to Firepaw's words, astonished. He's right, Whitestorm meowed. Yellowfang is a friend. I'm glad to hear it, murmured Bluestar, catching Firepaw's eye. Frostfur's anxious meow sounded from the crowd. Is Brokenstar dead? She asked. No, he escaped, Whitestorm told her, but he will never lead ShadowClan again. Frostfur sighed in relief and returned to nuzzling her kits. Whitestorm looked at Bluestar. I promised ShadowClan we would leave them in peace until the next full moon, he explained. Brokenstar's leadership has left their clan in chaos. Bluestar nodded. That was a wise and generous offer, she meowed approvingly. The ThunderClan leader walked past Whitestorm and the rest of the patrol and approached Yellowfang. Yellowfang lowered her eyes as Bluestar touched the gray cat's rough coat with her nose. Yellowfang, I wish you to replace Spottedleaf as medicine cat to ThunderClan, Bluestar meowed. I'm sure you'll find all her supplies as she left them. The other cats began to murmur to each other, tails flicking with excitement. Yellowfang looked around at them anxiously and said nothing. Frostfur glanced at the other queens before she met Yellowfang's gaze and slowly nodded her approval. Yellowfang bent her head respectfully to the white cat before addressing her new leader. Thank you, Blue Star. Shadow Clan is not the clan I once knew. Thunder Clan is my clan now. Firepaw felt a surge of satisfaction that the old she-cat he had come to love would be his clan's medicine cat from now on. Then his tail dropped as he realized he would never again find Spotted Leaf in her clearing, the sunlight gleaming on her soft fur and her amber eyes shining in welcome. "Where's Ravenpaw?" meowed Blue Star suddenly, jolting Firepaw out of his bittersweet remembrances.
"Yes," Tigerclaw chimed in. "Where is my apprentice? Strange that he should disappear along with Broken Star."
He looked meaningfully around the clan. "If you think he might have been helping Broken Star," Firepaw meowed boldly, "then you are wrong." Tigerclaw stiffened, a menacing gleam in his yellow eyes. "Ravenpaw is dead," Firepaw went on, dropping his head as if weighed down with grief. "We found his body in Shadow Clan territory. From the scents around him, he must have been slain by a Shadow Clan patrol." He looked at Blue Star. "I'll tell you everything later," he promised. Yellowfang shot Firepaw a questioning look. Firepaw returned her gaze with a silent plea for her to hold her tongue. She twitched her ears briefly in understanding and looked away.
"I never said that Ravenpaw was a traitor," hissed Tigerclaw.
He paused and allowed an expression of sorrow to cloud his eyes before he returned to address the rest of the clan.
"Ravenpaw might have made a fine warrior. His death has come too soon, and his loss will be felt by many of us for a long time."
Empty words, thought Firepaw bitterly. What would Tigerclaw say if he knew that Ravenpaw was safe, far beyond the forest, catching rats with barley? Blue Star broke the silence. "We will miss Ravenpaw, but we shall mourn him tomorrow. First there is another ritual that must be performed. One, I know, that Ravenpaw would have taken pleasure in." She turned to Firepaw and Greypaw. "You have shown great courage tonight. Did they fight well, Whitestorm?" she asked.
"Like warriors," Whitestorm replied solemnly.
Blue Star met his yellow-eyed gaze and gave a slight nod. Then she lifted her chin and fixed her eyes on Silverpelt's swath of stars. Her voice rang out, clear and measured in the hushed words. "I, Blue Star, leader of Thunder Clan, call upon my warrior ancestors to look down on these two apprentices. They have trained hard to understand the ways of your noble code, and I commend them to you as warriors in their turn." She looked down at Firepaw and Greypaw, narrowing her eyes. "Firepaw, Greypaw, do you promise to uphold the warrior code and to protect and defend this clan, even at the cost of your lives?" Firepaw felt something stir within him, a fire that burned in his belly and rang in his ears. He suddenly felt that everything he had done for the clan so far, all the prey he had stalked, all the enemy warriors he had fought, had been for the sake of this single moment. "I do," he replied steadily. "I do," echoed Greypaw, his fur bristling with excitement. "Then by the powers of StarClan, I give to you your warrior names. Greypaw, from this moment you will be known as Greystripe. StarClan honors your bravery and your strength, and we welcome you as a full warrior of ThunderClan." Blue Star stepped forward and rested her muzzle on top of Greystripe's bowed head. He bent lower to give her shoulder a respectful lick, then straightened up and walked over to join the other warriors. Blue Star stood and studied Firepaw for a long moment before speaking. "Firepaw, from this moment you will be known as Fireheart. StarClan honors your bravery and your strength, and we welcome you as a full warrior of ThunderClan." She touched her muzzle to his head and murmured, "Fireheart, I am proud to have you as my warrior. Serve your clan well, young one." Fireheart's muscles were trembling so much that he could hardly stoop to lick Blue Star's shoulder. He purred hoarsely to show his thanks, then slipped away to stand beside Greystripe. Meows of tribute sounded from the crowd, and the voices of the clan rose in the still night air to chant the new warrior names: Fireheart, Greystripe, Fireheart, Greystripe. Fireheart looked around the clan, seeing faces that had grown so familiar in the last few moons. He listened to them as they called out his new name and felt overwhelmed by the kindness and respect that he saw shining in their eyes. "It is almost moon-high," meowed Blue Star. "In the tradition of our ancestors, Fireheart and Greystripe must sit in silent vigil until dawn and guard the camp alone while we sleep." Fireheart and Greystripe nodded solemnly. As the rest of the clan began to melt away back to their dens, Tigerclaw pushed past Fireheart. The ThunderClan deputy slowed as he passed and hissed quietly into his ear. "Don't you think you can outwit me, kitty pet? Be careful what you tell Blue Star." A cold shiver ran down Fireheart's spine. Blue Star had to know about Tigerclaw's treachery. As Tigerclaw headed back to the warrior's den, Fireheart left Graystripe sitting alone in the clearing and bounded after Blue Star. He caught up with her outside of her den. "Blue Star, I know I'm breaking the vow of silence, but I must speak with you before I begin my vigil." Blue Star looked at Fireheart and shook her head. "This is an important ritual, Fireheart. You can speak to me in the morning." Fireheart dipped his head in acceptance. Tigerclaw was not a problem that could be solved overnight anyways. He returned to Graystripe's side in the middle of the clearing. The two friends exchanged glances, but said nothing. Fireheart looked at the moon above his head. His orange coat glowed silver in the cold light. Around him, the bushes and trees were draped in mist that brushed damply against his fur. Fireheart closed his eyes and recalled the dreams of his kittenhood. The cold forest scents in his nostrils were real now, and the life of a warrior stretched ahead of him. He felt unrestrained joy flood up from his paws and surge through his body. Then he opened his eyes with a jolt. Another pair of eyes was shining back at him from the warrior's den. Tigerclaw. Fireheart stared back without blinking. He was a warrior now. He had made an enemy of the clan's deputy, but Tigerclaw had made an enemy of him. Fireheart was not the same naive young cat who had joined the clan all those moons ago. He was bigger, stronger, faster, and wiser. If he was destined to oppose Tigerclaw, then so be it. Fireheart was ready for a challenge.